Chapter 11 of The River War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The River War by Winston Churchill. Chapter 11. Reconnaissance. Although the story of a campaign is made up of many details which cannot be omitted, since they are essential to the truth as well as the interest of the account, it is of paramount importance that the reader should preserve throughout a general idea, for otherwise the marches, forays, and reconnaissance will seem disconnected and purposeless affairs, and the battle simply a greater operation undertaken in the same haphazard fashion. To appreciate the tale it is less necessary to contemplate the wild scenes and stirring incidents than thoroughly to understand the logical sequence of incidents which all tend to and ultimately culminate in a decisive trial of strength. The hazards which were courted by the daring occupation of Berber have been discussed in the last chapter. From October to December the situation was threatening. In December it suddenly became critical. Had the Emir Mahmud advanced with the Dervishes at Metemmeh even as late as the middle of January, he might possibly have recaptured Berber. If the great Omdurman army had taken the field, the possibility would have become a certainty. The young Kordofan general saw his opportunity and begged to be allowed to seize it, but it was not until the Khalifa had sent his own army back into the city that, being very badly informed of the numbers and disposition of the Egyptian force, he allowed the Metemmeh Dervishes to move. Mahmud received permission to advance at the end of January. He eagerly obeyed the longed-for order. But the whole situation was now changed. The Egyptian army was concentrated, the British brigade had arrived, the railway had reached Jannainetti, the miserable hamlet of Dakhila at the confluence had grown from a small depot to a fort, and from a fort to an entrenched camp, against which neither Dervish science nor strength could by any possibility prevail. Perhaps Mahmud did not realize the amazing power of movement that the railway had given his foes. Perhaps he still believed, with the Khalifa, that Berber was held only by 2,000 Egyptians, or else, and this is the most probable, he was reckless of danger and strong in his own conceit. At any rate, during the second week in February he began to transport himself across the Nile, with the plain design of an advance north. With all the procrastination of an Arab, he crawled leisurely forward towards the confluence of the rivers. At El Aliab some idea of the strength of the Atbara entrenchment seems to have dawned upon him. He paused undecided. A council was held. Mahmud was for a continued advance and for making a direct attack on the enemy's position. Osman Digna urged a more prudent course. Many years of hard fighting against disciplined troops had taught the wily Hadendoa slaver the power of modern rifles, and much sound tactics besides. He pressed his case with jealous enthusiasm upon the commander he detested and despised. An insurmountable obstacle confronted them. Yet what could not be overcome might be avoided. The hardy Dervishes could endure privations which would destroy the soldiers of civilization. Barren and inhospitable as was the desert, they might move round the army at the Atbara fort and so capture Berber after all. Once they were behind the Egyptians, these accursed ones were lost. The railway, that mysterious source of strength, could be cut. The host that drew its life along it must fight at a fearful disadvantage or perish miserably. Besides, he reminded Mahmud, not without reason, that they could count on help in Berber itself. The agreement of the Emirs, called to the council, decided the Dervish leader. His confidence in himself was weakened, his hatred of Osman Digna increased. Nevertheless, following the older man's advice, he left Aliab on the 18th of March and struck northeast into the desert towards the village and ford of Hudi on the Atbara river. Thence by a long desert march he might reach the Nile and Berber. But while his information of the Sirdar's force and movements was uncertain, the British general was better served. What Mahmud failed to derive from spies and friendlies, his adversary obtained by gunboats and cavalry. As soon, therefore, as Sir H. Kitchener learned that the Dervishes had left the Nile and were making a detour around his left flank, he marched up the Atbara River to Hudi. This offered Mahmud the alternative of attacking him in a strong position or of making a still longer detour. Having determined upon caution, he chose the latter, and, deflecting his march still more to the east, reached the Atbara at Nakhila. But from this point the distance to Berber was far too great for him to cover. He could not carry enough water in his skins. The wells were few and held against him. Further advance was impossible. So he waited and entrenched himself, sorely troubled, but uncertain what to do. Supplies were running short. His magazines at Shendi had been destroyed as soon as he had left the Nile. The Dervishes might exist, but they did not thrive on the nuts of the dome palms. Soldiers began to desert. Osman Digna, although his advice had been followed, was at open enmity. His army dwindled. And all this time his terrible antagonist watched him as a tiger gloats on a helpless and certain prey, silent, merciless, inexorable. Then the end came suddenly. As soon as the process of attrition was sufficiently far advanced to demoralize the Dervish host, without completely dissolving them, the Sirdar and his army moved. The victim, as if petrified, was powerless to fly. The tiger crept forward 2 measured strides, from Ras el Hudi to Abadar, from Abadar to Umdabia, crouched for a moment, and then bounded with irresistible fury upon its prey and tore it to pieces. Such is a brief strategic account of the Atbara campaign, but the tale must be told in full. On the 23rd of January the Khalifa, having learned of the arrival of British troops near Abu Hamed, and baffled by the disputes about the command of his army, ordered Kerreri camp to be broken up and permitted his forces to return within the city, which he continued to fortify. A few days later he authorised Mahmud to advance against Berber. What he had not dared with 60,000 men, he now attempted with 20,000. The course of action which had for 3 months offered a good hope of success he resolved to pursue only when it led to ruin. He forbade the advance while it was advisable. When it was already become mad and fatal he commanded it. And this was a man whose reputation for intelligence and military skill had been bloodily demonstrated. The gunboats ceaselessly patrolled the river and exchanged shots with the Dervish forts. Throughout January nothing of note had happened. The reports of spies showed the Khalifa to be at Kerreri or in Omdurman. Ahmed Fedil held the Shabluka Gorge, Osman Digna was at Shendi, and his presence was proved by the construction of 2 new forts on that side of the river. But beyond this the Dervishes had remained passive. On the 12th of February, however, it was noticed that their small outposts at Kuli had been withdrawn. This event seemed to point to a renewal of activity. It was felt that some important movement impended. But it was not until the 15th that its nature was apparent, and the gunboats were able to report definitely that Mahmud was crossing to the east bank of the Nile. The flotilla exerted itself to harass the Dervishes and impede the transportation, but although several sailing boats and other river craft were captured, Mahmud succeeded in moving his whole army to Shendi by the 28th of February. His own headquarters were established at Hosh ben Naga, a little village about 5 miles further south. A delay of more than a fortnight followed, during which the gunboats exercised the utmost vigilance. The Suakin Berber road was again closed for caravans, and the Sirdar himself proceeded to Berber. On the 11th of March the remnants of the Jaalin tribe, having collected at Gakdul, reoccupied the now abandoned Mutemma, to find its streets and houses choked with the decaying bodies of their relations. On the 13th the Egyptian lookout station, which had been established on Shibalaya Island, was attacked by the Dervishes, and in the skirmish that ensued Major Sitwell was wounded. On the same day the enemy was reported moving northwards to Aliab, and it became evident that Mahmud had begun his advance. He started from Shendi with a force which has been estimated at 19,000 souls, but which included many women and children, and may have actually numbered 12,000 fighting men, each and all supplied with a month's rations and about 90 rounds of ammunition. The Sirdar immediately ordered the Anglo-Egyptian army, with the exception of the cavalry and Lewis's Egyptian brigade, which, with 3 squadrons, held the fort at the confluence, to concentrate at Kunur. Broadwood, with the remaining 5 squadrons, marched thither on the 16th, and the whole cavalry force, with the Camel Corps in support, on the 3 subsequent days reconnoitred 20 miles up the Nile and the Atbara. Meanwhile the concentration was proceeding apace. The 2 Soudanese brigades, formed into a division under command of Major General Hunter, with the artillery, reached Kunur on the night of the 15th. The British brigade, the Lincolns, the Warwicks, and the Camerons, marched thither from Dabaika. The Seaforth Highlanders, who on the 13th were still at Wadi Halfa, were swiftly railed across the desert to Geneinetti. Thence the first half-battalion was brought to Kunur in steamers. The second wing, since the need was urgent and the steamers few, were jolted across the desert from railhead on camels, an experience for which neither their training nor their clothes had prepared them. By the 16th the whole force was concentrated at Kunur, and on the following day they were reviewed by the Sirdar. The first 3 days at Kunur were days of eager expectation. Rumour was king. The Dervish army had crossed the Atbara at Hudi and was within 10 miles of the camp. Mahmud was already making a flank march through the desert to Berber. A battle was imminent. A collision must take place in a few hours. Officers with field glasses scanned the sandy horizon for the first signs of the enemy. But the skyline remained unbroken, except by the wheeling dust devils, and gradually the excitement abated, and the British brigade began to regret all the useful articles they had scrupulously left behind them at Dabaika, when they marched in a hurry and in the lightest possible order to Kunur. On the 19th of March the gunboats reported that the Dervishes were leaving the Nile, and Mahmud's flanking movement became apparent. The next day the whole force at Kunur marched across the desert angle between the rivers to Hudi. The appearance of the army would have been formidable. The cavalry, the Camel Corps, and the horse artillery covered the front and right flank. The infantry, with the British on the right, moved in line of brigade masses. The transport followed. All was, however, shrouded in a fearful dust storm. The distance, 10 miles, was accomplished in 5 hours, and the army reached Hudi in time to construct a strong zeriba before the night. Here they were joined from Atbara Fort by Lewis's brigade of Egyptians, with the exception of the 15th Battalion, which was left as garrison, and the troops at the Sirdar's disposal were thus raised to 14,000 men of all arms. This force was organised as follows: Commander-in-Chief, the Sirdar. British Brigade, commanded by Major General Gatacre. 1st Battalion, Royal Warwickshire Regiment, 6 companies. 1st Battalion, Lincolnshire Regiment. 1st Battalion, Seaforth Highlanders. 1st Battalion, Cameron Highlanders. The Egyptian Infantry Division under Major General Hunter. 1st Brigade, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Maxwell, with the 8th Egyptians, 12th, 13th, and 14th Sudanese. The 2nd Brigade under Lieutenant Colonel MacDonald, with the 2nd Egyptians, the 9th, 10th, and 11th Sudanese. The 3rd Brigade, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Lewis, with the 3rd, 4th, and 7th Egyptians. Cavalry, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Broadwood, with 8 squadrons, 2 Maxim guns. Camel Corps, commanded by Major Tudway, 6 companies. The artillery, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Long, detachment, No. 16 Company, E Division Royal Artillery, with 6 5-inch breech-loading howitzers. Egyptian Horse Battery of 6 guns. Numbers 1, 2, and 3 field batteries of the Egyptian Army, 18 guns. The British Maxim Battery, 4 guns, and a rocket detachment of 2 sections. Mahmud had early intelligence of the movement of the Anglo-Egyptian army. His original intention had been to march to Hudi, but now he learned that at Hudi he would have to fight the Sirdar's main force. Not feeling strong enough to attack them, he determined to march to Nakhila. The mobility of the Arabs was now as conspicuous as their dilatory nature had formerly been. The whole Dervish army, horse, foot, and artillery, men, women, children, and animals, actually traversed in a single day the 40 miles of waterless desert which lie between Aliab and Nakhila, at which latter place they arrived on the night of the 20th. The Sirdar's next object was to keep the enemy so far up the Atbara that they could not possibly strike at Berber or Railhead. Accordingly, at dawn on the 21st, the whole force was ordered to march to Ras el Hudi, 5 miles nearer the Dervishes' supposed halting place. The detour which the Arabs would have to make to march round the troops was nearly doubled by this movement. The utter impossibility of their flank march with a stronger enemy on the radius of the circle was now apparent. The movement of the Anglo-Egyptian force was screened by 7 squadrons of cavalry and the horse artillery, and Colonel Broadwood was further instructed to reconnoitre along the river and endeavour to locate the enemy. The country on either bank of the Atbara is covered with dense scrub, impassable for civilized troops. From these belts, which average a quarter of a mile in depth, the dome palms rise in great numbers. All the bush is leafy and looks very pretty and green by contrast with the sombre vegetation of the Nile. Between the trees fly gay parrots and many other bright birds. The river itself above Ras el Hudi is, during March and April, only a dry bed of white sand about 400 yards broad, but dotted with deep and beautifully clear pools, in which peculiarly brilliant fish and crocodiles, deprived of their stream, are crowded together. The atmosphere is more damp than by the Nile, and produces, in the terrible heat of the summer, profuse and exhausting perspiration. The natives dislike the water of the Atbara, and declare that it does not quench the thirst like that of the great river. It has, indeed, a slightly bitter taste, which is a strong contrast with the sweet waters of the Nile. Nevertheless, the British soldiers, with characteristic contrariness, declared their preference for it. Outside the bush the ground undulated gently, but the surface was either stony and uneven, or else cracked and fissured by the annual overflow. Both these conditions made it hard for cavalry, and still more for artillery, to move freely, and the difficulties were complicated by frequent holes and small khors full of long grass. Amid such scenes the squadrons moved cautiously forward. Having made the ground good for 15 miles from Hudi, Colonel Broadwood halted his force at Abadar, an old fort, and sent one squadron under Captain Le Gallais 7 miles further. At 2 o'clock this squadron returned, having met a few of the enemy's scouts, but no formed bodies. While the force watered by turns at the river, Captain Baring's squadron was extended in a line of outposts about 1.25 miles to the southeast. But the reconnoitring squadron had been followed homeward by several hundred Dervish horsemen. Creeping along through the dense bush by the bank, and evading the vedettes, these suddenly fell on the picket line and drove in all the outposts. In this affair 8 troopers were killed and 7 wounded. 13 horses were also lost, as having rid themselves of their riders on the broken ground, they galloped off after the Arab mares on which the Dervishes were mostly mounted. The news of an attack on Adarama was received on this same afternoon. It appeared that the Arabs had been repulsed by the Abyssinian irregulars raised by Colonel Parsons. Glowing details were forthcoming, but I do not propose to recount the Homeric struggles of the friendlies. Little in them is worthy of remembrance, much seeks oblivion. For more than a week the Anglo-Egyptian force remained halted at Ras el Hudi, waiting for privation to demoralize Mahmud's army or to exasperate him into making an attack. Every morning the cavalry rode out towards the enemy's camp. All day long they skirmished with or watched the Baggara horse, and at night they returned wearily to camp. Each morning the army awoke full of the hopes of battle, waited during the long hours, and finally retired to sleep in deep disgust and profound peace. And while the army halted, the camp began to assume a more homely appearance. The zeriba grew stronger and thicker, the glacis wider, the field kitchens more elaborate, the pools of the Atbara more dirty. Over all the sun beat down in merciless persistence, till all white men quivered with weary suffering when in the open air, and even under the grass huts or improvised tents the temperature always registered 115 degrees during the hottest hours of the day. The nights were, however, cool and pleasant. But although the main part of the force found the days long and tedious, the time which the army spent at Ras el Hudi was by no means uneventful. The work of the squadrons was hard, and ceased only with the night. The continual patrolling told severely on men and horses, and the fact that the Dervishes were far stronger in the mounted arm than the Sirdar's army necessitated the utmost vigilance of the cavalry commander. Employment was also found for the gunboats. When Mahmud had left the Nile he had established a sort of depot at Shendi, in which the wives of the Emirs and the surplus stores had been deposited. This treasure house was protected only by a slender garrison of 700 riflemen and 25 horsemen. On ordinary military grounds, and also since the event might infuriate the Arabs, it was decided to capture this place and disperse its defenders. Accordingly, on the afternoon of the 24th, the 3rd Egyptian Battalion from Lewis's brigade marched from Ras el Hudi to Atbara Fort and relieved the 15th Egyptians then in garrison, and a small force under Commander Keppel, consisting of the 15th Egyptians under Major Hickman, 2 field guns of Peake's battery, and 150 Jaelin irregulars, was embarked on, or in boats towed by, the 3 gunboats Zafir, Nasser, and Fateh, and started the same night for Shendi. At dawn on the 27th the flotilla appeared off Shendi. The Dervishes had been apprised of its approach and prepared to offer resistance, but the force against them was overwhelming. Under cover of the gunboats the infantry and guns were landed. The artillery then came into action, but after they had discharged 2 shells, the Arabs fled, firing their rifles with little effect. Shendi was occupied by the Egyptians. The pursuit was left to the Jaelin, and in it they are said to have killed 160 men, a revenge which must have been doubly sweet, since it was consummated so near to the scene of the destruction of their tribe, and was also attended by scarcely any danger. Loot of all kinds fell to the victors, and the gunboats were soon laden with a miscellaneous spoil. The wives of the important Emirs made their escape to Omdurman, but upwards of 650 women and children of inferior rank were taken prisoners and transported to the Atbara, where in due course they contracted new family ties with the Sudanese soldiery, and, as far as can be ascertained, lived happily ever afterwards. There were no casualties among the troops, but the Jaelin lost a few men in their pursuit. The force then returned to the Atbara. The 3rd of April was the last day the army spent at Ras el Hudi. The period of waiting was over. The enemy's position had been duly reconnoitred. His strength was believed to be sufficiently impaired for a successful attack to be made. The camp at Hudi was becoming very insanitary. Moreover, the situation, satisfactory though it was not one which the commander could view without anxiety. All the time that the army was operating on the Atbara, it drew its supplies from the fort at the confluence. Between this and the camp, convoys, protected only by a handful of Camel Corps, passed once in every 4 days. Only the idiotic apathy of the Dervishes allowed the communications to remain uninterrupted. Mahmud was strong in cavalry. It will be evident to anyone who looks at the map how easily a force might have moved along the left bank to attack the convoys. Such tactics would have occurred to most savage tribes, but in their last campaigns the Dervishes thought only of battles and disregarded all smaller enterprises. Had they assailed the communications, the Sirdar might have been forced to build a chain of forts and to guard his convoys with strong infantry escorts. The fighting force would have been weakened, the troops would have been wearied, and the result must have been delayed. The Dervishes had as yet attempted nothing, but there was no reason why they should not at any moment become enterprising. It was time to make an end. On the 4th of April the whole force moved to Abadar, and established themselves in a new camp 5 miles nearer the enemy. The tiger was tired of watching. he had taken his first stride towards his prey. Although the information as to the enemy's strength and position was accurate and complete, the Sirdar decided to order a final reconnaissance on the 5th of April. Starting at 4 o'clock, Broadwood cut off the sharp angle which the Atbara forms at Dabia, and, avoiding the thick bush, soon approached the Dervish camp. Not a sign of the enemy was seen during the march. The bush by the Atbara appeared deserted. The camp gave no sign of life. An ominous silence prevailed. The squadrons moved forward at a walk, keeping about 1,200 yards away from the enemy's zeriba and almost parallel to it. Presently, as they did so, a large force of cavalry became visible in front. It was difficult to estimate their strength, but they appeared to be superior in numbers to the reconnaissance. The Dervish horsemen continued to retire towards the southeast, always reaching round the Egyptian left flank. And while the Egyptian force advanced, as soon as they were opposite the southern end of the zeriba, another considerable body of Dervish horse issued from the northern side and threatened the line of retreat. At the same time the camp began to swarm with men, and crowds of tiny figures were observed clambering onto the entrenchments and gun emplacements, eagerly watching the development of the fight. The cavalry had by this time approached to within 1,000 yards of the zeriba, and the Arab artillery began to fire occasional round shot and clumsily fused shells. At 9 o'clock, the enemy's position having been again sketched and the approaches reconnoitred, Colonel Broadwood ordered the retirement to begin. The Maxims and artillery were in the centre, supported by Colonel Broadwood and 3 squadrons. Captain Baring with 3 squadrons watched the left flank, now in retirement, become the right. Captains Le Gallais and Perce guarded the river flank. The cavalry retired by alternate wings in measured fashion. But the enemy pressed on impetuously, and their horsemen, soon completely enveloping the desert flank of the Egyptians, began to threaten a charge. To meet this, Colonel Broadwood sent one of his squadrons from the centre to join those under Captain Baring, so that at about 9:45 the reconnoitring force was formed with 4 squadrons toward the desert, 2 with the guns, and 2 towards the river. The weakness of the river flank of the troops encouraged the Dervish horse lurking in the scrub to make a bold attempt to capture the guns. The movement was shrewd and daring, but the cavalry commander met it with admirable skill. The springing up of dust clouds hardly 300 yards away was his only warning. He immediately took command of the 2 squadrons under Perce and Le Gallais, and ordered them to right about wheel and charge. Thus headed by Broadwood himself, and with their British officers several horse lengths in front, the Egyptians broke into a gallop and encountered the Baggara line, which numbered not fewer than 400 men, but was in loose order, with firmness. They struck them obliquely and perhaps a third of the way down their line, and breaking through, routed them utterly. While this dashing operation was carried out on the river flank, the Dervish cavalry, following up the retirement, also delivered an attack towards the guns. Thereupon Captain Baring with 2 squadrons galloped from the desert flank across the front of the artillery, and, riding through the advancing enemy, repulsed them with loss. The charge was good and effective, but the shock and confusion broke both squadrons, and although successful, they came through the Dervishes and back on to the river flank in some disorder. Perce and Le Gallais, who had just rallied, at once dismounted their men and opened carbine fire on the retreating Dervishes. Their action not only checked the enemy, but prevented, by getting the troopers off their horses, any chance of their being involved in the disorder of the squadrons who had just charged. Although their horsemen were thus sharply checked, the Dervish infantry continued, in spite of losses, to advance rapidly, and for a few minutes a hot musketry fire was exchanged by the Arab riflemen and the 2 dismounted squadrons. Captain Perce was severely wounded, and several other casualties occurred. But the whole force was drawing away from the enemy, and by 11 o'clock it had passed through the gap to the northeast and had shaken off all pursuit. The casualties in the operation were fortunately small. 1 British officer was wounded, 6 Egyptian troopers were killed and 10 wounded, and about 30 horses were lost or disabled. The details of the enemy's defences were now known. His strength was estimated from trustworthy information. It was evident from the frequent desertions that his army was disheartened, and from his inactivity that he was scarcely hopeful of success. The moment for destroying him had arrived. At daybreak on the morning of the 6th, the whole army broke camp at Abadar and marched to the deserted village of Umdabia, where they bivouacked close by a convenient pool of the Atbara and 7 miles nearer the Dervish camp. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The River War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The River War by Winston Churchill. Chapter 12. The Battle of the Atbara. April 8th, 1898. In the evening of Thursday, the 7th of April, the army at Umdabia paraded for the attack on Mahmud Zarima. The camp lay in the scrub which grows by the banks of the Atbara, as by those of the Nile, and in order to profit by the open, level ground, the 4 infantry brigades moved by parallel routes into the desert, and then formed facing southeast in column of brigade squares, the British brigade leading. The mounted forces, with 4 batteries of artillery, waited in camp until 2 o'clock the next morning, and did not break their march. The distance from the river bank to the open plain was perhaps a mile and a half, and the whole infantry force had cleared the scrub by 6 o'clock. The sun was setting, and the red glow, brightening the sandy hillocks, made the western horizon indefinite, so that it was hard to tell where the desert ended and the sky began. A few gazelle, intercepted on their way to the water by the unexpected movement of troops, trotted slowly away in the distance, white spots on the rosy brown of the sand, and on the great plain 12,000 infantry, conscious of their strength and eager to encounter the enemy, were beautifully arranged in 4 solid masses. Then the march began. The actual distance from the camp to the Dervish position was scarcely 7 miles, but the circle necessary to avoid the bushes and the gradual bends of the river added perhaps another 5 to the length of the road. The pace of the advance was slow, and the troops had not gone far when the sun sank, and, with hardly an interval of twilight, darkness enveloped everything. In the stillness of the night the brigades moved steadily forward, and only the regular scrunching of the hard sand betrayed the advance of an overwhelming force upon their enemies. No operation of a war is more critical than a night march. Over and over again in every country frightful disaster has overtaken the rash or daring force that has attempted it. In the gloom the shape and aspect of the ground are altered. Places well known by daylight appear strange and unrecognizable. The smallest obstacle impedes the column, which can only crawl sluggishly forward with continual checks and halts. The effect of the gloom upon the nerves of the soldiers is not less than on the features of the country. Each man tries to walk quietly, and hence all are listening for the slightest sound. Every eye seeks to pierce the darkness. Every sense in the body is raised to a pitch of expectancy. In such hours doubts and fears come unbidden to the brain, and the marching men wonder anxiously whether all will be well with the army, and whether they themselves will survive the event. And if suddenly out of the black silence there burst the jagged glare of rifles and the crash of a volley, followed by the yell of an attacking foe, the steadiest troops may be thrown into confusion, and a panic, once afoot, stops only with the destruction or dispersal of the whole force. Nevertheless, so paramount is the necessity of attacking at dawn, with all the day to finish the fight, that in spite of the recorded disasters and the known dangers, the night march is a frequent operation. For more than 2 hours the force advanced, moving across smooth swells of sand broken by rocks, and with occasional small bushes. Several shallow khors traversed the road, and these rocky ditches, filled with a strange, sweet-scented grass, delayed the brigades until the pace was hardly 2 miles an hour. The smell of the grass was noticed by the alert senses of many, and will forever refresh in their minds the strong impression of the night. The breeze which had sprung up at sundown gradually freshened and raised clouds of fine sand, which deepened the darkness with a whiter mist. At 9 o'clock the army halted, in a previously selected space, near the deserted village of Mutrus, and about 2 miles from the river. Nearly half the distance to Mahmud's zeriba was accomplished, and barely 4 miles in the direct line divided the combatants, but since it was not desirable to arrive before the dawn, the soldiers, still formed in their squares, lay down upon the ground. Meat and biscuits were served out to the men. The transport animals went by relays to the pools of the Atbara bed to drink and to replenish the tanks. All water bottles were refilled, pickets being thrown out to cover the business. Then, after sufficient sentries had been posted, the army slept, still in array. During the halt the moon had risen, and when at 1 o'clock the advance was resumed, the white beams revealed a wider prospect, and, glinting on the fixed bayonets, crowned the squares with a sinister glitter. For 3 hours the army toiled onwards at the same slow and uninterrupted crawl. Strict silence was now enforced, and all smoking was forbidden. The cavalry, the Camel Corps, and the 5 batteries had overtaken the infantry, so that the whole attacking force was concentrated. Meanwhile the Dervishes slept. At 3 o'clock the glare of fires became visible to the south, and, thus arrived before the Dervish position, the squares, with the exception of the reserve brigade, were unlocked, and the whole force, assuming formation of attack, now advanced in one long line through the scattered bush and scrub, presently to emerge upon a large plateau which overlooked Mahmud's zeriba from a distance of about 900 yards. It was still dark, and the haze that shrouded the Dervish camp was broken only by the glare of the watchfires. The silence was profound. It seemed impossible to believe that more than 25,000 men were ready to join battle at scarcely the distance of half a mile. Yet the advance had not been unperceived, and the Arabs knew that their terrible antagonists crouched on the ridge waiting for the morning. For a while the suspense was prolonged. At last, after what seemed to many an interminable period, the uniform blackness of the horizon was broken by the first glimmer of the dawn. Gradually the light grew stronger until, as a theatre curtain is pulled up, the darkness rolled away, the vague outlines in the haze became definite, and the whole scene was revealed. The British and Egyptian army lay along the low ridge in the form of a great bow, the British brigade on the left, MacDonald in the centre, Maxwell curving forward on the right. The whole crest of the swell of ground was crowned with a bristle of bayonets, and the tiny figures of thousands of men sitting or lying down and gazing curiously before them. Behind them, in a solid square, was the transport, guarded by Lewis's brigade. The leading squadrons of the cavalry were forming leisurely towards the left flank. The 4 batteries and a rocket detachment, moving between the infantry, ranged themselves on 2 convenient positions about 100 yards in front of the line of battalions. All was ready. Yet everything was very quiet, and in the stillness of the dawn it almost seemed that Nature held her breath. Half a mile away, at the foot of the ridge, a long irregular black line of thorn bushes enclosed the Dervish defences. Behind this zeriba low palisades and entrenchments bent back to the scrub by the river. Odd, shapeless mounds indicated the positions of the gun emplacements, and various casemates could be seen in the middle of the enclosure. Without, the bushes had been cleared away, and the smooth sand stretched in a gentle slope to where the army waited. Within were crowds of little straw huts and scattered bushes, growing thicker to the southward. From among this rose the palm trees, between whose stems the dry bed of the Atbara was exposed, and a single pool of water gleamed in the early sunlight. Such was Mahmud's famous zeriba, which for more than a month had been the predominant thought in the minds of the troops. It was scarcely imposing, and at first the soldiers thought it deserted. Only a dozen stray horsemen sat silently on their horses outside the entrenchment, watching their enemies, and inside a few dirty white figures appeared and disappeared behind the parapets. Yet, insignificant as the zeriba looked, the smoke of many fires cooking the morning meal, never to be eaten, showed that it was occupied by men, and gay banners of varied colour and device, flaunting along the entrenchments or within the enclosure, declared that some at least were prepared to die in its defence. The hush of the hour and the suspense of the army were broken by the bang of a gun. Every one on the ridge jumped up and looked towards the sound. A battery of Krupps a little to the right of the Cameron Highlanders had opened fire. Another gun further to the right was fired. Another shell burst over the straw huts among the palm trees. The two Maxim Nordenfeldt batteries had come into action. The officers looked at their watches. It was 6:15. The bombardment had begun. Explosion followed explosion in quick succession until all 4 batteries were busily engaged. The cannonade grew loud and continuous. The rocket detachment began to fire, and the strange projectiles hissed and screamed as they left the troughs and jerked erratically towards the zeriba. In the air above the enclosure shell after shell flashed into existence, smote the ground with its leaden shower, and dispersed, a mere film, into the haze and smoke which still hung over the Dervish encampment. At the very first shot all the dirty white figures disappeared, bobbing down into their pits and shelters, but a few solitary horsemen remained motionless for a while in the middle of the enclosure, watching the effect of the fire, as if it had no concern with them. The British infantry stood up on tiptoe to look at the wonderful spectacle of actual war, and at first every shell was eagerly scrutinised and its probable effect discussed. But the busy gunners multiplied the projectiles until so many were alive in the air at once that all criticism was prevented. Gradually even the strange sight became monotonous. The officers shut up their glasses. The men began to sit down again. Many of them actually went to sleep. The rest were soon tired of the amazing scene, the like of which they had never looked on before, and awaited impatiently further developments and some new thing. After the bombardment had lasted about 10 minutes, a great cloud of dust sprang up in the zeriba, and hundreds of horsemen were seen scrambling into their saddles and galloping through a gap in the rear face out into the open sand to the right. To meet the possibility of an attempt to turn the left flank of the attack, the 8 squadrons of cavalry and 2 Maxim guns jingled and clattered off in the direction of the danger. The dust, which the swift passage of so many horsemen raised, shut the scene from the eyes of the infantry, but continual dust clouds above the scrub to the left and the noise of the Maxims seemed to indicate a cavalry fight. The Baggara horse, however, declined an unequal combat, and made no serious attempt to interfere with the attack. Twice they showed some sort of front, and the squadrons thought they might find opportunity to charge, but a few rounds from the Maxims effectually checked the enemy, inflicting on each occasion the loss of about 20 killed and wounded. With the exception of 1 squadron detached on the right, the Egyptian cavalry force, however, remained on the left flank, and shielded the operations of the assaulting infantry. Meanwhile the bombardment, no longer watched with curiosity, continued with accuracy and precision. The batteries searched the interior of the zeriba, threshing out one section after another and working the whole ground regularly from front to rear. The zeriba and palisades were knocked about in many places, and at 6:45 a cluster of straw huts caught fire and began to burn briskly. At 7:15 the infantry was ordered to form in column for assault. The plan of the attack for the army was simple. The long, deployed line were to advance steadily against the entrenchments, subduing by their continual fire that of the enemy. They were then to tear the zeriba to pieces. Covered by their musketry, the dense columns of assault which had followed the line were to enter the defences through the gaps, deploy to the right, and march through the enclosure, clearing it with the bayonet and by fire. At 8:20 the Sirdar ordered his bugles to sound the general advance. The call was repeated by all the brigades, and the clear notes rang out above the noise of the artillery. The superior officers, with the exception of Hunter, Maxwell and MacDonald, dismounted and placed themselves at the head of their commands. The whole mass of the infantry, numbering nearly 11,000 men, immediately began to move forward upon the zeriba. The scene as this great force crested the ridge and advanced down the slope was magnificent and tremendous. Large solid columns of men, preceded by a long double line, with the sunlight flashing on their bayonets and displaying their ensigns, marched to the assault in regular and precise array. The pipes of the Highlanders, the bands of the Soudanese, and the drums and fifes of the English regiments added a wild and thrilling accompaniment. As soon as the advance masked the batteries, the guns were run forward with the firing line, in order effectually to support the attack. The deployed battalions opened a ceaseless and crushing fire on the entrenchment, and as the necessity of firing delayed the advance of the attacking columns, the pace did not exceed a slow march. The Dervishes remained silent until the troops were within 300 yards. Then the smoke puffs spurted out all along the stockades, and a sharp fusillade began, gradually and continually growing in intensity until the assaulting troops were exposed to a furious and effective fire. From 250 yards up to the position losses began to occur. The whole entrenchment was rimmed with flame and smoke, amid which the active figures of the Dervish riflemen were momentarily visible, and behind the filmy curtain solid masses of swordsmen and spearmen appeared. The fortunate interposition of a small knoll in some degree protected the advance of the Lincoln Regiment, but in both Highland battalions soldiers began to drop. The whole air was full of a strange chirping whistle. The hard pebbly sand was everywhere dashed up into dust spurts. Numerous explosive bullets, fired by the Arabs, made queer startling reports. The roar of the rifles drowned even the noise of the artillery. All the deployed battalions began to suffer. But they and the assaulting columns, regardless of the fire, bore down on the zeriba in all the majesty of war, an avalanche of men, stern, unflinching, utterly irresistible. 200 yards from the entrenchment and 150 from the thorn bushes, independent firing broke out, running along the line from end to end. Shooting continually, but without any hurry or confusion, the British and Soudanese battalions continued their slow, remorseless advance, and it was evident that, in spite of the fierce fire of the defence, which was now causing many casualties, the assault would be successful. The loss during the passage of the zeriba and in the assault of the entrenchments was severe. Captain Finlay and Major Urquhart of the Cameron Highlanders were both mortally wounded in the fight at the stockades, and expired still cheering on their men. Major Napier of the same regiment and Captain Bailey of the Seaforth Highlanders received the wounds, of which they subsequently died, a few yards further on. At all points the troops broke into the enclosure. Behind the stockade there ran a treble trench. The whole interior was honeycombed with pits and holes. From these there now sprang thousands of Dervishes, desperately endeavouring to show a front to the attack. Second Lieutenant Gore, a young officer fresh from Sandhurst, was shot dead between the thorn fence and the stockade. Other officers in the Lincoln and the Warwickshire regiments sustained severe wounds. Many soldiers were killed and wounded in the narrow space. These losses were general throughout the assaulting brigades. In the 5 minutes which were occupied in the passage of the obstruction, about 400 casualties occurred. The attack continued. The British brigade had struck the extremity of the north front of the zeriba, and thus took the whole of the eastern face in enfilade, sweeping it with their terrible musketry from end to end, and strewing the ground with corpses. Although, owing to the lines of advance having converged, there was not room for more than half the force to deploy, the brigades pushed on. The conduct of the attack passed to the company commanders. All these officers kept their heads, and brought their companies up into the general line as the front gradually widened and gaps appeared. So the whole force, companies, battalions, even brigades, mixed up together and formed in one dense, ragged but triumphant line, marched on unchecked towards the river bed, driving their enemies in hopeless confusion before them. Yet, although the Dervishes were unable to make head against the attack, they disdained to run. Many hundreds held their ground, firing their rifles valiantly till the end. Others charged with spear and sword. The greater part retired in skirmishing order, jumping over the numerous pits, walking across the open spaces, and repeatedly turning round to shoot. The 11th Soudanese encountered the most severe resistance after the defences were penetrated. As their 3 deployed companies pressed on through the enclosure, they were confronted by a small inner zeriba, stubbornly defended by the Emir Mahmud's personal bodyguard. These poured a sudden volley into the centre company at close range, and so deadly was the effect that nearly all the company were shot, falling to the ground still in their ranks, so that a British officer passing at a little distance was provoked to inquire what they were doing lying down. Notwithstanding this severe check, the regiment, gallantly led by their colonel and supported by the 10th Soudanese, rushed this last defence and slew its last defenders. Mahmud was himself captured. Having duly inspected his defences and made his dispositions, he had sheltered in a specially constructed casemate. Thence he was now ignominiously dragged, and on his being recognised, the intervention of a British officer alone saved him from the fury of the excited Soudanese. Still the advance continued, and it seemed to those who took part in it more like a horrible nightmare than a waking reality. Captains and subalterns collected whatever men they could, heedless of corps or nationality, and strove to control and direct their fire. Jibba-clad figures sprang out of the ground, fired or charged, and were destroyed at every step. And onwards over their bodies, over pits choked with dead and dying, among heaps of mangled camels and donkeys, among decapitated or eviscerated trunks, the ghastly results of the shell fire, women and little children killed by the bombardment or praying in wild terror for mercy, blacks chained in their trenches, slaughtered in their chains, always onwards marched the conquerors, with bayonets running blood, clothes, hands, and faces all besmeared, the foul stench of a month's accumulated filth in their nostrils, and the savage whistle of random bullets in their ears. But at about 20 minutes past 8 the whole force, with the Seaforth Highlanders well forward on the left, arrived at the bank of the Atbara, having marched completely through the position, and shot or bayoneted all in their path. Hundreds of Dervishes were still visible retiring across the dry bed of the river, and making for the scrub on the opposite bank. The leading companies of the Seaforth Highlanders and Lincolns, with such odd parties of Camerons as had been carried on with the attack, opened a murderous fire on these fugitives. Since they would not run, their loss was heavy, and it was a strange sight, the last vivid impression of the day, to watch them struggling through the deep sand, with the dust knocked up into clouds by the bullets which struck all around them. Very few escaped, and the bodies of the killed lay thickly dotting the river bed with heaps of dirty white. Then at 8:25 the cease-fire sounded, and the battle of the Atbara ended. Forthwith the battalions began to reform, and in every company the roll was called. The losses had been severe. In the assault, a period not exceeding half an hour, 18 British, 16 native officers, and 525 men had been killed or wounded, the greater part during the passage of the zeriba. The actual pursuit was abortive. Colonel Lewis, with his 2 battalions, followed a line of advance which led south of the zeriba, and just before reaching the river bank found and fired upon a few Dervishes retreating through the scrub. All the cavalry and the Camel Corps crossed the Atbara and plunged into the bush on the further side. But so dense and tangled was the country that after 3 miles of peril and perplexity they abandoned the attempt, and the routed Arabs fled unmolested. The Baggara horse had ridden off during the action, headed by the prudent Osman Digna, whose position in the zeriba was conveniently suited to such a manoeuvre, and under that careful leadership suffered little loss. The rest of the army was, however, destroyed or dispersed. The fugitives fled up the Atbara river, leaving many wounded to die in the scrub, all along their line of retreat. Of the powerful force of 12,000 fighting men which Mahmud had gathered at Metemma, scarcely 4,000 reached Gedaret in safety. These survivors were added to the army of Ahmed Fedil, and thus prevented from spreading their evil tidings among the populace at Omdurman. Osman Digna, Wad Bishara, and other important Emirs whose devotion and discretion were undoubted, alone returned to the capital. As soon as the troops were reformed, the zeriba was evacuated, and the army drew up in line along the neighbouring ridge. It was then only 9 o'clock, and the air was still cool and fresh. The soldiers lit fires, made some tea, and ate their rations of biscuits and meat. Then they lay down and waited for evening. Gradually, as the hours passed, the sun became powerful. There was no shade, and only a few thin, leafless bushes rose from the sand. The hours of a day, peculiarly hot, even for the country and season, dragged wearily away. The sandy ridge beat back the rays till the air above was like the breath of a furnace, and the pebbly ground burned. The water in the fantasses and bottles was hot and scarce. The pool of the Atbara was foul and tainted. In spite of the devoted efforts of the few medical officers who had been allowed to accompany the force, the wounded officers and soldiers endured the greatest miseries, and it is certain that several died of their wounds who might in happier circumstances have been saved. Several hundred prisoners were taken. They were mostly negroes, for the Arabs refused to surrender and fought to the last or tried to escape. The captive blacks, who fight with equal willingness on either side, were content to be enlisted in the Soudanese regiments, so that many of those who served the Khalifa on the Atbara helped to destroy him at Omdurman. The most notable prisoner was the Emir Mahmud, a tall, strong Arab, about 30 years old. Immediately after his capture he was dragged before the Sirdar. "Why," inquired the general, "have you come into my country to burn and kill?" "I have to obey my orders, and so have you," retorted the captive sullenly, yet not without a certain dignity. To other questions he returned curt or evasive answers, and volunteered the opinion that all this slaughter would be avenged at Omdurman. He was removed in custody, a fine specimen of proud brutality, worthy perhaps of some better fate than to linger indefinitely in the jail at Rosetta. With the cool of the evening, the army left its bed of torment on the ridge and returned to Umdabia. The homeward march was a severe trial. The troops were exhausted, the ground was broken, the guides, less careful or less fortunate than on the previous night, lost their way. The columns were encumbered with wounded, most of whom were already in a high state of fever, and whose sufferings were painful to witness. It was not until after midnight that the camp was reached. The infantry had been continuously under arms, marching, fighting, or sweltering in the sun, for 30 hours, and most of them had hardly closed their eyes for 2 days. Officers and soldiers, British, Soudanese, and Egyptian, struggled into their bivouacs and fell asleep, very weary but victorious. British and Egyptian casualties on the Atbara included 20 officers and 539 men killed or wounded. The Dervish loss was officially estimated at 40 Emirs and 3,000 Dervishes killed. No statistics as to their wounded are forthcoming. As the Battle of the Atbara had been decisive, the whole expeditionary force went into summer quarters. The Egyptian army was distributed into 3 principal garrisons: 4 battalions at Atbara camp, 6 battalions and the cavalry at Berber, 3 battalions at Abdabia. The artillery and transport were proportionately divided. The British brigade encamped with 2 battalions at Darmali and 2 at the village of Selim, about a mile and a half distant. For the final phase of the campaign 3 new gunboats had been ordered from England. These were now sent in sections over the desert railway. Special arrangements were made to admit of the clumsy loads passing trains on the ordinary sidings. As usual, the contrivances of the railway subalterns were attended with success. Sir H. Kitchener himself proceeded to Abadia to accelerate by his personal activity and ingenuity the construction of the vessels on which so much depended. Here, during the heat of the summer, he remained, nursing his gunboats, maturing his plans, and waiting only for the rise of the river, to complete the downfall of his foes. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The River War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The River War by Winston Churchill. Chapter 13. The Grand Advance. All through the early months of the summer the preparations for the final advance were steadily proceeding. A second British brigade was ordered to the Sudan. A new battery of howitzer artillery, the 37th, firing enormous shells charged with lyddite, was dispatched from England. 2 large 40-pounder guns were sent from Cairo. Another British Maxim battery of 4 guns was formed in Cairo from men of the Royal Irish Fusiliers. 3 new screw gunboats of the largest size and most formidable pattern had been passed over the indefatigable railway in sections, and were now launched on the clear waterway south of the Atbara encampment, and last but not least, the 21st Lancers. The author led a troop in this regiment during the final advance to Omdurman, and it is from this standpoint that the ensuing chapters are to some extent conceived. Were ordered up the Nile. Events now began to move rapidly. Within 3 weeks of the arrival of the reinforcements, the climax of the war was over. Within 5 weeks the British troops were returning home. There was no delay at the Atbara encampment. Even before the whole of the 2nd Brigade had arrived, some of its battalions were being dispatched to Wad Hamed, the new point of concentration. This place was a few miles north of Shabluka and only 58 miles from Omdurman. It was evident, therefore, that the decisive moment of the 3 years' war approached. The staff, the British infantry, 1 squadron, the guns, and the stores were carried south in steamers and barges. The Egyptian division marched to Wad Hamed by brigades. The horses of the batteries, the transport animals of the British division, about 1,400 in number, the chargers of the officers, some cattle, and most of the war correspondents were sent along the left bank of the river, escorted by 2 squadrons of the 21st Lancers and 2 Maxim guns. All the 13 squadrons of cavalry remained 3 days at Wad Hamed. After the fatigues of the march we were glad to have an opportunity of looking about, of visiting regiments known in other circumstances, and of writing a few letters. This last was the most important, for it was now known that after leaving Wad Hamed there would be no post or communication with Cairo and Europe until the action had been fought and all was over. The halt was welcome for another reason. The camp itself was well worth looking at. It lay lengthwise along the river bank, and was nearly 2 miles from end to end. The Nile secured it from attack towards the east. On the western and southern sides were strong lines of thorn bushes, staked down and forming a zeriba, and the north face was protected by a deep artificial watercourse, which allowed the waters of the river to make a considerable inundation. From the bank of this work the whole camp could be seen. Far away to the southward the white tents of the British division, a little nearer rows and rows of grass huts and blanket shelters, the bivouacs of the Egyptian and Sudanese brigades. The Sirdar's large white tent, with the red flag of Egypt flying from a high staff on a small eminence, and to the right the grove of palm trees in which the officers of the Egyptian cavalry had established themselves. The whole riverside was filled by a forest of masts. Crowds of gyassas, barges, and steamers were moored closely together, and while looking at the furled sails, the tangled riggings, and the tall funnels, it was easy for the spectator to imagine that this was the docks of some populous city in a well-developed and civilized land. But the significance of the picture grew when the mind, outstripping the eye, passed beyond the long, low heights of the gorge and cataract of Shabluka, and contemplated the ruins of Khartoum and the city of Omdurman. There were known to be at least 50,000 fighting men collected in their last stronghold. We might imagine the scene of excitement, rumour, and resolve in the threatened capital. The Khalifa declares that he will destroy the impudent invaders. The Mahdi has appeared to him in a dream. Countless angelic warriors will charge with those of Islam. The enemies of God will perish, and their bones will whiten the broad plain. Loud is the boasting, and many are the oaths which are taken, as to what treatment the infidel dogs shall have when they are come to the city walls. The streets swarm with men and resound with their voices. Everywhere is preparation and defiance. And yet over all hangs the dark shadow of fear. Nearer and nearer comes this great serpent of an army, moving so slowly and with such terrible deliberation, but always moving. A week ago it was 60 miles away. Now it is but 50. Next week only 20 miles will intervene, and then the creep of the serpent will cease, and without argument or parley, one way or the other, the end will come. The road to the next camp was a long one, for though Royan Island, opposite to which the site had been selected, was only 7 miles in the direct line, it was necessary to march 8 miles into the desert to avoid the Shabluka heights, and then to turn back to the Nile. The infantry were therefore provided with camel transport to carry sufficient water in small iron tanks for one night, and they were thus able to bivouac halfway, and to complete the journey on the next morning, thus making a 2 days' march. The mounted troops, who remained at Wad Hamed till all had gone south, were ordered to move on the 27th of August, and by a double march catch up the rest of the army. Wad Hamed then ceased for the time being to exist except in name. All the stores and transport were moved by land or water to the south of Shabluka, and an advanced base was formed upon Royan Island. Communications with the Atbara encampment and with Cairo were dropped, and the army carried with them in their boats sufficient supplies to last until after the capture of Omdurman, when the British division would be immediately sent back. It was calculated that the scope of this operation would not be greater than 3 weeks, and on the 27th the army were equipped with 21 days' supplies, of which 2 were carried by the troops, 5 by the regimental barges, and 14 in the army transport sailing vessels. All surplus stores were deposited at Royan Island, where a field hospital was also formed. The expeditionary force, which was thus concentrated, equipped, and supplied for the culminating movement of the River War, was organised as follows: Commander-in-Chief, the Sirdar. The British Division, Major General Gadacre commanding. 1st Brigade, commanded by Brigadier General Wauchope. 1st Battalion, Royal Warwickshire Regiment. 1st Battalion, Lincoln Regiment. 1st Battalion, Seaforth Highlanders. 1st Battalion, Cameron Highlanders. The 2nd Brigade, commanded by Brigadier General Littleton. 1st Battalion, Grenadier Guards. 1st Battalion, Northumberland Fusiliers. 2nd Battalion, Lancashire Fusiliers. 2nd Battalion, Rifle Brigade. The Egyptian Division, Major General Hunter commanding. 1st Brigade, commanded by Colonel MacDonald, consisting of the 2nd Egyptians, the 9th, 10th, and 11th Sudanese. 2nd Brigade, under Colonel Maxwell, consisting of the 8th Egyptians and the 12th, 13th, and 14th Sudanese. 3rd Brigade, under Colonel Lewis, with the 3rd Egyptians, the 4th, 7th, and 15th Egyptians. 4th Brigade, under Colonel Collinson, with the 1st Egyptians, half of the 5th Egyptians, the 17th and 18th Egyptians. Mounted Forces, the 21st Lancers, under Colonel Martin, with 4 squadrons. Camel Corps, under Major Tudway, with 8 companies. Egyptian Cavalry, under Colonel Broadwood, with 9 squadrons. Artillery, Colonel Long commanding. British, 32nd Field Battery, Royal Artillery, with 2 40-pound guns and a total of 8 guns. The 37th Field Battery, Royal Artillery, of 5-inch howitzers, with 6 guns. Egyptian Artillery, the Horse Battery of the Egyptian Army, composed of 6 Krupp guns. No. 1 Field Battery, composed of 6 Maxim Nordenfeldt guns. No. 2 Field Battery, consisting of 6 guns, No. 3 Field Battery, consisting of 6 guns, and No. 4 Field Battery, consisting of 6 guns. Machine guns. British, the detachment of the 16th Company of the Eastern Division Royal Artillery with 6 Maxim guns. Detachment of the Royal Irish Fusiliers Royal Artillery with 4 Maxim guns. Egyptian, 2 Maxim guns to each of the 5 Egyptian batteries, for a total of 10 Maxim guns. Engineers. A detachment of the Royal Engineers. The flotilla commanded by Commander Keppel. 1898 class armored screw gunboats 3, the Sultan, the Melik, the Sheikh, each carrying 2 Nordenfeldt guns, 1 quick-firing 12-pounder gun, 1 howitzer, and 4 Maxims. 1896 class armored screw gunboats 3, the Fateh, the Nasser, the Zafir, each carrying 1 quick-firing 12-pounder gun, 2 6-pounder guns, and 4 Maxims. Old class armored stern-wheel gunboats 4, the Tamai, the Hafir, the Abu Klea, the Matema, each carrying 1 12-pounder gun and 2 Maxim Nordenfeldt guns. Footnote: the steamer El Teb, wrecked at the Fourth Cataract in 1897, had been refloated, and to change the luck was renamed Hafir. Steam transport, 5 steamers, the Dal, the Akasha, the Tara, the Akhma, the Khaibar. The total strength of the expeditionary force amounted to 8,200 British and 17,600 Egyptian soldiers, with 44 guns and 20 Maxims on land, with 36 guns and 24 Maxims on the river, and with 2,469 horses, 896 mules, 3,524 camels, and 229 donkeys, besides followers and private animals. While the army were to move along the west bank of the river, the Omdurman side, a force of Arab irregulars, formed from the friendly tribes, would march along the east bank and clear it of any Dervishes. All the debris which the Egyptian advance had broken off the Dervish Empire was thus to be hurled against that falling state. Eager for plunder, anxious to be on the winning side, sheikhs and emirs from every tribe in the military Soudan had hurried, with what following the years of war had left them, to Wad Hamed. On the 26th of August the force of irregulars numbered about 2,500 men, principally Jaalin survivors, but also comprising bands and individuals of Bisharin, of Hadendoa from Suakin, of Shukriya, the camel breeders, of Batahin, who had suffered a bloody diminution at the Khalifa's hands, of Shagia, Gordon's vexatious allies, and lastly some Jelalab Arabs under a reputed son of Zubeir Pasha. The command of the whole motley force was given to Major Stuart Wortley, Lieutenant Wood accompanying him as staff officer, and the position of these officers among the cowed and untrustworthy Arabs was one of considerable peril. While the infantry divisions were marching round the heights of Shabluka to the camp opposite Royan Island, the steamers and gunboats ascended the stream and passed through the gorge, dragging up with them the whole fleet of barges and gyassas. The northern end of the narrow passage had been guarded by the 5 Dervish forts, which now stood deserted and dismantled. They were well built, and formed nearly a straight line, 4 on one bank and 1 on the other. Each fort had 3 embrasures, and might, when occupied, have been a formidable defence to the cataract. Threshing up against the current, the gunboats and stern-wheelers one after another entered the gorge. The Nile, which below is nearly a mile across, narrows to a bare 200 yards. The pace of the stream becomes more swift. Great swirls and eddies disturb its surface. High on either side rise black, broken, and precipitous cliffs, looking like piles of gigantic stones. Through and among them the flood river pours with a loud roaring, breaking into foam and rapids wherever the submerged rocks are near the surface. Between the barren heights and the water is a strip of green bushes and grass. The bright verdant colour seems the more brilliant by contrast with the muddy water and the sombre rocks. It is a forbidding passage. A few hundred riflemen scattered Afridi-wise among the tops of the hills, a few field guns in the mud forts by the bank, and the door would be shut. The mounted forces marched from Wad Hamed at dawn on the 27th, and, striking out into the desert, skirted the rocky hills. Besides the 21st Lancers and 9 squadrons of Egyptian cavalry, the column included the Camel Corps, 800 strong, and a battery of horse artillery, and it was a fine sight to see all these horsemen and camelmen trotting swiftly across the sand by squadrons and companies, with a great cloud of dust rising from each and drifting away to the northward. The zeriba of the camp at Royan had been already made, and much of the ground cleared by the energy of the Soudanese division, which had been the first to arrive. An advanced depot was established at Royan Island, which was covered with white hospital tents, near which there was a forest of masts and sails. The barges and boats containing the stores and kits awaited the troops, and they had only to bivouac along the river bank and shelter themselves as quickly as possible from the fierce heat of the sun. The dark hills of Shabluka, among and beneath which the camp and army nestled, lay behind us now. To the south the country appeared a level plain covered with bush and only broken by occasional peaks of rock. The eternal Nile flowed swiftly by the tents and shelters, and disappeared mysteriously in the gloom of the gorge, and on the further bank there rose a great mountain, Jebel Royan, from the top of which it was said that men might see Khartoum. The whole army broke camp at Royan on the 28th of August at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and marched to Wadi el Abid 6 miles further south. We now moved on a broad front, which could immediately be converted into a fighting formation. This was the first time that it had been possible to see the whole force, infantry, cavalry, and guns, on the march at once. In the clear air the amazing detail of the picture was striking. There were 6 brigades of infantry, composed of 24 battalions. Yet every battalion showed that it was made up of tiny figures, all perfectly defined on the plain. A Soudanese brigade had been sent on to hold the ground with pickets until the troops had constructed a zeriba. But a single Dervish horseman managed to evade these, and just as the light faded, rode up to the Warwickshire regiment and flung his broad-bladed spear in token of defiance. So great was the astonishment which this unexpected apparition created, that the bold man actually made good his escape uninjured. On the 29th, the forces remained halted opposite Teref, and only the Egyptian cavalry went out to reconnoitre. They searched the country for 8 or 9 miles, and Colonel Broadwood returned in the afternoon, having found a convenient camping ground, but nothing else. During the day the news of 2 river disasters arrived, the first to ourselves, the second to our foes. On the 28th the gunboat Zafir was steaming from the Atbara to Wad Hamed, intending thereafter to ascend the Shabluka cataract. Suddenly, overtaken now as on the eve of the advance on Dongola by misfortune, she sprang a leak, and in spite of every effort to run her ashore, foundered by the head in deep water near Metemmeh. The officers on board, among whom was Keppel, the commander of the whole flotilla, had scarcely time to leap from the wreck, and with difficulty made their way to the shore, where they were afterwards found very cold and hungry. The Sirdar received the news at Royan. His calculations were disturbed by the loss of a powerful vessel, but he had allowed for accidents, and in consequence accepted the misfortune very phlegmatically. The days of struggling warfare were over, and the general knew that he had a safe margin of strength. The other catastrophe afflicted the Khalifa, and its tale was brought to the advancing army by the intelligence spies, who to the last, even when the forces were closing, tried to pass between them. Not content with building batteries along the banks, Abdullah, fearing the gunboats, had resolved to mine the river. An old officer of the old Egyptian army, long a prisoner in Omdurman, was brought from his chains and ordered to construct mines. 2 iron boilers were filled with gunpowder, and it was arranged that these should be sunk in the Nile at convenient spots. Buried in the powder of each was a loaded pistol with a string attached to the trigger. On pulling the string, the pistol, and consequently the mine, would be exploded. So the Khalifa argued, nor was he wrong. It was resolved to lay one mine first. On the 17th of August, the Dervish steamer Ismailia moved out into the middle of the Nile, carrying one of the boilers fully charged and equipped with pistol detonator. Arrived at the selected spot, the great cylinder of powder was dropped over the side. Its efficiency as a destructive engine was immediately demonstrated, for, on the string being pulled by accident, the pistol discharged itself, the powder exploded, and the Ismailia and all on board were blown to pieces. Undeterred by the loss of life, and encouraged by the manifest power of the contrivance, the Khalifa immediately ordered the second of the 2 boilers to be sunk in the stream. As the old Egyptian officer had been killed by the explosion, the Emir in charge of the arsenal was entrusted with the perilous business. He rose, however, to the occasion, and having first taken the precaution of letting the water into the boiler so as to damp the powder, he succeeded in laying the second mine in midstream, to the joy and delight of Abdullah, who, not understanding that it was now useless, overwhelmed him with praise and presents. Beguiled with such stories and diversions, the day of rest at Wadi el Abid passed swiftly. Night brought beetles, bugs, and ants, and several men were stung by scorpions, a most painful though not dangerous affair. Towards morning it began to rain, and everyone was drenched and chilled when the sun rose across the river from behind a great conical hill and dispersed the cloud into wisps of creamy flame. Then we mounted and set out. This day the army moved prepared for immediate action, and all the cavalry were thrown out 10 miles in front in a great screen which reached from the gunboats on the river to the Camel Corps far out in the desert. When we had advanced a little further, there arose above the scrub the dark outlines of a rocky peak, the hill of Merah. The whole of the 21st Lancers now concentrated, and, trotting quickly forward, occupied this position, whence a considerable tract of country was visible. We were hardly 25 miles from Khartoum, and of that distance at least 10 miles were displayed. Yet there were no enemy. Had they all fled? Would there be no opposition? Should we find Omdurman deserted or submissive? These were questions which occurred to everyone, and many answered them affirmatively. Colonel Martin had meanwhile heliographed back to the Sirdar that all the ground was up to this point clear, and that there were no Dervishes to be seen. After some delay, orders were signalled back for one squadron to remain till sunset in observation on the hill, and for the rest to return to camp. With 2 troops thrown out a mile in front, we waited watching on the hill. Time passed slowly, for the sun was hot. Suddenly it became evident that one of the advanced troops was signalling energetically. The message was spelt out. The officer with the troop perceived Dervishes in his front. We looked through our glasses. It was true. There, on a white patch of sand, among the bushes of the plain, were a lot of little brown spots, moving slowly across the front of the cavalry outposts towards an Egyptian squadron which was watching far out to the westward. There may have been 70 horsemen altogether. We could not take our eyes off those distant specks we had travelled so far, if possible, to destroy. Presently the Dervish patrol approached our right troop, and apparently came nearer than they imagined, for the officer who commanded, Lieutenant Connolly, opened fire on them with carbines, and we saw them turn and ride back, but without hurrying. The camp to which we returned was a very different place from the one we had left in the morning. Instead of lying along the river bank, it was pitched in the thinner scrub. The bushes had on all sides been cut down, the ground cleared, and an immense oblong zeriba was built, around which the 6 brigades were drawn up, and into which cavalry, guns, and transport were closely packed. Very early next morning the advance was continued. The army paraded by starlight, and with the first streak of the dawn the cavalry were again flung far out in advance. Secure behind the screen of horsemen and Camel Corps, the infantry advanced in regular array. Up to the 27th of August the force marched by divisions, but on and after the 30th of August the whole force commenced to march in fighting formation. The British division was on the left, the Egyptian army on the right. All the brigades marched in line or in a slight echelon. The flank brigades kept their flank battalions in column or in fours. Other British battalions had 6 companies in the front line, in company columns of fours, and 2 companies in support. The Egyptian brigades usually marched with 3 battalions in the front line and 1 in reserve, each of the 3 in the front having 4 companies in front and 2 in support. The spectacle of the moving army, the Grand Army of the Nile, as it advanced towards its goal was especially wonderful in the clear air of the early morning. A long row of great brown masses of infantry and artillery, with a fringe of cavalry dotting the plain for miles in front, with the Camel Corps, chocolate-coloured men on cream-coloured camels, stretching into the desert on the right, and the white gunboats stealing silently up the river on the left, scrutinising the banks with their guns, while far in rear the transport trailed away into the mirage, and far in front the field glass disclosed the enemy's patrols. Day after day, and hour after hour, the advance was maintained. Arrived at the camping ground, the zeriba had to be built, and this involved a long afternoon of fatigue. In the evening, when the dusty, tired-out squadrons returned, the troopers attended to their horses, and so went to sleep in peace. It was then that the dusty, tired-out infantry provided sentries and pickets, who in a ceaseless succession paced the zeriba and guarded its occupants. The position of the next camp was a strong one, on a high swell of open ground which afforded a clear field of fire in every direction. Everyone that night lay down to sleep with a feeling of keen expectancy. One way or the other, all doubts would be settled the next day. The cavalry would ride over the Kerreri hills, if they were not occupied by the enemy, and right up to the walls of Omdurman. If the Dervishes had any army, if there was to be any battle, we should know within a few hours. The telegrams which were dispatched that evening were the last to reach England before the event. During the night heavy rain fell, and all the country was drenched. The telegraph wire had been laid along the ground, as there had been no time to pole it. The sand when dry is a sufficient insulator, but when wet its non-conductivity is destroyed. Hence all communications ceased, and those at home who had husbands, sons, brothers, or friends in the expeditionary force were left in an uncertainty as great as that in which we slept, and far more painful. The long day had tired everyone. Indeed, the whole fortnight since the cavalry convoy had started from the Atbara had been a period of great exertion, and the Lancers, officers and men, were glad to eat a hasty meal and forget the fatigues of the day, the hardness of the ground, and the anticipations of the morrow in deep sleep. The camp was watched by the infantry, whose labours did not end with the daylight. At 2 o'clock in the morning the clouds broke in rain and storm. Great blue flashes of lightning lit up the wide expanse of sleeping figures, of crowded animals, and of shelters fluttering in the wind, and from the centre of the camp it was even possible to see for an instant the continuous line of sentries who watched throughout the night with ceaseless vigilance. Nor was this all. Far away, near the Kerreri hills, the yellow light of a burning village shot up, unquenched by the rain, and only invisible in the brightest flashes of the lightning. There was war to the southward. End of chapter. Chapter 14 of The River War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The River War. by Winston Churchill. Chapter 14. The Operations of the 1st of September. The British and Egyptian cavalry, supported by the Camel Corps and Horse Artillery, trotted out rapidly, and soon interposed a distance of 8 miles between them and the army. As before, the 21st Lancers were on the left nearest the river, and the Khedivial squadrons curved backwards in a wide half-moon to protect the right flank. Meanwhile the gunboat flotilla was seen to be in motion. The white boats began to ascend the stream leisurely. Yet their array was significant. Hitherto they had moved at long and indefinite intervals, one following perhaps a mile, or even 2 miles, behind the other. Now a regular distance of about 300 yards was observed. The orders of the cavalry were to reconnoitre Omdurman; of the gunboats, to bombard it. As soon as the squadrons of the 21st Lancers had turned the shoulder of the steep Kerreri hills, we saw in the distance a yellow-brown pointed dome rising above the blurred horizon. It was the Mahdi's tomb, standing in the very heart of Omdurman. From the high ground the field glass disclosed rows and rows of mud houses, making a dark patch on the brown of the plain. To the left the river, steel grey in the morning light, forked into 2 channels, and, on the tongue of land between them, the gleam of a white building showed among the trees. Before us were the ruins of Khartoum and the confluence of the Blue and White Niles. A black, solitary hill rose between the Kerreri position and Omdurman. A long, low ridge running from it concealed the ground beyond. For the rest there was a wide rolling, sandy plain of great extent, surrounded on 3 sides by rocky hills and ridges, and patched with coarse, starveling grass or occasional bushes. By the banks of the river which framed the picture on the left stood a straggling mud village, and this, though we did not know it, was to be the field of Omdurman. It was deserted. Not a living creature could be seen. And now there were many who said once and for all that there would be no fight, for here we were arrived at the very walls of Omdurman, and never an enemy to bar our path. Then, with 4 squadrons looking very tiny on the broad expanse of ground, we moved steadily forward, and at the same time the Egyptian cavalry and the Camel Corps entered the plain several miles further to the west, and they too began to trot across it. It was about 3 miles to the last ridge which lay between us and the city. If there was a Dervish army, if there was to be a battle, if the Khalifa would maintain his boast and accept the arbitrament of war, much must be visible from that ridge. We looked over. At first nothing was apparent except the walls and houses of Omdurman, and the sandy plain sloping up from the river to distant hills. Then 4 miles away on our right front emerged a long black line with white spots. It was the enemy. It seemed to us, as we looked, that there might be 3,000 men behind a high dense zeriba of thorn bushes. That, said the officers, was better than nothing. It is scarcely necessary to describe our tortuous movements towards the Dervish position. Looking at it now from one point of view, now from another, but always edging nearer, the cavalry slowly approached, and halted in the plain about 3 miles away. 3 great serpents of men, the light-coloured one, the 21st Lancers, a much longer and a blacker one, the Egyptian squadrons, a mottled one, the Camel Corps and Horse Artillery. From this distance a clearer view was possible, and we distinguished many horsemen riding about the flanks and front of the broad dark line which crowned the crest of the slope. A few of these rode carelessly towards the squadrons to look at them. They were not apparently acquainted with the long range of the Lee Metford carbine. Several troops were dismounted, and at 800 yards fire was made on them. 2 were shot and fell to the ground. Their companions, dismounting, examined them, picked up one, let the other lie, and resumed their ride, without acknowledging the bullets by even an increase of pace. While this passed, so did the time. It was now nearly 11 o'clock. Suddenly the whole black line which seemed to be zeriba began to move. It was made of men, not bushes. Behind it other immense masses and lines of men appeared over the crest, and while we watched, amazed by the wonder of the sight, The whole face of the slope became black with swarming savages. 4 miles from end to end, and as it seemed, in 5 great divisions, this mighty army advanced, swiftly. The whole side of the hill seemed to move. Between the masses, horsemen galloped continually. Before them many patrols dotted the plain. Above them waved hundreds of banners, and the sun, glinting on many thousand hostile spear points, spread a sparkling cloud. It is now known that the Khalifa had succeeded in concentrating at Omdurman an army of more than 60,000 men. He remembered that all the former victories over the Egyptians had been won by the Dervishes attacking. He knew that in all the recent defeats they had stood on the defensive. He therefore determined not to oppose the advance at Shabluka or on the march thence to Omdurman. All was to be staked on the issue of a great battle on the plains of Kerreri. The Mahdi's prophecy was propitious. The strength of the Dervish army seemed overwhelming. When the Turks arrived, they should be driven into the river. Accordingly, the Khalifa had only watched the advance of the expeditionary force from Wad Hamed with a patrol of cavalry about 200 strong. On the 30th he was informed that the enemy drew near, and on the 31st he assembled his bodyguard and regular army, with the exception of the men needed for the river batteries, on the Omdurman parade ground. He harangued the leaders, and remained encamped with his troops during the night. The next day all the male population of the city were compelled to join the army in the field, and only the gunners and garrisons on the river face remained within. In spite, however, of his utmost vigilance, nearly 6,000 men deserted during the nights of the 31st of August and the 1st of September. This and the detachments in the forts reduced the force actually engaged in the battle to 52,000 men. The host that now advanced towards the British and Egyptian cavalry was perhaps 4,000 stronger. Their array was regular and precise, and, facing northeast, stretched for more than 4 miles from flank to flank. A strong detachment of the Mulazemin, or Guard, was extended in front of the centre. Ali Wad Helu, with his bright green flag, prolonged the line to the left, and his 5,000 warriors, chiefly of the Degheim and Kanana tribes, soon began to reach out towards the Egyptian cavalry. The centre and main force of the army was composed of the regular troops, formed in squares under Osman Sheikh ed Din and Osman Azrak. This great body comprised 12,000 black riflemen and about 13,000 black and Arab spearmen. In their midst rose the large dark green flag which the Sheikh ed Din had adopted to annoy Ali Wad Helu, of whose distinctive emblem he was inordinately jealous. The Khalifa with his own bodyguard, about 2,000 strong, followed the centre. In rear of all marched Yakub with the black flag and 13,000 men, nearly all swordsmen and spearmen, who with those extended in front of the army constituted the guard. The right wing was formed by the brigade of the Khalifa Sharif, consisting of 2,000 Danagla tribesmen, whose principal ensign was a broad red flag. Osman Digna, with about 1,700 Hadendoa, guarded the extreme right and the flank nearest Omdurman, and his fame needed no flag. Such was the great army which now moved swiftly towards the watching squadrons, and these, pausing on the sandy ridge, pushed out a fringe of tentative patrols, as if to assure themselves that what they saw was real. The Egyptian cavalry had meanwhile a somewhat different view of the spectacle. Working on the right of the 21st Lancers, and keeping further from the river, the leading squadrons had reached the extreme western end of the Kerreri ridge at about 7 o'clock. From here the Mahdi's tomb was visible, and, since the rocks of Surgham did not obstruct the view from this point, the British officers, looking through their field glasses, saw what appeared to be a long column of brown spots moving southwestwards across the wide plain which stretches away to the west of Omdurman. The telescope, an invaluable aid to reconnaissance, developed the picture. The brown objects proved to be troops of horses grazing, and beyond, to the southward, camels and white flapping tents could be distinguished. There were no signs that a retreat was in progress, but from such a distance, nearly 4 miles, no certain information could be obtained, and Colonel Broadwood decided to advance closer. He accordingly led his whole command southwestward towards a round-topped hill which rose about 4 miles from the end of the Kerreri Ridge, and was one of the more distant hill features bounding the plain on the western side. The Egyptian cavalry moved slowly across the desert to this new point of observation. On their way they traversed the end of the Khor Shambat, a long depression which is the natural drainage channel of the plains of Kerreri and Omdurman, and joins the Nile about 4 miles from the city. The heavy rain of the previous night had made the low ground swampy, and pools of water stood in the soft wet sand. The passage, however, presented no great difficulty, and at 11:30 the Egyptian squadrons began to climb the lower slopes of the round-topped hill. Here the whole scene burst suddenly upon them. Scarcely 3 miles away the Dervish army was advancing with the regularity of parade. The south wind carried the martial sound of horns and drums and, far more menacing, the deep murmur of a multitude to the astonished officers. Like the 21st Lancers, 3 miles away to their left, at the end of the long sandy ridge which runs westward from Surgham, the soldiers remained for a space spellbound. But all eyes were soon drawn from the thrilling spectacle of the Dervish advance by the sound of guns on the river. At about 11 o'clock the gunboats had ascended the Nile, and now engaged the enemy's batteries on both banks. Throughout the day the loud reports of their guns could be heard, and, looking from our position on the ridge, we could see the white vessels steaming slowly forward against the current, under clouds of black smoke from their furnaces and amid other clouds of white smoke from the artillery. The forts, which mounted nearly 50 guns, replied vigorously, but the British aim was accurate and their fire crushing. The embrasures were smashed to bits, and many of the Dervish guns dismounted. The rifle trenches which flanked the forts were swept by the Maxim guns. The heavier projectiles, striking the mud walls of the works and houses, dashed the red dust high into the air, and scattered destruction around. Despite the tenacity and courage of the Dervish gunners, they were driven from their defences and took refuge among the streets of the city. The great wall of Omdurman was breached in many places, and a large number of unfortunate non-combatants were killed and wounded. Meanwhile the Arab irregulars, under Major Wortley, had been sharply engaged. That officer's orders were to cooperate with the flotilla by taking in rear the forts and fortified villages on the east bank of the river. As soon as the gunboats had silenced the lower forts, Major Wortley ordered the irregulars to advance on them and on the houses. He placed the Jaalin, who were practically the only trustworthy men in his force, in reserve, and formed the tribes according to their capabilities and prejudices. On the order to attack being given, the whole force, some 3,000 strong, advanced on the buildings, from which the Dervishes at once opened fire. Arrived within 500 yards they halted, and began to discharge their rifles in the air. They also indulged in frantic dances expressive of their fury and valour, but declined to advance any further. Major Wortley then ordered the Jaalin to attack. These, formed in a long column, animated by the desire for vengeance, and being besides brave men, moved upon the village at a slow pace, and, surrounding one house after another, captured it and slew all its defenders, including the Dervish Emir and 350 of his followers. The Jaalin themselves suffered a loss of about 60 killed and wounded. The village being captured, and the enemy on the east bank killed or dispersed, the gunboats proceeded to engage the batteries higher up the river. The howitzer battery was now landed, and at 1:30 began to bombard the Mahdi's tomb. This part of the proceedings was plainly visible to us, waiting and watching on the ridge, and its interest even distracted attention from the Dervish army. The dome of the tomb rose tall and prominent above the mud houses of the city. A lyddite shell burst over it, a great flash, a white ball of smoke, and, after a pause, the dull thud of the distant explosion. Another followed. At the third shot, instead of the white smoke, there was a prodigious cloud of red dust, in which the whole tomb disappeared. When this cleared away, we saw that, instead of being pointed, it was now flat-topped. Other shells continued to strike it with like effect, some breaking holes in the dome, others smashing off the cupolas, all enveloping it in dust. All this time the Dervishes were coming nearer, and the steady and continuous advance of the great army compelled the Egyptian cavalry to mount their horses and trot off to some safer point of view. Colonel Broadwood conceived his direct line of retreat to Camp Threatened, and shortly after 1 o'clock he began a regular retirement. 8 squadrons of Egyptian cavalry and the horse artillery moved off first. 5 companies of the Camel Corps, a Maxim gun section, and the 9th Squadron of cavalry followed as a rear guard under Major Tudway. The Dervish horsemen contented themselves with firing occasional shots, which were replied to by the Camel Corps with volleys whenever the ground was suited to dismounted action. From time to time one of the more daring Arabs would gallop after the retreating squadrons, but a shot from a carbine or a threatened advance always brought the adventurous horsemen to a halt. The retirement was continued without serious interference, and the boggy ground of the Khor Shambat was recrossed in safety. As soon as the Egyptian squadrons, a darker mass under the dark hills to the westward, were seen to be in retirement, the 21st Lancers were withdrawn slowly along the sandy ridge towards the rocks of Surgham, the position whence we had first seen the Dervish army. The regiment wheeled about and fell back by alternate wings, dropping 2 detached troops to the rear and flanks to make the enemy's patrols keep their distance. But when the Arab horsemen saw all the cavalry retiring, they became very bold, and numerous small groups of 5s and 6s began to draw nearer at a trot. Accordingly, whenever the ground was favourable, the squadrons halted in turn for a few minutes to fire on them. In this way perhaps half a dozen were killed or wounded. The others, however, paid little attention to the bullets, and continued to pry curiously, until at last it was thought necessary to send a troop to drive them away. The score of Lancers galloped back towards the inquisitive patrols in the most earnest fashion. The Dervishes, although more numerous, were scattered about in small parties, and being unable to collect, they declined the combat. The great army, however, still advanced majestically, pressing the cavalry back before it, and it was evident that if the Khalifa's movement continued, in spite of it being nearly 1 o'clock, there would be a collision between the main forces before the night. From the summit of the Black Hill of Surgham, the scene was extraordinary. The great army of Dervishes was dwarfed by the size of the landscape to mere dark smears and smudges on the brown of the plain. Looking east, another army was now visible, the British and Egyptian army. All 6 brigades had passed the Kerreri Hills, and now stood drawn up in a crescent, with their backs to the Nile. The transport and the houses of the village of Igaiga filled the enclosed space. Neither force could see the other, though but 5 miles divided them. The array of the enemy was, without doubt, both longer and deeper. Yet there seemed a superior strength in the solid battalions, whose lines were so straight that they might have been drawn with a ruler. The camp presented an animated appearance. The troops had piled arms after the march, and had already built a slender hedge of thorn bushes around them. Now they were eating their dinners, and in high expectation of a fight. The whole army had been ordered to stand to arms at 2 o'clock in formation to resist the attack which it seemed the Dervishes were about to deliver. But at 1:45 the Dervish army halted. Their drill was excellent, and they all stopped as by a single command. Then suddenly their riflemen discharged their rifles in the air with a great roar, a barbaric feu de joie. The smoke sprang up along the whole front of their array, running from one end to the other. After this they lay down on the ground, and it became certain that the matter would not be settled that day. We remained in our position among the sandhills of the ridge until the approach of darkness, and during the afternoon various petty encounters took place between our patrols and those of the enemy, resulting in a loss to them of about a dozen killed and wounded, and to us of 1 corporal wounded and 1 horse killed. Then, as the light failed, we returned to the river to water and encamp, passing into the zeriba through the ranks of the British division, where officers and men, looking out steadfastly over the fading plain, asked us whether the enemy were coming, and if so, when. And it was with confidence and satisfaction that we replied, and they heard, "Probably at daylight." When the gunboats had completed their bombardment, had sunk a Dervish steamer, had silenced all the hostile batteries, and had sorely battered the Mahdi's tomb, they returned leisurely to the camp, and lay moored close to the bank to lend the assistance of their guns in case of attack. As the darkness became complete, they threw their powerful searchlights over the front of the zeriba and on to the distant hills. The wheeling beams of dazzling light swept across the desolate, not yet deserted, plain. The Dervish army lay for the night along the eastern slope of the Shambat depression. All the 50,000 faithful warriors rested in their companies near the flags of their emirs. The Khalifa slept in rear of the centre of his host, surrounded by his generals. Suddenly the whole scene was lit by a pale glare. Abdullah and the chiefs sprang up. Everything around them was bathed in an awful white illumination. Far away by the river there gleamed a brilliant circle of light, the cold, pitiless eye of a demon. The Khalifa put his hand on Osman Azrak's shoulder, Osman, who was to lead the frontal attack at dawn, and whispered, "What is this strange thing?" "Sire," replied Osman, "they are looking at us." Thereat a great fear filled all their minds. The Khalifa had a small tent, which showed conspicuously in the searchlight. He had it hurriedly pulled down. Some of the emirs covered their faces, lest the baleful rays should blind them. All feared that some terrible projectile would follow in the path of the light. And then suddenly it passed on, for the sapper who worked the lens could see nothing at that distance but the brown plain, and swept along the ranks of the sleeping army, rousing up the startled warriors as a wind sweeps over a field of standing corn. The Anglo-Egyptian army had not formed a quadrilateral camp as on other nights, but had lain down to rest in the formation for attack they had assumed in the afternoon. Every 50 yards behind the thorn bushes were double sentries. Every 100 yards a patrol with an officer was to be met. 50 yards in rear of this line lay the battalions, the men in all their ranks, armed and accoutred, but sprawled into every conceivable attitude which utter weariness could suggest or dictate. The enemy, twice as strong as the expeditionary force, were within 5 miles. They had advanced that day with confidence and determination. But it seemed impossible to believe that they would attack by daylight across the open ground. Two explanations of their advance and halt presented themselves. Either they had offered battle in a position where they could not themselves be attacked until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and hoped that the Sirdar's army, even though victorious, would have to fight a rearguard action in the darkness to the river, or they intended to make a night attack. It was not likely that an experienced commander would accept battle at so late an hour in the day. If the Dervishes were anxious to attack, so much the worse for them. But the army would remain strictly on the defensive, at any rate, until there was plenty of daylight. The alternative remained a night attack. Here lay the great peril which threatened the expedition. What was to be done with the troops during the hours of darkness? In the daytime they recked little of their enemy, but at night, when 400 yards was the extreme range at which their fire could be opened, it was a matter of grave doubt whether the front could be kept and the attack repelled. The consequences of the line being penetrated in the darkness were appalling to think of. The sudden appearance of crowds of figures swarming to the attack through the gloom, the wild outburst of musketry and artillery all along the zeriba, the crowds still coming on in spite of the bullets, the fire getting uncontrolled, and then a great bunching and crumpling of some part of the front, and mad confusion in which a multitude of fierce swordsmen could surge through the gap, cutting and slashing at every living thing, in which transport animals would stampede and rush wildly in all directions, upsetting every formation, and destroying all attempts to restore order.
in which regiments and brigades would shift for themselves and fire savagely on all sides, slaying alike friend and foe, and out of which only a few thousand, perhaps only a few hundred demoralized men, would escape in barges and steamers to tell the tale of ruin and defeat. The picture, true or false, flamed before the eyes of all the leaders that night. But, whatever their doubts may have been, their tactics were bold. Whatever advice was given, whatever opinions were expressed, the responsibility was Sir Herbert Kitchener's. Upon his shoulders lay the burden, and the decision that was taken must be attributed solely to him. He might have formed the army into a solid mass of men and animals, arranged the infantry 4 deep all round the perimeter, and dug as big a ditch or built as high a zeriba as time allowed. He might have filled the numerous houses with the infantry, making them join the buildings with hasty entrenchments, and so enclose a little space in which to squeeze cavalry, transport, and guns. Instead, he formed his army in a long, thin curve, resting on the river and enclosing a wide area of ground, about which baggage and animals were scattered in open order and luxurious accommodation. His line was but 2 deep, and only 2 companies per battalion and 1 Egyptian brigade, Collinson's, were in reserve. He thus obtained the greatest possible development of fire, and waited, prepared if necessary to stake everything on the arms of precision, but hoping with fervour that he would not be compelled to gamble by night. The night was, however, undisturbed, and the moonlit camp, with its anxious generals, its weary soldiers, its fearful machinery of destruction, all strewn along the bank of the great river, remained plunged in silence, as if brooding over the chances of the morrow and the failures of the past. And hardly 4 miles away another army, twice as numerous, equally confident, equally brave, were waiting impatiently for the morning, and the final settlement of the long quarrel. End of chapter 14. Part 1 of Chapter 15 of The River War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The River War by Winston Churchill. Chapter 15, Part 1. The Battle of Omdurman. September 2, 1898. The bugles all over the camp by the river began to sound at 4:30. The cavalry trumpets and the drums and fifes of the British division joined the chorus, and everyone awoke amid a confusion of merry or defiant notes. Then it grew gradually lighter, and the cavalry mounted their horses, the infantry stood to their arms, and the gunners went to their batteries, while the sun, rising over the Nile, revealed the wide plain, the dark rocky hills, and the waiting army. It was as if all the preliminaries were settled, the ground cleared, and nothing remained but the final act and the rigor of the game. Even before it became light, several squadrons of British and Egyptian cavalry were pushed swiftly forward to gain contact with the enemy and learn his intentions. The first of these, under Captain Baring, occupied Surgham Hill, and waited in the gloom until the whereabouts of the Dervishes should be disclosed by the dawn. It was a perilous undertaking, for he might have found them unexpectedly near. As the sun rose, the 21st Lancers trotted out of the zeriba and threw out a spray of officers' patrols. As there had been no night attack, it was expected that the Dervish army would have retired to their original position or entered the town. It was hardly conceivable that they would advance across the open ground to attack the zeriba by daylight. Indeed, it appeared more probable that their hearts had failed them in the night, and that they had melted away into the desert. But these anticipations were immediately dispelled by the scene which was visible from the crest of the ridge. It was 6:15. The light was dim, but growing stronger every minute. There in the plain lay the enemy, their numbers unaltered, their confidence and intentions apparently unshaken. Their front was now nearly 5 miles long, and composed of great masses of men joined together by thinner lines.
Behind and near to the flanks were large reserves. From the ridge they looked dark blurs and streaks, relieved and diversified with an odd-looking shimmer of light from the spear points. At about 10 minutes to 6 it was evident that the masses were in motion and advancing swiftly. Their emirs galloped about and before their ranks. Scouts and patrols scattered themselves all over the front. Then they began to cheer. They were still a mile away from the hill and were concealed from the Sirdar's army by the folds of the ground. The noise of the shouting was heard, albeit faintly, by the troops down by the river. But to those watching on the hill a tremendous roar came up in waves of intense sound, like the tumult of the rising wind and sea before a storm. The British and Egyptian forces were arranged in line, with their back to the river. The flanks were secured by the gunboats lying moored in the stream. Before them was the rolling sandy plain, looking from the slight elevation of the ridge smooth and flat as a table. To the right rose the rocky hills of the Kerreri position, near which the Egyptian cavalry were drawn up, a dark solid mass of men and horses. On the left the 21st Lancers, with a single squadron thrown out in advance, were halted watching their patrols, who climbed about Surgham Hill, stretched forward beyond it, or perched, as we did, on the ridge. The ground sloped gently up from the river, so that it seemed as if the landward ends of the Surgham and Kerreri ridges curved in towards each other, enclosing what lay between. Beyond the long swell of sand which formed the western wall of this spacious amphitheatre, the black shapes of the distant hills rose in misty confusion. The challengers were already in the arena. Their antagonists swiftly approached. Although the Dervishes were steadily advancing, a belief that their musketry was inferior encouraged a nearer view, and we trotted round the southwest slopes of Surgham Hill until we reached the sand hills on the enemy's side, among which the regiment had waited the day before. Thence the whole array was visible in minute detail. It seemed that every man of all the thousands could be examined separately. The pace of their march was fast and steady, and it was evident that it would not be safe to wait long among the sandhills. Yet the wonder of the scene exercised a dangerous fascination, and for a while we tarried. The emblems of the more famous emirs were easily distinguishable. On the extreme left the chiefs and soldiers of the bright green flag gathered under Ali Wad Helu. Between this and the centre the large dark green flag of Osman Sheikh ed Din rose above a dense mass of spearmen, preceded by long lines of warriors armed presumably with rifles. Over the centre, commanded by Yakub, the sacred black banner of the Khalifa floated high and remarkable, while on the right a great square of Dervishes was arrayed under an extraordinary number of white flags, amid which the red ensign of Sherif was almost hidden. All the pride and might of the Dervish Empire were massed on this last great day of its existence. Riflemen who had helped to destroy Hicks, spearmen who had charged at Abu Klea, emirs who saw the sack of Gondar, Baggara fresh from raiding the Shiluks, warriors who had besieged Khartoum, all marched, inspired by the memories of former triumphs and embittered by the knowledge of late defeats, to chastise the impudent and accursed invaders. The advance continued. The Dervish left began to stretch out across the plain towards Kerreri, as I thought, to turn our right flank. Their centre, under the black flag, moved directly towards Surgham. The right pursued a line of advance south of that hill. This mass of men were the most striking of all. They could not have mustered fewer than 6,000. Their array was perfect. They displayed a great number of flags, perhaps 500, which looked at the distance white, though they were really covered with texts from the Koran, and which by their admirable alignment made this division of the Khalifa's army look like the old representations of the Crusaders in the Bayeux tapestry. The attack developed. The left, nearly 20,000 strong, toiled across the plain and approached the Egyptian squadrons. The leading masses of the centre deployed facing the zeriba and marched forthwith to the direct assault. As the whole Dervish army continued to advance, the division with the white flags, which had until now been echeloned in rear of their right, moved up into the general line and began to climb the southern slopes of Surgham Hill. Meanwhile yet another body of the enemy, comparatively insignificant in numbers, who had been drawn up behind the white flags, were moving slowly towards the Nile, echeloned still further behind their right, and not far from the suburbs of Omdurman. These men had evidently been posted to prevent the Dervish army being cut off from the city and to secure their line of retreat, and with them the 21st Lancers were destined to have a much closer acquaintance about 2 hours later. The Dervish centre had come within range. But it was not the British and Egyptian army that began the battle. If there was one arm in which the Arabs were beyond all comparison inferior to their adversaries, it was in guns. Yet it was with this arm that they opened their attack. In the middle of the Dervish line, now marching in frontal assault, were two puffs of smoke. About 50 yards short of the thorn fence, two red clouds of sand and dust sprang up, where the projectiles had struck. It looked like a challenge. It was immediately answered. Great clouds of smoke appeared all along the front of the British and Soudanese brigades. One after another 4 batteries opened on the enemy at a range of about 3,000 yards. The sound of the cannonade rolled up to us on the ridge and was re-echoed by the hills. Above the heads of the moving masses shells began to burst, dotting the air with smoke balls and the ground with bodies. But a nearer tragedy impended. The white flags were nearly over the crest. In another minute they would become visible to the batteries. Did they realize what would come to meet them? They were in a dense mass, 2,800 yards from the 32nd Field Battery and the gunboats. The ranges were known. It was a matter of machinery. The more distant slaughter passed unnoticed, as the mind was fascinated by the approaching horror. In a few seconds, swift destruction would rush on these brave men. They topped the crest and drew out into full view of the whole army. Their white banners made them conspicuous above all. As they saw the camp of their enemies, they discharged their rifles with a great roar of musketry and quickened their pace. For a moment the white flags advanced in regular order, and the whole division crossed the crest and were exposed. Forthwith the gunboats, the 32nd British Field Battery, and other guns from the zeriba opened on them. About 20 shells struck them in the first minute. Some burst high in the air, others exactly in their faces. Others, again, plunged into the sand and, exploding, dashed clouds of red dust, splinters, and bullets amid their ranks. The white banners toppled over in all directions. Yet they rose again immediately, as other men pressed forward to die for the Mahdi's sacred cause, and in the defence of the successor of the true prophet. It was a terrible sight, for as yet they had not hurt us at all, and it seemed an unfair advantage to strike thus cruelly when they could not reply. Under the influence of the shells, the mass of the white flags dissolved into thin lines of spearmen and skirmishers, and came on in altered formation and diminished numbers, but with unabated enthusiasm. And now, the whole attack being thoroughly exposed, it became the duty of the cavalry to clear the front as quickly as possible, and leave the further conduct of the debate to the infantry and the Maxim guns. All the patrols trotted or cantered back to their squadrons, and the regiment retired swiftly into the zeriba, while the shells from the gunboats screamed overhead, and the whole length of the position began to burst into flame and smoke. Nor was it long before the tremendous banging of the artillery was swollen by the roar of musketry. Taking advantage of the shelter of the river bank, the cavalry dismounted. We watered our horses, waited, and wondered what was happening. And every moment the tumult grew louder and more intense, until even the flickering stutter of the Maxims could scarcely be heard above the continuous din. 80 yards away, and perhaps 20 feet above us, the 32nd Field Battery was in action. The nimble figures of the gunners darted about as they busied themselves in their complicated process of destruction. The officers, some standing on biscuit boxes, peered through their glasses and studied the effect. Of this I had one glimpse. 800 yards away a ragged line of men were coming on desperately, struggling forward in the face of the pitiless fire. white banners tossing and collapsing, white figures subsiding in dozens to the ground, little white puffs from their rifles, larger white puffs spreading in a row all along their front from the bursting shrapnel. The infantry fired steadily and stolidly, without hurry or excitement, for the enemy were far away and the officers careful. Besides, the soldiers were interested in the work and took great pains. But presently the mere physical act became tedious. The tiny figures seen over the slide of the back sight seemed a little larger, but also fewer at each successive volley. The rifles grew hot, so hot that they had to be changed for those of the reserve companies. The Maxim guns exhausted all the water in their jackets, and several had to be refreshed from the water bottles of the Cameron Highlanders before they could go on with their deadly work. The empty cartridge cases, tinkling to the ground, formed a small but growing heap beside each man. And all the time, out on the plain on the other side, bullets were shearing through flesh, smashing and splintering bone. Blood spouted from terrible wounds. Valiant men were struggling on through a hell of whistling metal, exploding shells, and spurting dust, suffering, despairing, dying. Such was the first phase of the Battle of Omdurman. The Khalifa's plan of attack appears to have been complex and ingenious. It was, however, based on an extraordinary miscalculation of the power of modern weapons. With the exception of this cardinal error, it is not necessary to criticize it. He first ordered about 15,000 men, drawn chiefly from the army of Osman Sheikh ed Din, and placed under the command of Osman Azrak, to deliver a frontal attack. He himself waited with an equal force near Surgham Hill to watch the result. If it succeeded, he would move forward with his bodyguard, the flower of the Arab army, and complete the victory. If it failed, there was yet another chance. The Dervishes who were first launched against the zeriba, although very brave men, were not by any means his best or his most reliable troops. Their destruction might be a heavy loss, but it would not end the struggle. While the attack was proceeding, the valiant left, consisting of the rest of the army of Osman Sheikh ed Din, might move unnoticed to the northern flank and curve round on to the front of the zeriba held by the Egyptian brigade. Ali Wad Helu was meanwhile to march to the Kerreri hills and remain out of range and, if possible, out of sight among them. Should the frontal and flank attacks be unhappily repulsed, the enemies of God, exulting in their easy victory over the faithful, would leave their strong place and march to the capture and sack of the city. Then, while they were yet dispersed on the plain, with no zeriba to protect them, the chosen warriors of the true religion would abandon all concealment and hasten in their thousands to the utter destruction of the accursed, the Khalifa with 15,000 falling upon them from behind Surgham, Ali Wad Helu and all that remained of Osman's army assailing them from Kerreri. Attacked at once from the north and south, and encompassed on every side, the infidels would abandon hope and order, and Kitchener might share the fate of Hicks and Gordon. Two circumstances, which will appear as the account proceeds, prevented the accomplishment of this plan. The second attack was not executed simultaneously by the two divisions of the Dervish army, and even had it been, the power of the musketry would have triumphed, and though the expeditionary force might have sustained heavier losses, the main result could not have been effected. The last hopes of barbarism had passed with the shades of night. Colonel Broadwood, with 9 squadrons of cavalry, the Camel Corps, and the Horse Artillery, had been ordered to check the Dervish left, and prevent it enveloping the downstream flank of the zeriba, as this was held by the Egyptian brigade, which it was not thought desirable to expose to the full weight of an attack. With this object, as the Dervishes approached, he had occupied the Kerreri ridge with the Horse Battery and the Camel Corps, holding his cavalry in reserve in rear of the centre. The Kerreri ridge, to which reference has so frequently been made, consists of two main features, which rise to the height of about 300 feet above the plain, are each above a mile long, and run nearly east and west, with a dip or trough about 1,000 yards wide between them. The eastern ends of these main ridges are perhaps 1,000 yards from the river, and in this intervening space there are several rocky underfeatures and knolls. The Kerreri Hills, the spaces between them, and the smaller features are covered with rough boulders and angular stones of volcanic origin, which render the movement of horses and camels difficult and painful. The cavalry horses and camels were in the dip between the two ridges, and the dismounted men of the Camel Corps were deployed along the crest of the most southerly of the ridges, with their right at the desert end. Next in order to the Camel Corps, the centre of the ridge was occupied by the dismounted cavalry. The horse artillery were on the left. The remainder of the cavalry waited in the hollow behind the guns. The tempestuous advance of Osman soon brought him into contact with the mounted force. His real intentions are still a matter of conjecture. Whether he had been ordered to attack the Egyptian brigade, or to drive back the cavalry, or to disappear behind the Kerreri Hills in conformity with Ali Wad Helu, is impossible to pronounce. His action was, however, clear. He could not safely assail the Egyptians with a powerful cavalry force threatening his left rear. He therefore continued his move across the front of the zeriba. Keeping out of the range of infantry fire, bringing up his right, and marching along due north, he fell upon Broadwood. This officer, who had expected to have to deal with small bodies on the Dervish flank, found himself suddenly exposed to the attack of nearly 15,000 men, many of whom were riflemen. The Sirdar, seeing the situation from the zeriba, sent him an order to withdraw within the lines of infantry. Colonel Broadwood, however, preferred to retire through the Kerreri Hills to the northward, drawing Osman after him. He replied to that effect. The first position had soon to be abandoned. The Dervishes, advancing in a northeasterly direction, attacked the Kerreri Hills obliquely. They immediately enveloped the right flank of the mounted troops holding them. It will be seen from the map that as soon as the Dervish riflemen gained a point west, and in prolongation of the trough between the two ridges, they not only turned the right flank, but also threatened the retreat of the defenders of the southerly ridge, for they were able to sweep the trough from end to end with their fire. As soon as it became certain that the southerly ridge could not be held any longer, Colonel Broadwood retired the battery to the east end of the second or northern ridge. This was scarcely accomplished when the dip was enfiladed, and the cavalry and Camel Corps who followed lost about 50 men and many horses and camels, killed and wounded. The Camel Corps were the most unfortunate. They were soon encumbered with wounded, and it was now painfully evident that in rocky ground the Dervishes could go faster on their feet than the soldiers on their camels. Pressing on impetuously at a pace of nearly 7 miles an hour, and unchecked by a heavy artillery fire from the zeriba and a less effective fire from the horse battery, which was only armed with 7-pounder Krupps of an obsolete pattern, the Arabs rapidly diminished the distance between themselves and their enemies. In these circumstances Colonel Broadwood decided to send the Camel Corps back to the zeriba under cover of a gunboat, which, watchfully observing the progress of the fight, was coming downstream to assist. The distance which divided the combatants was scarcely 400 yards and decreasing every minute. The cavalry were drawn up across the eastern or river end of the trough. The guns of the horse battery fired steadily from their new position on the northern ridge. But the Camel Corps were still struggling in the broken ground, and it was clear that their position was one of great peril. The Dervishes already carpeted the rocks of the southern ridge with dull yellow swarms, and, heedless of the shells which still assailed them in reverse from the zeriba, continued to push their attack home. On the very instant that they saw the Camel Corps make for the river, they realized that those they had deemed their prey were trying, like a hunted animal, to run to ground within the lines of infantry. With that instinctive knowledge of war which is the heritage of savage peoples, the whole attack swung to the right, changed direction from north to east, and rushed down the trough and along the southern ridge towards the Nile, with the plain intention of cutting off the Camel Corps and driving them into the river. The moment was critical. It appeared to the cavalry commander that the Dervishes would actually succeed, and their success must involve the total destruction of the Camel Corps. That could not, of course, be tolerated. The whole 9 squadrons of cavalry assumed a preparatory formation. The British officers believed that a terrible charge impended. They would meet in direct collision the swarms of men who were hurrying down the trough. The diversion might enable the Camel Corps to escape. But the ground was bad. The enemy's force was overwhelming. The Egyptian troopers were prepared to obey, but that was all. There was no exalted enthusiasm such as at these moments carries sterner breeds to victory. Few would return. Nevertheless, the operation appeared inevitable. The Camel Corps were already close to the river, but thousands of Dervishes were running swiftly towards them at right angles to their line of retreat, and it was certain that if the cavalry attempted to cross this new front of the enemy, they would be annihilated. Their only hope lay in maintaining themselves by their fire near the river bank until help could reach them, and, in order to delay and weaken the Dervish attack, the cavalry would have to make a desperate charge. But at the critical moment the gunboat arrived on the scene and began suddenly to blaze and flame from Maxim guns, quick-firing guns, and rifles. The range was short, the effect tremendous. The terrible machine, floating gracefully on the waters, a beautiful white devil, wreathed itself in smoke. The river slopes of the Kerreri Hills, crowded with the advancing thousands, sprang up into clouds of dust and splinters of rock. The charging Dervishes sank down in tangled heaps. The masses in rear paused, irresolute. It was too hot even for them. The approach of another gunboat completed their discomfiture. The Camel Corps, hurrying along the shore, slipped past the fatal point of interception and saw safety and the zeriba before them. Exasperated by their disappointment, the soldiers of Osman Sheikh ed Din turned again upon the cavalry, and, forgetting in their anger the mobile nature of their foe, pursued the elusive squadrons 3 long miles to the north. The cavalry, intensely relieved by the escape of the Camel Corps, played with their powerful antagonists as the bandillero teases the bull. Colonel Broadwood thus succeeded in luring this division of the Dervish army far away from the field of battle, where they were sorely needed. The rough ground, however, delayed the horse battery. They lagged, as the Camel Corps had done, and caused constant anxiety. At length 2 of their guns stuck fast in a marshy spot, and as several men and horses were shot in the attempt to extricate them, Broadwood wisely ordered them to be abandoned, and they were soon engulfed in the Dervish masses. Encouraged by this capture, the horsemen of Osman's command daringly attacked the retreating cavalry, but they were effectually checked by the charge of a squadron under Major Mayen. Both gunboats, having watched the Camel Corps safely into the zeriba, now returned with the current and renewed their attack upon the Arabs. Opening a heavy and accurate fire upon the river flank, they drove them westward and away from the Nile. Through the gap thus opened, Broadwood and his squadrons trotted to rejoin the main body, picking up on the way the 2 guns which had been abandoned. While these things were passing on the northern flank, the frontal attack was in progress. The debris of the white flags joined the centre, and the whole 14,000 pressed forward against the zeriba, spreading out by degrees and abandoning their dense formations and gradually slowing down. At about 800 yards from the British division the advance ceased, and they could make no headway. Opposite the Soudanese, who were armed only with the Martini Henry rifle, the assailants came within 300 yards, and one brave old man, carrying a flag, fell at 150 paces from the sheltered trench. But the result was conclusive all along the line. The attack was shattered. The leader, clad in his new jibba of many colours, rode on steadfastly towards the inexorable firing line until, pierced by several bullets, he fell lifeless. Such was the end of that stubborn warrior of many fights, wicked Osman Azrak, faithful unto death. The surviving Dervishes lay down on the ground. Unable to advance, they were unwilling to retire, and their riflemen, taking advantage of the folds of the plain, opened and maintained an unequal combat. By 8 o'clock it was evident that the whole attack had failed. The loss of the enemy was more than 2,000 killed, and perhaps as many wounded. To the infantry, who were busy with their rifles, it had scarcely seemed a fight. Yet all along the front bullets had whizzed over and into their ranks, and in every battalion there were casualties. Captain Caldecott of the Warwicks was killed. The Camerons had 2 officers, Captain Clark and Lieutenant Nicholson, severely wounded. The Grenadiers 1, Captain Bagot. Colonel F. Rhodes, as he sat on his horse near the Maxim battery of the 1st British Brigade, was shot through the shoulder and carried from the field, just as the attack reached its climax. There were, besides these officers, about 150 casualties among the soldiers. The attack languished. The enemy's rifle fire continued, and as soon as the heavy firing ceased it began to be annoying. The ground, although it appeared flat and level to the eye, nevertheless contained depressions and swellings which afforded good cover to the sharpshooters, and the solid line behind the zeriba was an easy target. The artillery now began to clear out these depressions by their shells, and in this work they displayed a searching power very remarkable when their flat trajectory is remembered. As the shells burst accurately above the Dervish skirmishers and spearmen who were taking refuge in the folds of the plain, they rose by hundreds and by fifties to fly. Instantly the hungry and attentive Maxims and the watchful infantry opened on them, sweeping them all to the ground, some in death, others in terror. Again the shells followed them to their new concealment. Again they rose, fewer than before, and ran. Again the Maxims and the rifles spluttered. Again they fell. And so on until the front of the zeriba was clear of unwounded men for at least half a mile. A few escaped. Some, notwithstanding the vices of which they have been accused, and the perils with which they were encompassed, gloriously carried off their injured comrades. After the attack had been broken, and while the front of the zeriba was being cleared of the Dervish riflemen, the 21st Lancers were again called upon to act. The Sirdar and his generals were all agreed on one point: they must occupy Omdurman before the Dervish army could get back there. They could fight as many Dervishes as cared to come in the plain. Among the houses it was different. As the Khalifa had anticipated, the infidels, exulting in their victory, were eager, though for a different reason, to seize the city. And this they were now in a position to do. The Arabs were out in the desert. A great part of their army was even as far away as Kerreri. The troops could move on interior lines. They were bound to reach Omdurman first. The order was therefore given to march on the city at once. But first the Surgham ridge must be reconnoitred, and the ground between the zeriba and Omdurman cleared of the Dervishes, with infantry if necessary, but with cavalry if possible, because that would be quicker. As the fusillade slackened, the Lancers stood to their horses. Then General Gatacre, with Captain Brooke and the rest of his staff, came galloping along the rear of the line of infantry and guns, and shouted for Colonel Martin. There was a brief conversation, an outstretched arm pointing at the ridge, an order, and we were all scrambling into our saddles and straightening the ranks in high expectation. We started at a trot, 2 or 3 patrols galloping out in front towards the high ground, while the regiment followed in mass, a great square block of ungainly brown figures and little horses, hung all over with water bottles, saddle bags, picketing gear, tins of bully beef, all jolting and jangling together, the polish of peace gone, soldiers without glitter, horsemen without grace, but still a regiment of light cavalry in active operation against the enemy. End of Part 1 of Chapter 15. Chapter 15, Part 2 of The River War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The River War by Winston Churchill. Chapter 15, Part 2. The crest of the ridge was only half a mile away. It was found unoccupied. The rocky mass of Surgham obstructed the view and concealed the great reserve collected around the Black Flag. But southward, between us and Omdurman, the whole plain was exposed. It was infested with small parties of Dervishes, moving about, mounted and on foot, in tens and twenties. 3 miles away a broad stream of fugitives, of wounded, and of deserters flowed from the Khalifa's army to the city. The mirages blurred and distorted the picture, so that some of the routed Arabs walked in air and some through water, and all were misty and unreal. But the sight was sufficient to excite the fiercest instincts of cavalry. Only the scattered parties in the plain appeared to prevent a glorious pursuit. The signalling officer was set to heliograph back to the Sirdar that the ridge was unoccupied, and that several thousand Dervishes could be seen flying into Omdurman. Pending the answer, we waited, and looking back northwards, across the front of the zeriba, where the first attack had been stopped, perceived a greyish-white smudge, perhaps a mile long. The glass disclosed details: hundreds of tiny white figures heaped or scattered, dozens hopping, crawling, staggering away, a few horses standing stolidly among the corpses, a few unwounded men dragging off their comrades. The skirmishers among the rocks of Surgham soon began to fire at the regiment, and we sheltered among the mounds of sand, while a couple of troops replied with their carbines. Then the heliograph in the zeriba began to talk in flashes of light that opened and shut capriciously. The actual order is important. "Advance," said the helio, "and clear the left flank, and use every effort to prevent the enemy re-entering Omdurman." That was all, but it was sufficient. In the distance the enemy could be seen re-entering Omdurman in hundreds. There was no room for doubt. They must be stopped, and incidentally these small parties in the plains might be brushed away. We remounted. The ground looked smooth and unbroken, yet it was desirable to reconnoitre. 2 patrols were sent out. The small parties of Dervishes who were scattered all over the plain and the slopes of the hill prevented anything less than a squadron moving except at their peril. The first patrol struck out towards Omdurman and began to push in between the scattered Dervishes, who fired their rifles and showed great excitement. The other patrol, under Lieutenant Grenfell, was sent to see what the ground looked like from further along the ridge and on the lower slopes of Surgham. The riflemen among the rocks turned their fire from the regiment to these nearer objects. The 5 brown figures cantered over the rough ground, presenting difficult targets, but under continual fire, and disappeared round the spur. However, in 2 or 3 minutes they reappeared, the riflemen on the hill making a regular rattle of musketry, amid which the Lancers galloped safely back, followed last of all by their officer. He said that the plain looked as safe from the other side of the hill as from where we were. At this moment the other patrol returned. They, too, had had good fortune in their adventurous ride. Their information was exact. They reported that in a shallow and apparently practicable khor about 3/4 of a mile to the southwest, and between the regiment and the fugitives, there was drawn up a formed body of Dervishes about 1,000 strong. Colonel Martin decided on this information to advance and attack this force, which alone interposed between him and the Arab line of retreat. Then we started. But all this time the enemy had been busy. At the beginning of the battle, the Khalifa had posted a small force of 700 men on his extreme right, to prevent his line of retreat to Omdurman being harassed. This detachment was composed entirely of the Hadendoa tribesmen of Osman Digna's flag, and was commanded by one of his subordinate emirs, who selected a suitable position in the shallow khor. As soon as the 21st Lancers left the zeriba, the Dervish scouts on the top of Surgham carried the news to the Khalifa. It was said that the English cavalry were coming to cut him off from Omdurman. Abdullah thereupon determined to strengthen his extreme right, and he immediately ordered 4 regiments, each 500 strong, drawn from the force around the Black Flag and under the Emir Ibrahim Khalil, to reinforce the Hadendoa in the khor. While we were waiting for orders on the ridge, these men were hurrying southwards along the depression, and concealed by a spur of Surgham Hill. The Lancer patrol reconnoitred the khor, at the imminent risk of their lives, while it was only occupied by the original 700 Hadendoa. Galloping back, they reported that it was held by about 1,000 men. Before they reached the regiment this number was increased to 2,700. This, however, we had no means of knowing. The Khalifa, having dispatched his reinforcement, rode on his donkey with a scanty escort nearly half a mile from the Black Flag towards the corps, in order to watch the event, and in consequence he was within 500 yards of the scene. As the 21st Lancers left the ridge, the fire of the Arab riflemen on the hill ceased. We advanced at a walk in mass for about 300 yards. The scattered parties of Dervishes fell back and melted away, and only one straggling line of men in dark blue waited motionless a quarter of a mile to the left front. They were scarcely 100 strong. The regiment formed into line of squadron columns, and continued at a walk until within 300 yards of this small body of Dervishes. The firing behind the ridges had stopped. There was complete silence, intensified by the recent tumult. Far beyond the thin blue row of Dervishes the fugitives were visible streaming into Omdurman. And should these few devoted men impede a regiment? Yet it were wiser to examine their position from the other flank before slipping a squadron at them. The heads of the squadrons wheeled slowly to the left, and the Lancers, breaking into a trot, began to cross the Dervish front in column of troops. Thereupon and with one accord the blue-clad men dropped on their knees, and there burst out a loud crackling fire of musketry. It was hardly possible to miss such a target at such a range. Horses and men fell at once. The only course was plain and welcome to all. The colonel, nearer than his regiment, already saw what lay behind the skirmishers. He ordered "Right wheel into line" to be sounded. The trumpet jerked out a shrill note, heard faintly above the trampling of the horses and the noise of the rifles. On the instant all the 16 troops swung round and locked up into a long galloping line, and the 21st Lancers were committed to their first charge in war. 250 yards away the dark blue men were firing madly in a thin film of light blue smoke. Their bullets struck the hard gravel into the air, and the troopers, to shield their faces from the stinging dust, bowed their helmets forward like the cuirassiers at Waterloo. The pace was fast and the distance short, yet before it was half covered the whole aspect of the affair changed. A deep crease in the ground, a dry watercourse, a khor, appeared where all had seemed smooth level plain, and from it there sprang, with the suddenness of a pantomime effect and a high-pitched yell, a dense white mass of men nearly as long as our front and about 12 deep. A score of horsemen and a dozen bright flags rose as if by magic from the earth. Eager warriors sprang forward to anticipate the shock. The rest stood firm to meet it. The Lancers acknowledged the apparition only by an increase of pace. Each man wanted sufficient momentum to drive through such a solid line. The flank troops, seeing that they overlapped, curved inwards like the horns of a moon. But the whole event was a matter of seconds. The riflemen, firing bravely to the last, were swept head over heels into the khor, and jumping down with them, at full gallop and in the closest order, the British squadron struck the fierce brigade with one loud furious shout. The collision was prodigious. Nearly 30 Lancers, men and horses, and at least 200 Arabs were overthrown. The shock was stunning to both sides, and for perhaps 10 wonderful seconds no man heeded his enemy. Terrified horses wedged in the crowd, bruised and shaken men, sprawling in heaps, struggled, dazed and stupid, to their feet, panted, and looked about them. Several fallen Lancers had even time to remount. Meanwhile the impetus of the cavalry carried them on. As a rider tears through a bullfinch, the officers forced their way through the press, and as an iron rake might be drawn through a heap of shingle, so the regiment followed. They shattered the Dervish array, and their pace reduced to a walk, scrambled out of the khor on the further side, leaving a score of troopers behind them, and dragging on with the charge more than 1,000 Arabs. Then, and not till then, the killing began, and thereafter each man saw the world along his lance, under his guard, or through the backside of his pistol, and each had his own strange tale to tell. Stubborn and unshaken infantry hardly ever meet stubborn and unshaken cavalry. Either the infantry run away and are cut down in flight, or they keep their heads and destroy nearly all the horsemen by their musketry. On this occasion, two living walls had actually crashed together. The Dervishes fought manfully. They tried to hamstring the horses. They fired their rifles, pressing the muzzles into the very bodies of their opponents. They cut reins and stirrup leathers. They flung their throwing spears with great dexterity. They tried every device of cool, determined men practised in war and familiar with cavalry, and besides, they swung sharp, heavy swords which bit deep. The hand-to-hand fighting on the further side of the corps lasted for perhaps 1 minute. Then the horses got into their stride again, the pace increased, and the lancers drew out from among their antagonists. Within 2 minutes of the collision every living man was clear of the Dervish mass. All who had fallen were cut at with swords till they stopped quivering, but no artistic mutilations were attempted. 200 yards away the regiment halted, rallied, faced about, and in less than 5 minutes were reformed and ready for a second charge. The men were anxious to cut their way back through their enemies. We were alone together, the cavalry regiment and the Dervish brigade. The ridge hung like a curtain between us and the army. The general battle was forgotten, as it was unseen. This was a private quarrel. The other might have been a massacre, but here the fight was fair, for we too fought with sword and spear. Indeed, the advantage of ground and numbers lay with them. All prepared to settle the debate at once and for ever. But some realization of the cost of our wild ride began to come to those who were responsible. Riderless horses galloped across the plain. Men, clinging to their saddles, lurched helplessly about, covered with blood from perhaps a dozen wounds. Horses, streaming from tremendous gashes, limped and staggered with their riders. In 120 seconds 5 officers, 65 men, and 119 horses out of fewer than 400 had been killed or wounded. The Dervish line, broken by the charge, began to reform at once. They closed up, shook themselves together, and prepared with constancy and courage for another shock. But on military considerations it was desirable to turn them out of the corps first, and thus deprive them of their vantage ground. The regiment again drawn up, 3 squadrons in line and the 4th in column, now wheeled to the right, and galloping round the Dervish flank, dismounted and opened a heavy fire with their magazine carbines. Under the pressure of this fire, the enemy changed front to meet the new attack, so that both sides were formed at right angles to their original lines. When the Dervish change of front was completed, they began to advance against the dismounted men. But the fire was accurate, and there could be little doubt that the moral effect of the charge had been very great, and that these brave enemies were no longer unshaken. Be this as it may, the fact remains that they retreated swiftly, though in good order, towards the ridge of Surgham Hill, where the Khalifa's black flag still waved, and the 21st Lancers remained in possession of the ground and of their dead. Such is the true and literal account of the charge. But the reader may care to consider a few incidents. Colonel Martin, busy with the direction of his regiment, drew neither sword nor revolver, and rode through the press unarmed and uninjured. Major Crowell Wyndham had his horse shot under him by a Dervish who pressed the muzzle of his rifle into its hide before firing. From out of the middle of that savage crowd the officer fought his way on foot and escaped in safety. Lieutenant Molyneux fell in the corps into the midst of the enemy. In the confusion he disentangled himself from his horse, drew his revolver, and jumped out of the hollow before the Dervishes recovered from the impact of the charge. Then they attacked him. He fired at the nearest, and at the moment of firing was slashed across the right wrist by another. The pistol fell from his nerveless hand, and being wounded, dismounted, and disarmed, he turned in the hopes of regaining, by following the line of the charge, his squadron, which was just getting clear. Hard upon his track came the enemy,
eager to make an end. Beset on all sides and thus hotly pursued, the wounded officer perceived a single lancer riding across his path. He called on him for help. Whereupon the trooper, Private Byrne, though already severely wounded by a bullet which had penetrated his right arm, replied without a moment's hesitation, and in a cheery voice, "All right, sir," and turning, rode at 4 Dervishes who were about to kill his officer. His wound, which had partly paralyzed his arm, prevented him from grasping his sword, and at the first ineffectual blow it fell from his hand, and he received another wound from a spear in the chest. But his solitary charge had checked the pursuing Dervishes. Lieutenant Molyneux regained his squadron alive, and the trooper, seeing that his object was attained, galloped away, reeling in his saddle. Arrived at his troop, his desperate condition was noticed, and he was told to fall out. But this he refused to do, urging that he was entitled to remain on duty and have another go at them. At length he was compelled to leave the field, fainting from loss of blood. Lieutenant Nesham had an even more extraordinary escape than Molyneux. He had scrambled out of the corps when, as his horse was nearly stopping, an Arab seized his bridle. He struck at the man with his sword, but did not prevent him cutting his off rein. The officer's bridle hand, unexpectedly released, flew out, and as it did so, a swordsman at a single stroke nearly severed it from his body. Then they cut at him from all sides. One blow sheared through his helmet and grazed his head. Another inflicted a deep wound in his right leg. A third, intercepted by his shoulder chains, paralyzed his right arm. 2 more, missing him narrowly, cut right through the cantle of the saddle and into the horse's back. The wounded subaltern, he was the youngest of all, reeled. A man on either side seized his legs to pull him to the ground, but the long spurs stuck into the horse's flanks, and the maddened animal, throwing up its head and springing forward, broke away from the crowd of foes and carried the rider, bleeding, fainting, but still alive, to safety among the rallying squadrons. Lieutenant Nesham's experience was that of the men who were killed, only that he escaped to describe it. The wounded were sent with a small escort towards the river and hospitals. An officer was dispatched with the news to the Sirdar, and on the instant both cannonade and fusillade broke out again behind the ridge, and grew in a crashing crescendo until the whole landscape seemed to vibrate with the sound of explosions. The second phase of the battle had begun. Even before the 21st Lancers had reconnoitred Surgham Ridge, the Sirdar had set his brigades in motion towards Omdurman. He was determined, even at a very great risk, to occupy the city while it was empty and before the army in the plain could return to defend it. The advantage might be tremendous. Nevertheless, the movement was premature. The Khalifa still remained undefeated west of Surgham Hill. Ali Wad Helu lurked behind Kerreri. Osman was rapidly reforming. There were still at least 35,000 men on the field. Nor, as the event proved, was it possible to enter Omdurman until they had been beaten. As soon as the infantry had replenished their ammunition, they wheeled to the left in echelon of brigades and began to march towards Surgham Ridge. The movements of a great force are slow. It was not desirable that the British division, which led the echelon, should remain in the low ground north of Surgham, where they were commanded, had no field of fire, and could see nothing, and accordingly both these brigades moved forward almost together to occupy the crest of the ridge. Thus 2 steps of the ladder were run into one, and Maxwell's brigade, which followed Wauchope's, was 600 yards further south than it would have been had the regular echelon been observed. In the zeriba MacDonald had been next to Maxwell, but a very significant change in the order was now made. General Hunter evidently conceived the rear of the echelon threatened from the direction of Kerreri. Had the earth swallowed all the thousands who had moved across the plain towards the hills? At any rate, he would have his best brigade and his most experienced general in the post of possible danger. He therefore ordered Lewis's brigade to follow Maxwell, and left MacDonald last of all, strengthening him with 3 batteries of artillery and 8 Maxim guns. Collinson marched with the transport. MacDonald moved out westward into the desert to take his place in the echelon, and also to allow Lewis to pass him as ordered. Lewis hurried on after Maxwell, and, taking his distance from him, was thus also 600 yards further south than the regular echelon admitted. The step which had been absorbed when both British brigades moved off advisedly together caused a double gap between MacDonald and the rest of the army, and this distance was further increased by the fact that while he was moving west to assume his place in correct echelon, the other 5 brigades were drawing off to the southward, hence MacDonald's isolation. At 9:15 the whole army was marching south in echelon, with the rear brigade at rather more than double distance. Collinson had already started with the transport, but the field hospitals still remained in the deserted zeriba, busily packing up. The medical staff had about 150 wounded on their hands. The Sirdar's orders had been that these were to be placed on the hospital barges, and that the field hospitals were to follow the transport. But the moving of wounded men is a painful and delicate affair, and by a stupid and grievous mistake the 3 regular hospital barges, duly prepared for the reception of the wounded, had been towed across to the right bank. It was necessary to use 3 ammunition barges, which, although in no way arranged for the reception of wounded, were luckily at hand. Meanwhile time was passing, and the doctors, who worked with devoted energy, became suddenly aware that, with the exception of a few detachments from the British division and 3 Egyptian companies, there were no troops within half a mile, and none between them and the dark Kerreri hills. The 2 gunboats which could have guarded them from the river were downstream helping the cavalry. MacDonald with the rear brigade was out in the plain. Collinson was hurrying along the bank with his transport. They were alone and unprotected. The army and the river together formed a huge V pointing south. The northern extremity, the gorge of the Redan as it were, gaped open towards Kerreri, and from Kerreri there now began to come, like the first warning drops before a storm of rain, small straggling parties of Dervish cavalry. The interior of the V was soon actually invaded by these predatory patrols, and one troop of perhaps a score of Baggara horse watered their ponies within 300 yards of the unprotected hospitals. Behind, in the distance, the banners of an army began to reappear. The situation was alarming. The wounded were bundled on to the barges, although, since there was no steamer to tow them, they were scarcely any safer when embarked. While some of the medical officers were thus busied, Colonel Sloggett galloped off, and running the gauntlet of the Baggara horsemen, hurried to claim protection for the hospitals and their helpless occupants. In the midst of this excitement and confusion, the wounded from the cavalry charge began to trickle in. When the British division had moved out of the zeriba, a few skirmishes along the crags of Surgham Hill alone suggested the presence of an enemy. Each brigade, formed in 4 parallel columns of route, which closed in until they were scarcely 40 paces apart, and both at deploying interval, the 2nd Brigade nearer the river, the 1st almost in line with it and on its right, hurried on, eager to see what lay beyond the ridge. All was quiet, except for a few sniping shots from the top of Surgham. But gradually as Maxwell's brigade, the 3rd in the echelon, approached the hill, these shots became more numerous, until the summit of the peak was spotted with smoke puffs. The British division moved on steadily, and, leaving these bold skirmishers to the Soudanese, soon reached the crest of the ridge. At once, and for the first time, the whole panorama of Omdurman, the brown and battered dome of the Mahdi's tomb, the multitude of mud houses, the glittering fork of water which marked the confluence of the rivers, burst on their vision. For a moment they stared entranced. Then their attention was distracted, for trotting, galloping, or halting and gazing stupidly about them, terrified and bewildered, a dozen riderless troop horses appeared over the further crest, for the ridge was flat-topped, coming from the plain, as yet invisible, below. It was the first news of the Lancers' charge. Details soon followed in the shape of the wounded, who in twos and threes began to make their way between the battalions, all covered with blood and many displaying most terrible injuries, faces cut to rags, bowels protruding, fishhook spears still stuck in their bodies, realistic pictures from the darker side of war. Thus absorbed, the soldiers hardly noticed the growing musketry fire from the peak. But suddenly the bang of a field gun set all eyes looking backward. A battery had unlimbered in the plain between the zeriba and the ridge, and was beginning to shell the summit of the hill. The report of the guns seemed to be the signal for the whole battle to reopen. From far away to the right rear there came the sound of loud and continuous infantry firing, and immediately Gatacre halted his division. Almost before the British had topped the crest of the ridge, before the battery had opened from the plain, while Colonel Sloggett was still spurring across the dangerous ground between the river and the army, the Sirdar knew that his enemy was again upon him. Looking back from the slopes of Surgham, he saw that MacDonald, instead of continuing his march in echelon, had halted and deployed. The veteran brigadier had seen the Dervish formations on the ridge to the west of Surgham, realised that he was about to be attacked, and, resolving to anticipate the enemy, immediately brought his 3 batteries into action at 1,200 yards. 5 minutes later the whole of the Khalifa's reserve, 15,000 strong, led by Yakub with a black flag, the bodyguard and all the glories of the Dervish Empire, surged into view from behind the hill and advanced on the solitary brigade with the vigour of the first attack and thrice its chances of success. Thereupon Sir Herbert Kitchener ordered Maxwell to change front to the right and storm Surgham Hill. He sent Major Sandbach to tell Lewis to conform and come into line on Maxwell's right. He galloped himself to the British division, conveniently halted by General Gatacre on the northern crest of the ridge, and ordered Lyttelton with the 2nd Brigade to form facing west on Maxwell's left, south of Surgham, and Wauchope with the 1st Brigade to hurry back to fill the wide gap between Lewis and MacDonald. Last of all he sent an officer to Collinson and the Camel Corps, with orders that they should swing round to their right rear and close the open part of the V. By these movements the army, instead of facing south in echelon, with its left on the river and its right in the desert, was made to face west in line, with its left in the desert and its right reaching back to the river. It had turned nearly a complete somersault. In obedience to these orders, Lyttelton's brigade brought up their left shoulders, deployed into line, and advanced west. Maxwell's Soudanese scrambled up the Surgham rocks, and in spite of a sharp fire, cleared the peak with the bayonet, and pressed on down the further side. Lewis began to come into action on Maxwell's right. MacDonald, against whom the Khalifa's attack was at first entirely directed, remained facing southwest, and was soon shrouded in the smoke of his own musketry and artillery fire. The 3 brigades which were now moving west and away from the Nile attacked the right flank of the Dervishes assailing MacDonald, and, compelling them to form front towards the river, undoubtedly took much of the weight of the attack off the isolated brigade. There remained the gap between Lewis and MacDonald. But Wauchope's brigade, now in 4 parallel columns of route, had shouldered completely round to the north, and was now doubling swiftly across the plain to fill the unguarded space. With the exception of Wauchope's brigade and of Collinson's Egyptians, the whole infantry and artillery force were at once furiously engaged. The firing became again tremendous, and the sound was even louder than during the attack on the zeriba. As each fresh battalion was brought into line, the tumult steadily increased. The 3 leading brigades continued to advance westward in one long line looped up over Surgham Hill, and with the right battalion held back in column. As the forces gradually drew nearer, the possibility of the Dervishes penetrating the gap between Lewis and MacDonald presented itself, and the flank battalion was wheeled into line so as to protect the right flank. The aspect of the Dervish attack was at this moment most formidable. Enormous masses of men were hurrying towards the smoke clouds that almost hid MacDonald. Other masses turned to meet the attack which was developing on their right. Within the angle formed by the three brigades facing west and MacDonald facing nearly south, a great army of not fewer than 15,000 men was enclosed, like a flock of sheep in a fold, by the thin brown lines of the British and Egyptian brigades. As the 7th Egyptians, the right battalion of Lewis's brigade and nearest the gap between that unit and MacDonald, deployed to protect the flank, they became unsteady, began to bunch and waver, and actually made several retrograde movements. There was a moment of danger. But General Hunter, who was on the spot, himself ordered the 2 reserve companies of the 15th Egyptians under Major Hickman to march up behind them with fixed bayonets. Their morale was thus restored and the peril averted. The advance of the 3 brigades continued. Yakub found himself utterly unable to withstand the attack from the river. His own attack on MacDonald languished. The musketry was producing terrible losses in his crowded ranks. The valiant Wad Bishara and many other less famous emirs fell dead. Gradually he began to give ground. It was evident that the civilized troops were the stronger. But even before the attack was repulsed, the Khalifa, who watched from a close position, must have known that the day was lost, for when he launched Yakub at MacDonald, it was clear that the only chance of success depended on Ali Wad Helu and Osman Sheikh ed Din attacking at the same side from Kerreri. And with bitter rage and mortification he perceived that, although the banners were now gathering under the Kerreri hills, Ali and Osman were too late, and the attacks which should have been simultaneous would only be consecutive. The effect of Broadwood's cavalry action upon the extreme right was now becoming apparent. Regrets and fury were alike futile. The 3 brigades advancing drove the Khalifa's Dervishes back into the desert. Along a mile of front an intense and destructive fire flared and crackled. The 32nd British Field Battery on the extreme left was drawn by its hardy mules at full gallop into action. The Maxim guns pulsated feverishly. 2 were even dragged by the enterprise of a subaltern to the very summit of Surgham, and from this elevated position intervened with bloody effect. Thus the long line moved forward in irresistible strength. In the centre, under the red Egyptian flag, careless of the bullets which that conspicuous emblem drew, and which inflicted some loss among those around him, rode the Sirdar, stern and sullen, equally unmoved by fear or enthusiasm. A mile away to the rear the gunboats, irritated that the fight was passing beyond their reach, steamed restlessly up and down, like caged polar bears seeking what they might devour. Before that terrible line the Khalifa's division began to break up. The whole ground was strewn with dead and wounded, among whose bodies the soldiers picked their steps with the customary Soudan precautions. Surviving thousands struggled away towards Omdurman and swelled the broad stream of fugitives upon whose flank the 21st Lancers already hung vengefully. Yakub and the defenders of the Black Flag disdained to fly, and perished where they stood, beneath the holy ensign, so that when their conquerors reached the spot, the dark folds of the banner waved only over the dead. While all this was taking place, for events were moving at speed, the 1st British Brigade was still doubling across the rear of Maxwell and Lewis to fill the gap between the latter and MacDonald. As they had wheeled round, the regiments gained on each other according to their proximity to the pivot flank. The brigade assumed a formation which may be described as an echelon of columns of route, with the Lincolns, who were actually the pivot regiment, leading. By the time that the right of Lewis's brigade was reached and the British had begun to deploy, it was evident that the Khalifa's attack was broken and that his force was in full retreat. In the rear foreground the Arab dead lay thick. Crowds of fugitives were trooping off in the distance. The Black Flag alone waved defiantly over the corpses of its defenders. In the front of the brigade the fight was over, but those who looked away to the right saw a different spectacle. What appeared to be an entirely new army was coming down from the Kerreri hills. While the soldiers looked and wondered, fresh orders arrived. a mounted officer galloped up. There was a report that terrible events were happening in the dust and smoke to the northward. The spearmen had closed with MacDonald's brigade, were crumpling his line from the flank, had already broken it. Such were the rumours. The orders were more precise. The nearest regiment, the Lincolnshire, was to hurry to MacDonald's threatened flank to meet the attack. The rest of the brigade was to change front half right and remain in support. The Lincolnshires, breathless but elated, forthwith started off again at the double. They began to traverse the rear of MacDonald's brigade, only dimly conscious of rapid movements by its battalions, and to the sound of tremendous independent firing, which did not, however, prevent them from hearing the venomous hiss of bullets. Had the Khalifa's attack been simultaneous with that which was now developed, the position of MacDonald's brigade must have been almost hopeless. In the actual event it was one of extreme peril. The attack in his front was weakening every minute, but the far more formidable attack on his right rear grew stronger and nearer in inverse ratio. Both attacks must be met. The moment was critical, the danger near. All depended on MacDonald, and that officer, who by valour and conduct in war had won his way from the rank of a private soldier to the command of a brigade, and will doubtless obtain still higher employment, was equal to the emergency. To meet the Khalifa's attack he had arranged his force facing southwest, with 3 battalions in line and the 4th held back in a column of companies in rear of the right flank, an inverted L-shaped formation. As the attack from the southwest gradually weakened and the attack from the northwest continually increased, he broke off his battalions and batteries from the longer side of the L and transferred them to the shorter. He timed these movements so accurately that each face of his brigade was able to exactly sustain the attacks of the enemy. As soon as the Khalifa's force began to waver, he ordered the 11th Soudanese and a battery on his left to move across the angle to which the brigade was formed, and deploy along the shorter face to meet the impending onslaught of Ali Wad Helu. Perceiving this, the 9th Soudanese, who were the regiment in column on the right of the original front, wheeled to the right from column into line without waiting for orders, so that 2 battalions faced towards the Khalifa and 2 towards the fresh attack. By this time it was clear that the Khalifa was practically repulsed, and MacDonald ordered the 10th Soudanese and another battery to change front and prolong the line of the 9th and 11th. He then moved the 2nd Egyptians diagonally to their right front, so as to close the gap at the angle between their line and that of the 3 other battalions. These difficult manoeuvres were carried out under a heavy fire, which in 20 minutes caused over 120 casualties in the 4 battalions, exclusive of the losses in the artillery batteries, and in the face of the determined attacks of an enemy who outnumbered the troops by 7 to 1, and had only to close with them to be victorious. Amid the roar of the firing and the dust, smoke, and confusion of the change of front, the general found time to summon the officers of the 9th Soudanese around him, rebuking them for having wheeled into line in anticipation of his order, and requested them to drill more steadily in brigade. The 3 Soudanese battalions were now confronted with the whole fury of the Dervish attack from Kerreri. The bravery of the blacks was no less conspicuous than the wildness of their musketry. They evinced an extraordinary excitement, firing their rifles without any attempt to sight or aim, and only anxious to pull the trigger, reload, and pull it again. In vain the British officers strove to calm their impulsive soldiers. In vain they called upon them by name, or taking their rifles from them, adjusted the sights themselves. The independent firing was utterly beyond control. Soon the ammunition began to be exhausted, and the soldiers turned round clamouring for more cartridges, which their officers doled out to them by 2s and 3s in the hopes of steadying them. It was useless. They fired them all off and clamoured for more. Meanwhile, although suffering fearfully from the close and accurate fire of the 3 artillery batteries and 8 Maxim guns, and to a less extent from the random firing of the Soudanese, the Dervishes drew nearer in thousands, and it seemed certain that there would be an actual collision. The valiant blacks prepared themselves with delight to meet the shock, notwithstanding the overwhelming numbers of the enemy. Scarcely 3 rounds per man remained throughout the brigade. The batteries opened a rapid fire of case shot. Still the Dervishes advanced, and the survivors of their first wave of assault were scarcely 100 yards away. Behind them both green flags pressed forward over enormous masses of armed humanity, rolling on, as they now believed, to victory. At this moment the Lincoln Regiment began to come up. As soon as the leading company cleared the right of MacDonald's brigade, they formed line and opened an independent fire obliquely across the front of the Soudanese. Groups of Dervishes in 2s and 3s were then within 100 yards. The great masses were within 300 yards. The independent firing lasted 2 minutes, during which the whole regiment deployed. Its effect was to clear away the leading groups of Arabs. The deployment, having been accomplished with the loss of a dozen men, including Colonel Sloggett, who fell shot through the breast while attending to the wounded, section volleys were ordered. With excellent discipline the independent firing was instantly stopped, and the battalion began with machine-like regularity to carry out the principles of modern musketry, for which their training had efficiently prepared them, and their rifles were admirably suited. They fired on an average 60 rounds per man, and finally repulsed the attack. The Dervishes were weak in cavalry, and had scarcely 2,000 horsemen on the field. About 400 of these, mostly the personal retainers of the various Emirs, were formed into an irregular regiment and attached to the flag of Ali Wad Helu. Now when these horsemen perceived that there was no more hope of victory, they arranged themselves in a solid mass and charged the left of MacDonald's brigade. The distance was about 500 yards, and, wild as was the firing of the Soudanese, it was evident that they could not possibly succeed. Nevertheless, many carrying no weapon in their hands, and all urging their horses to their utmost speed, they rode unflinchingly to certain death. All were killed and fell as they entered the zone of fire. 3, 20, 50, 200, 60, 30, 5 and 1 out beyond them all, a brown smear across the sandy plain. A few riderless horses alone broke through the ranks of the infantry. After the failure of the attack from Kerreri, the whole Anglo-Egyptian army advanced westward in a line of bayonets and artillery nearly 2 miles long, and drove the Dervishes before them into the desert, so that they could by no means rally or reform. The Egyptian cavalry, who had returned along the river, formed line on the right of the infantry in readiness to pursue. At 11:30 Sir H. Kitchener shut up his glasses, and, remarking that he thought the enemy had been given a good dusting, gave the order for the brigades to resume their interrupted march on Omdurman, a movement which was possible, now that the forces in the plain were beaten. The brigadiers thereupon stopped the firing, massed their commands in convenient formations, and turned again towards the south and the city. The Lincolnshire Regiment remained detached as a rear guard. Meanwhile the great Dervish army, who had advanced at sunrise in hope and courage, fled in utter rout, pursued by the Egyptian cavalry, harried by the 21st Lancers, and leaving more than 9,000 warriors dead and even greater numbers wounded behind them. Thus ended the Battle of Omdurman, the most signal triumph ever gained by the arms of science over barbarians. Within the space of 5 hours the strongest and best armed savage army yet arrayed against a modern European power had been destroyed and dispersed, with hardly any difficulty, comparatively small risk, and insignificant loss to the victors. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The River War.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The River War by Winston Churchill. Chapter 16, The Fall of the City. Now when the Khalifa Abdullah saw that the last army that remained to him was broken, that all his attacks had failed, and that thousands of his bravest warriors were slain, he rode from the field of battle in haste, and, regaining the city, proceeded like a brave and stubborn soldier to make preparations for its defence, and, like a prudent man, to arrange for his own flight should further resistance be impossible. He ordered his great war drum to be beaten and the amya to be blown, and for the last time those dismal notes boomed through the streets of Omdurman. They were not heeded. The Arabs had had enough fighting. They recognized that all was lost. Besides, to return to the city was difficult and dangerous. The charge of the 21st Lancers had been costly, but it was not ineffective. The consequent retirement of the Dervish brigade protecting the extreme right exposed their line of retreat. The cavalry were resolved to take full advantage of the position they had paid so much to gain, and while the second attack was at its height we were already trotting over the plain towards the long lines of fugitives who streamed across it. With the experience of the past hour in our minds, and with the great numbers of the enemy in our front, it seemed to many that a bloody day lay before us. But we had not gone far when individual dervishes began to walk towards the advancing squadrons, throwing down their weapons, holding up their hands, and imploring mercy. As soon as it was apparent that the surrender of individuals was accepted, the dervishes began to come in and lay down their arms, at first by twos and threes, then by dozens, and finally by scores. Meanwhile those who were still intent on flight made a wide detour to avoid the cavalry, and streamed past our front at a mile's distance in uninterrupted succession. The disarming and escorting of the prisoners delayed our advance, and many thousands of dervishes escaped from the field. But the position of the cavalry and the pressure they exerted shouldered the routed army out into the desert, so that retiring they missed the city of Omdurman altogether, and, disregarding the Khalifa's summons to defend it and the orders of their emirs, continued their flight to the south. To harry and annoy the fugitives a few troops were dismounted with carbines, and a constant fire was made on such as did not attempt to come in and surrender. Yet the crowds continued to run the gauntlet, and at least 20,000 men made good their escape. Many of these were still vicious, and replied to our fire with bullets, fortunately at very long range. It would have been madness for 300 Lancers to gallop in among such masses, and we had to be content with the results of the carbine fire. While all this had been going on, the advance of the army on Omdurman was continuing. Nor was it long before we saw the imposing array of infantry topping the sandhills near Surgham and flooding out into the plain which lay between them and the city. High over the centre brigade flew the black flag of the Khalifa, and underneath a smaller flash of red marked the position of the headquarters staff. The black masses of men continued to move slowly across the open ground while we fired at the flying Arabs, and at 12 o'clock we saw them halt near the river about 3 miles from the city. Orders now reached us to join them, and as the sun was hot, the day dragged, all were tired and hungry, and the horses needed water, we were not long in complying, and the remnants of the Dervish army made good their retreat unmolested. We marched back to the Nile. The whole force had halted to drink, to eat, and to rest at Khor Shambat. The scene was striking. Imagine a 600-yard stretch of the Suez Canal. Both banks are crowded with brown or chocolate-clad figures. The northern side is completely covered with the swarming infantry of the British division. Thousands of animals, the horses of the cavalry, the artillery mules, the transport camels, filled the spaces and the foreground. Multitudes of khaki-clad men are sitting in rows on the slopes. Hundreds are standing by the brim or actually in the red muddy water. All are drinking deeply. 2 or 3 carcasses, lying in the shallows, show that the soldiers are thirsty rather than particular. On all sides water bottles are being filled from the welcome Nile, which has come into the desert to refresh the weary animals and men. During the attack on MacDonald's brigade, the Egyptian cavalry had watched from their position on the southern slopes of the Kerreri Hills, ready to intervene, if necessary, and support the infantry by a charge. As soon as the Dervish onsets had ended and the whole mass had begun to retreat, Broadwood's cavalry brigade formed in two lines, of 4 and of 5 squadrons respectively, and advanced in pursuit, first west for 2 miles, and then southwest for 3 miles more towards the round-topped hill. Like the 21st Lancers, they were delayed by many Dervishes who threw down their arms and surrendered, and whom it was necessary to escort to the river. But as they drew nearer the mass of the routed army, it became apparent that the spirit of the enemy was by no means broken. Stubborn men fired continually as they lay wounded, refusing to ask for quarter, doubting perhaps that it would be granted. Under every bush that gave protection from the lances of the horsemen, little groups collected to make a desperate stand. Solitary spearmen awaited unflinching the charge of a whole squadron. Men who had feigned death sprang up to fire an unexpected shot. The cavalry began to suffer occasional casualties. In proportion as they advanced, the resistance of the enemy increased. The direct pursuit had soon to be abandoned, but in the hope of intercepting some part of the retreating mob, Major Le Gallais, who commanded the 3 leading squadrons, changed direction towards the river, and galloping nearly parallel to Khor Shambat, charged and cut into the tail of the enemy's disordered array. The Arabs, however, stood their ground, and firing their rifles wildly in all directions, killed and wounded a good many horses and men, so that the squadrons were content to bring up their right still more, and finally to ride out of the hornet swarm into which they had plunged towards Surgham Hill. The pursuit was then suspended, and the Egyptian cavalry joined the rest of the army by the Nile. It was not until 4 o'clock that the cavalry received orders to ride round the outside of the city and harry such as should seek to escape. The Egyptian squadrons and the 21st Lancers started forthwith, and, keeping about a mile from the houses of the suburbs, proceeded to make the circle of the town. The infantry had already entered it, as was evident from a continual patter of shots and an occasional rattle of the Maxim guns. The leading Soudanese brigade, Maxwell's, had moved from Khor Shambat at 2:30, formed in line of company columns and in the following order. In the direction of advance, from left to right, the 14th Soudanese, the 12th Soudanese, Maxim guns, the 8th Egyptians, and then the 32nd Field Battery, followed by the 13th Soudanese. The Sirdar, attended by his whole staff, with the black flag of the Khalifa carried behind him and accompanied by the band of the 11th Soudanese, rode in front of the 14th Battalion. The regiments were soon enveloped by the numberless houses of the suburbs and divided by the twisting streets, but the whole brigade pressed forward on a broad front. Behind followed the rest of the army, battalion after battalion, brigade after brigade, until all, swallowed up by the maze of mud houses, were filling the open spaces and blocking and choking the streets and alleys with solid masses of armed men, who marched or pushed their way up to the Great Wall. For 2 miles the progress through the suburbs continued, and the general, hurrying on with his staff, soon found himself, with the band, the Maxims, and the artillery, at the foot of the Great Wall. Several hundred Dervishes had gathered for its defence, but the fact that no banquette had been made on which they could stand to fire prevented their resistance from being effective. A few ill-aimed shots were, however, fired, to which the Maxim guns replied with vigour. In a quarter of an hour the wall was cleared. The Sirdar then posted 2 guns of the 32nd Field Battery at its northern angle, and then, accompanied by the remaining 4 guns and the 14th Soudanese, turned eastwards and rode along the foot of the wall towards the river, seeking some means of entry into the inner city. The breach made by the gunboats was found temporarily blocked by wooden doors, but the main gate was open, and through this the general passed into the heart of Omdurman. Within the wall the scenes were more terrible than in the suburbs. The effects of the bombardment were evident on every side. Women and children lay frightfully mangled in the roadway. At one place a whole family had been crushed by a projectile. Dead Dervishes, already in the fierce heat beginning to decompose, dotted the ground. The houses were crammed with wounded. Hundreds of decaying carcasses of animals filled the air with a sickening smell. Here, as without the wall, the anxious inhabitants renewed their protestations of loyalty and welcome, and interpreters, riding down the narrow alleys, proclaimed the merciful conditions of the conquerors and called on the people to lay down their arms. Great piles of surrendered weapons rose in the streets, guarded by Soudanese soldiers. Many Arabs sought clemency, but there were others who disdained it, and the whirring of the Maxims, the crashes of the volleys, and a continual dropping fire attested that there was fighting in all parts of the city into which the columns had penetrated. All Dervishes who did not immediately surrender were shot or bayoneted, and bullets whistled at random along or across the streets. But while women crowded round his horse, while sullen men filed carefully from houses, while beaten warriors cast their spears on the ground and others, still resisting, were dispatched in corners, the Sirdar rode steadily onward through the confusion, the stench, and the danger, until he reached the Mahdi's tomb. At the mosque 2 fanatics charged the Soudanese escort, and each killed or badly wounded a soldier before he was shot. The day was now far spent, and it was dusk when the prison was reached. The general was the first to enter that foul and gloomy den. Charles Neufeld and some 30 heavily shackled prisoners were released. Neufeld, who was placed on a pony, seemed nearly mad with delight, and talked and gesticulated with queer animation. 13 years, he said to his rescuer, have I waited for this day. From the prison, as it was now dark, the Sirdar rode to the great square in front of the mosque, in which his headquarters were established, and where both British brigades were already bivouacking. The rest of the army settled down along the roadways through the suburbs, and only Maxwell's brigade remained in the city to complete the establishment of law and order, a business which was fortunately hidden by the shades of night. While the Sirdar with the infantry of the army was taking possession of Omdurman, the British and Egyptian cavalry had moved round to the west of the city. There for nearly 2 hours we waited, listening to the dropping fusillade which could be heard within the great wall, and wondering what was happening. Large numbers of Dervishes and Arabs, who, laying aside their jibbahs, had ceased to be Dervishes, appeared among the houses at the edge of the suburbs. Several hundreds of these, with 2 or 3 emirs, came out to make their submission, and we were presently so loaded with spears and swords that it was impossible to carry them, and many interesting trophies had to be destroyed. It was just getting dark when suddenly Colonel Slatin galloped up. The Khalifa had fled. The Egyptian cavalry were at once to pursue him. The 21st Lancers must await further orders. Slatin appeared very much in earnest. He talked with animated manner to Colonel Broadwood, questioned 2 of the surrendered emirs closely, and hurried off into the dusk, while the Egyptian squadrons, mounting, also rode away at a trot. It was not for some hours after he had left the field of battle that Abdullah realised that his army had not obeyed his summons, but were continuing their retreat, and that only a few hundred Dervishes remained for the defence of the city. He seems, if we judge from the accounts of his personal servant, an Abyssinian boy, to have faced the disasters that had overtaken him with singular composure. He rested until 2 o'clock, when he ate some food. Thereafter he repaired to the tomb, and in that ruined shrine, amid the wreckage of the shell fire, the defeated sovereign appealed to the spirit of Mohammed Ahmed to help him in his sore distress. It was the last prayer ever offered over the Mahdi's grave. The celestial councils seemed to have been in accord with the dictates of common sense, and at 4 o'clock the Khalifa, hearing that the Sirdar was already entering the city, and that the English cavalry were on the parade ground to the west, mounted a small donkey, and, accompanied by his principal wife, a Greek nun as a hostage, and a few attendants, rode leisurely off towards the south. 8 miles from Omdurman a score of swift camels awaited him, and on these he soon reached the main body of his routed army. Here he found many disheartened friends, but the fact that, in this evil plight, he found any friends at all must be recorded in his favour and in that of his subjects. When he arrived he had no escort, was indeed unarmed. The fugitives had good reason to be savage. Their leaders had led them only to their ruin. To cut the throat of this one man who was the cause of all their sufferings was as easy as they would have thought it innocent. yet none assailed him. The tyrant, the oppressor, the scourge of the Soudan, the hypocrite, the abominated Khalifa, the embodiment, as he had been depicted to European eyes, of all the vices, the object, as he was believed in England, of his people's bitter hatred, found safety and welcome among his flying soldiers. The surviving Emirs hurried to his side. Many had gone down on the fatal plain. Osman Azrak, the valiant Bishara, Yakub, and scores whose strange names have not obscured these pages, but who were, nevertheless, great men of war, lay staring up at the stars. Yet those who remained never wavered in their allegiance. Ali Wad Helu, whose leg had been shattered by a shell splinter, was senseless with pain, but the Sheikh Ed Din, the astute Osman Digna, Ibrahim Khalil, who withstood the charge of the 21st Lancers, and others of less note rallied to the side of the appointed successor of Muhammad Ahmed, and did not, even in this extremity, abandon his cause. And so all hurried on through the gathering darkness, a confused and miserable multitude, dejected warriors still preserving their trashy rifles, and wounded men hobbling pitifully along, camels and donkeys laden with household goods, women crying, panting, dragging little children, all in thousands, nearly 30,000 altogether, with little food and less water to sustain them, the desert before them, the gunboats on the Nile, and behind the rumours of pursuit and a broad trail of dead and dying to mark the path of flight. Meanwhile the Egyptian cavalry had already started on their fruitless errand. The squadrons were greatly reduced in numbers. The men carried food to suffice till morning, the horses barely enough to last till noon. To supplement this slender provision, a steamer had been ordered up the river to meet them the next day with fresh supplies. The road by the Nile was choked with armed Dervishes, and to avoid these dangerous fugitives, the column struck inland and marched southward towards some hills whose dark outline showed against the sky. The unknown ground was difficult and swampy. At times the horses floundered to their girths in wet sand. At others rocky khors obstructed the march. Horses and camels blundered and fell. The darkness complicated the confusion. At about 10 o'clock Colonel Broadwood decided to go no further till there was more light. He therefore drew off the column towards the desert, and halted on a comparatively dry spot. Some muddy pools, which were luckily discovered, enabled the bottles to be filled and the horses to be watered. Then, having posted many sentries, the exhausted pursuers slept, waking from time to time to listen to the intermittent firing which was still audible, both from the direction of Omdurman and from that in which the Dervish army was flying. At 3 a.m. on the 3rd, Colonel Broadwood's force moved on again. Men and horses seemed refreshed, and by the aid of a bright moon the ground was covered at a good pace. By 7 o'clock the squadrons approached the point on the river which had been fixed for meeting the steamer. She had already arrived, and the sight of the funnel in the distance and the anticipation of a good meal cheered everyone, for they had scarcely had anything to eat since the night before the battle. But as the troopers drew nearer it became evident that 300 yards of shallow water and deep swamp intervened between them and the vessel. Closer approach was prevented. There was no means of landing the stores. In the hopes of finding a suitable spot further up the stream, the march was resumed. The steamer kept pace along the river. The boggy ground delayed the columns, but by 2 o'clock 7 more miles had been covered. Only the flag at the masthead was now visible, and an impassable morass separated the force from the river bank. It was impossible to obtain supplies. Without food it was out of the question to go on. Indeed, great privations must, as it was, accompany the return march. The necessity was emphasised by the reports of captured fugitives, who all told the same tale. The Khalifa had pushed on swiftly, and was trying to reorganize his army. Colonel Broadwood thereupon rested his horses till the heat of the day was over, and then began the homeward march. It was not until 11 o'clock on the 4th of September that the worn-out and famished cavalry reached their camp near Omdurman. Such was the pursuit as conducted by the regular troops. Abdel Azim, with 750 Arabs, persisted still further in the chase. Lightly equipped and acquainted with the country, they reached Shegeg, nearly 100 miles south of Khartoum, on the 7th. Here they obtained definite information. The Khalifa had 2 days' start, plenty of food and water, and many camels. He had organised a bodyguard of 500 Jehadia, and was besides surrounded by a large force of Arabs of various tribes. With this numerous and powerful following he was travelling day and night towards El Obeid, which town was held by an unbeaten Dervish garrison of nearly 3,000 men. On hearing these things the friendly Arabs determined, not unwisely, to abandon the pursuit, and came boastfully back to Omdurman. In the battle and capture of Omdurman, the losses of the expeditionary force included the following British officers killed: Captain G. Caldecott, 1st Royal Warwickshire Regiment; Lieutenant R. G. Grenfell, 12th Royal Lancers, attached 21st Lancers; the Hon. H. Howard, correspondent of the Times. In total, the British division and Egyptian army suffered 482 men killed or wounded. The Dervish losses were, from computations made on the field and corrected at a later date, ascertained to be 9,700 killed, and wounded variously estimated at from 10,000 to 16,000. There were, besides, 5,000 prisoners. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The River War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The River War by Winston Churchill. Chapter 17. The Fashoda Incident. The long succession of events, of which I have attempted to give some account, has not hitherto affected to any great extent other countries than those which are drained by the Nile. But this chapter demands a wider view, since it must describe an incident which might easily have convulsed Europe, and from which far-reaching consequences have arisen. It is unlikely that the world will ever learn the details of the subtle scheme of which the Marchand mission was a famous part. We may say with certainty that the French government did not intend a small expedition, at great peril to itself, to seize and hold an obscure swamp on the Upper Nile. But it is not possible to define the other arrangements. What part the Abyssinians were expected to play, what services had been rendered them and what inducements they were offered, what attitude was to be adopted to the Khalifa, what use was to be made of the local tribes, all this is veiled in the mystery of intrigue. It is well known that for several years France, at some cost to herself and at a greater cost to Italy, had courted the friendship of Abyssinia, and that the weapons by which the Italians were defeated at Adowa had been mainly supplied through French channels. A small quick-firing gun of continental manufacture and of recent make, which was found in the possession of the Khalifa, seems to point to the existence or contemplation of similar relations with the Dervishes. But how far these operations were designed to assist the Marchand mission is known only to those who initiated them, and to a few others who have so far kept their own counsel. The undisputed facts are few. Towards the end of 1896 a French expedition was dispatched from the Atlantic into the heart of Africa under the command of Major Marchand. The reoccupation of Dongola was then practically complete, and the British Government were earnestly considering the desirability of a further advance. In the beginning of 1897 a British expedition under Colonel MacDonald, and comprising a dozen carefully selected officers, set out from England to Uganda, landed at Mombasa, and struck inland. The misfortunes which fell upon this enterprise are beyond the scope of this account, and I shall not dwell upon the local jealousies and disputes which marred it. It is sufficient to observe that Colonel MacDonald was provided with Soudanese troops who were practically in a state of mutiny, and actually mutinied 2 days after he assumed command. The officers were compelled to fight for their lives. Several were killed. A year was consumed in suppressing the mutiny and the revolt which arose out of it. If the object of the expedition was to reach the Upper Nile,
It was soon obviously unattainable, and the Government were glad to employ the officers in making geographical surveys. At the beginning of 1898 it was clear to those who, with the fullest information, directed the foreign policy of Great Britain, that no results affecting the situation in the Soudan could be expected from the MacDonald expedition. The advance to Khartoum and the reconquest of the lost provinces had been irrevocably undertaken. An Anglo-Egyptian force was already concentrating at Berber. Lastly, the Marchand mission was known to be moving towards the Upper Nile, and it was a probable contingency that it would arrive at its destination within a few months. It was therefore evident that the line of advance of the powerful army moving south from the Mediterranean, and of the tiny expedition moving east from the Atlantic, must intersect before the end of the year, and that intersection would involve a collision between the powers of Great Britain and France. I do not pretend to any special information not hitherto given to the public in this further matter, but the reader may consider for himself whether the conciliatory policy which Lord Salisbury pursued towards Russia in China at this time, a policy which excited hostile criticism in England, was designed to influence the impending conflict on the Upper Nile, and make it certain, or at least likely, that when Great Britain and France should be placed in direct opposition, France should find herself alone. With these introductory reflections we may return to the theatre of the war. On the 7th of September, 5 days after the battle and capture of Omdurman, the Tewfikia, a small Dervish steamer, one of those formerly used by General Gordon, came drifting and paddling down the river. Her Arab crew soon perceived by the Egyptian flags which were hoisted on the principal buildings, and by the shattered condition of the Mahdi's tomb, that all was not well in the city. And then, drifting a little further, they found themselves surrounded by the white gunboats of the Turks, and so incontinently surrendered. The story they told their captors was a strange one. They had left Omdurman a month earlier, in company with the steamer Safia, carrying a force of 500 men, with the Khalifa's orders to go up the White Nile and collect grain. For some time all had been well, but on approaching the old government station of Fashoda they had been fired on by black troops commanded by white officers under a strange flag, and fired on with such effect that they had lost some 40 men killed and wounded. Doubting who these formidable enemies might be, the foraging expedition had turned back, and the Emir in command, having disembarked and formed a camp at a place on the east bank called Reng, had sent the Tewfikia back to ask the Khalifa for instructions and reinforcements. The story was carried to the Sirdar and ran like wildfire through the camp. Many officers made their way to the river where the steamer lay, to test for themselves the truth of the report. The woodwork of the hull was marked with many newly made holes, and cutting into these with their penknives, the officers extracted bullets, not the roughly cast leaden balls, the bits of telegraph wire or old iron which savages use, but the conical nickel-covered bullets of small-bore rifles such as are fired by civilized forces alone. Here was positive proof. A European power was on the Upper Nile. Which? Some said it was the Belgians from the Congo. Some that an Italian expedition had arrived. Others thought that the strangers were French. Others again believed in the Foreign Office. It was a British expedition, after all. The Arab crew was cross-examined as to the flag they had seen. Their replies were inconclusive. It had bright colours, they declared, but what those colours were and what their arrangement might be they could not tell. They were poor men, and God was very great. Curiosity found no comfort but in patience or speculation. The camp, for the most part, received the news with a shrug. After their easy victory the soldiers walked delicately. They knew that they belonged to the most powerful force that had ever penetrated the heart of Africa. If there was to be more war, the government had but to give the word, and the Grand Army of the Nile would do by these newcomers as they had done by the Dervishes. On the 8th the Sirdar started up the White Nile for Fashoda with 5 steamers, the 11th and 13th Battalions of Sudanese, 2 companies of the Cameron Highlanders, Peake's battery of artillery, and 4 Maxim guns. 3 days later he arrived at Reng, and there found, as the crew of the Tewfikia had declared, some 500 Dervishes encamped on the bank, and the Safia steamer moored to it. These stupid fellows had the temerity to open fire on the vessels, whereat the Sultan, steaming towards them, replied with a fierce shell fire which soon put them to flight. The Safia, being under steam, made some attempt to escape, whither it is impossible to say, and Commander Keppel by a well-directed shell in her boilers blew her up, much to the disgust of the Sirdar, who wanted to add her to his flotilla. After this incident the expedition continued its progress up the White Nile. The Sud, which was met with 2 days' journey south of Khartoum, did not in this part of the Nile offer any obstacle to navigation, as the strong current of the river clears the waterway, but on either side of the channel a belt of the tangled weed, varying from 12 to 1,200 yards in breadth, very often prevented the steamers from approaching the bank to tie up. The banks themselves depressed the explorers by their melancholy inhospitality. At times the river flowed past miles of long grey grass and swamp land, inhabited and habitable only by hippopotami. At times a vast expanse of dreary mud flats stretched as far as the eye could see. At others the forest, dense with an impenetrable undergrowth of thorn bushes, approached the water, and the active forms of monkeys and even of leopards darted among the trees. But the country, whether forest, mudflat, or prairie, was always damp and feverish, a wet land, steaming under a burning sun, and humming with mosquitoes and all kinds of insect life. Onward and southward toiled the flotilla, splashing the brown water into foam, and startling the strange creatures on the banks, until on the 18th of September they approached Fashoda. The gunboats waited, moored to the bank for some hours of the afternoon, to allow a message which had been sent by the Sirdar to the mysterious Europeans to precede his arrival, and early in the morning of the 19th a small steel rowing boat was observed coming downstream to meet the expedition. It contained a Senegalese sergeant and 2 men, with a letter from Major Marchand announcing the arrival of the French troops and their formal occupation of the Soudan. It, moreover, congratulated the Sirdar on his victory, and welcomed him to Fashoda in the name of France. A few miles further progress brought the gunboats to their destination, and they made fast to the bank near the old government buildings of the town. Major Marchand's party consisted of 8 French officers or non-commissioned officers, and 120 black soldiers drawn from the Niger district. They possessed 3 steel boats fitted for sail or oars, and a small steam launch, the Faidherbe, which latter had, however, been sent south for reinforcements. They had 6 months' supplies of provisions for the French officers, and about 3 months' rations for the men, but they had no artillery, and were in great want of small-arm ammunition. Their position was indeed precarious. The little force was stranded, without communications of any sort, and with no means of either withstanding an attack or of making a retreat. They had fired away most of their cartridges at the Dervish foraging party, and were daily expecting a renewed attack. Indeed, it was with consternation that they had heard of the approach of the flotilla. The natives had carried the news swiftly up the river that the Dervishes were coming back with 5 steamers, and for 3 nights the French had been sleeplessly awaiting the assault of a powerful enemy. Their joy and relief at the arrival of a European force were undisguised. The Sirdar and his officers on their part were thrilled with admiration at the wonderful achievements of this small band of heroic men. 2 years had passed since they left the Atlantic coast. For 4 months they had been absolutely lost from human ken. They had fought with savages. They had struggled with fever. They had climbed mountains and pierced the most gloomy forests. 5 days and 5 nights they had stood up to their necks in swamp and water. A fifth of their number had perished, yet at last they had carried out their mission, and, arriving at Fashoda on the 10th of July, had planted the tricolour upon the Upper Nile. Moved by such reflections, the British officers disembarked. Major Marchand, with a guard of honour, came to meet the general. They shook hands warmly. "I congratulate you," said the Sirdar, "on all you have accomplished." "No," replied the Frenchman, pointing to his troops, "it is not I, but these soldiers who have done it." And Kitchener, telling the story afterwards, remarked, "Then I knew he was a gentleman." Into the diplomatic discussions that followed it is not necessary to plunge. The Sirdar politely ignored the French flag, and, without interfering with the Marchand expedition and the fort it occupied, hoisted the British and Egyptian colours with all due ceremony, amid musical honours and the salutes of the gunboats. A garrison was established at Fashoda, consisting of the 11th Soudanese, 4 guns of Peake's battery, and 2 Maxims, the whole under the command of Colonel Jackson, who was appointed military and civil commandant of the Fashoda district. At 3 o'clock on the same afternoon the Sirdar and the gunboats resumed their journey to the south, and the next day reached the mouth of the Sobat, 62 miles from Fashoda. Here other flags were hoisted, and another post formed with a garrison of half the 13th Soudanese battalion and the remaining 2 guns of Peake's battery. The expedition then turned northwards, leaving 2 gunboats, the Sultan and the Abu Klea, at the disposal of Colonel Jackson. I do not attempt to describe the international negotiations and discussions that followed the receipt of the news in Europe, but it is pleasing to remember that a great crisis found England united. The determination of the Government was approved by the loyalty of the Opposition, supported by the calm resolve of the people, and armed with the efficiency of the fleet. At first, indeed, while the Sirdar was still steaming southward, wonder and suspense filled all minds. But when suspense ended in the certainty that 8 French adventurers were in occupation of Fashoda and claimed a territory twice as large as France, it gave place to a deep and bitter anger. There is no power in Europe which the average Englishman regards with less animosity than France. Nevertheless, on this matter all were agreed. They should go. They should evacuate Fashoda, or else all the might, majesty, dominion, and power of everything that could by any stretch of the imagination be called British should be employed to make them go. Those who find it difficult to account for the hot, almost petulant flush of resolve that stirred the nation must look back over the long history of the Soudan drama. It had always been a duty to reconquer the abandoned territory. When it was found that this might be safely done, the duty became a pleasure. The operations were watched with extravagant attention, and while they progressed the earnestness of the nation increased. As the tides of barbarism were gradually driven back, the old sea marks came one after another into view. Names of towns that were half forgotten, or remembered only with sadness, reappeared on the posters, in the gazettes, and in the newspapers. We were going back. Dongola, Berber, Metemmah. Who had not heard of them before? Now they were associated with triumph. Considerable armies fought on the Indian frontier. There was war in the south and the east and the west of Africa. But England looked steadfastly towards the Nile and the expedition that crawled forward slowly, steadily, unchecked, apparently irresistible. When the final triumph, long expected, came in all its completeness, it was hailed with a shout of exultation, and the people of Great Britain, moved far beyond their wont, sat themselves down to give thanks to their God, their government, and their general. Suddenly, on the course of their rejoicing there broke a discordant note. They were confronted with the fact that a friendly power had, unprovoked, endeavoured to rob them of the fruits of their victories. They now realized that while they had been devoting themselves to great military operations in broad daylight and the eye of the world, and prosecuting an enterprise on which they had set their hearts, other operations, covert and deceitful, had been in progress in the heart of the dark continent, designed solely for the mischievous and spiteful object of depriving them of the produce of their labours, and they firmly set their faces against such behaviour. First of all, Great Britain was determined to have Fashoda or fight, and as soon as this was made clear the French were willing to give way. Fashoda was a miserable swamp, of no particular value to them. Marchand, Lord Salisbury's explorer in difficulties upon the Upper Nile, was admitted by the French minister to be merely an emissary of civilization. It was not worth their while to embark on the hazards and convulsions of a mighty war for either swamp or emissary. Besides, the plot had failed. Guy Fawkes, true to his oath and his orders, had indeed reached the vault, but the other conspirators were less devoted. The Abyssinians had held aloof. The negro tribes gazed with wonder on the strangers, but had no intention of fighting for them. The pride and barbarism of the Khalifa rejected all overtures and disdained to discriminate between the various breeds of the accursed Turks. Finally, the victory of Omdurman and its forerunner, the Desert Railway, had revolutionized the whole situation in the Nile Valley. After some weeks of tension, the French government consented to withdraw their expedition from the region of the Upper Nile. Meanwhile, events were passing at Fashoda. The town, the site of which had been carefully selected by the old Egyptian government, is situated on the left bank of the river, on a gentle slope of ground which rises about 4 feet above the level of the Nile at full flood. During the rainy season, which lasts from the end of June until the end of October, the surrounding country is one vast swamp, and Fashoda itself becomes an island. It is not, however, without its importance, for it is the only spot on the west shore for very many miles where landing from the river is possible. All the roads, mere camel tracks, from Lower Kordofan meet at the government post, but are only passable in the dry season. The soil is fertile, and since there is a superabundance of sun and water, almost any crop or plant can be grown. The French officers, with the adaptive thrift of their nation, had already, in spite of the ravages of the water rats, created a good vegetable garden, from which they were able to supplement their monotonous fare. The natives, however, aboriginal negroes of the Dinka and Shilluk tribes, are unwilling to work, except to provide themselves with the necessaries of life, and since these are easily obtained, there is very little cultivation, and the fertility of the soil may be said to increase the poverty of the country. At all seasons of the year the climate of Fashoda is pestilential, and the malarial fever attacks every European or Egyptian, breaking down the strongest constitutions, and in many cases causing death. The place is most unhealthy, and in March 1899, the driest season of the year, out of a garrison of 317 men only 37 were fit for duty. From Sir William Garstin's report, Egypt, No. 5, 1899. On this dismal island, far from civilization, health, or comfort, the Marchand mission and the Egyptian garrison lived in polite antagonism for nearly 3 months. The French fort stood at the northern end. The Egyptian camp lay outside the ruins of the town. Civilities were constantly exchanged between the forces, and the British officers repaid the welcome gifts of fresh vegetables by newspapers and other conveniences. The Senegalese riflemen were smart and well-conducted soldiers, and the blacks of the Sudanese battalion soon imitated their officers in reciprocating courtesies. A feeling of mutual respect sprang up between Colonel Jackson and Major Marchand. The dashing commandant of the 11th Soudanese, whose Egyptian medals bear no fewer than 14 clasps, was filled with a generous admiration for the French explorer. Realizing the difficulties, he appreciated the magnificence of the achievement, and as he spoke excellent French, a good and almost cordial understanding was established, and no serious disagreement occurred. But, notwithstanding the polite relations, the greatest vigilance was exercised by both sides, and whatever civilities were exchanged were of a formal nature. The Dinkas and Shilluks had on the first arrival of the French made submission, and had supplied them with provisions. They knew that white men were said to be coming, and they did not realize that there were different races among the whites. Marchand was regarded as the advance guard of the Sirdar's army. But when the negroes gradually perceived that these bands of white men were at enmity with each other, were in fact of rival tribes, they immediately transferred their allegiance to the stronger force, and although their dread of the Egyptian flag was at first very marked, boycotted the French entirely. In the middle of October dispatches from France arrived for Marchand by steamer, and that officer, after reading them, determined to proceed to Cairo. Jackson, who was most anxious that no disagreement should arise, begged him to give positive orders to his subordinate to maintain the status quo, as had been agreed. Marchand gladly consented, and departed for Omdurman, where he visited the battlefield, and found in the heaps of slain a grim witness of the destruction from which he had been saved, and so on to Cairo, where he was moved to tears and speeches. But in his absence Captain Germain, who succeeded to the command, diverged from his orders. No sooner had Marchand left than Germain, anxious to win distinction, embarked upon a most aggressive policy. He occupied the Dinka country on the right bank of the river, pushed reconnoitring parties into the interior, prevented the Dinka sheikhs from coming to make their submission at Fashoda, and sent his boats and the Faidherbe steam launch, which had returned from the south, beyond the northern limits which the Sirdar had prescribed and Marchand had agreed to recognize. Colonel Jackson protested again and again. Germain sent haughty replies and persisted in his provoking policy. At last the British officer was compelled to declare that if any more patrols were sent into the Dinka country, he would not allow them to return to the French post. Whereat Germain rejoined that he would meet force with force. All tempers were worn by fever, heat, discomfort, and monotony. The situation became very difficult, and the tact and patience of Colonel Jackson alone averted a conflict which would have resounded in all parts of the world. He confined his troops strictly to their lines, and moved as far from the French camp as was possible. But there was one dark day when the French officers worked in their shirts with their faithful Senegalese to strengthen the entrenchments, and busily prepared for a desperate struggle. On the other side little activity was noticeable. The Egyptian garrison, although under arms, kept out of sight, but a wisp of steam above the funnels of the redoubtable gunboats showed that all was ready. At length, in a fortunate hour, Marchand returned, reproved his subordinate, and expressed his regrets to Colonel Jackson. Then it became known that the French government had ordered the evacuation of Fashoda. Some weeks were spent in making preparations for the journey, but at length the day of departure arrived. At 8:20 on the morning of the 11th of December the French lowered their flag with salute and flourish of bugle. The British officers, who remained in their own camp and did not obtrude themselves, were distant but interested spectators. On the flag ceasing to fly, a sous-officier rushed up to the flagstaff and hurled it to the ground, shaking his fists and tearing his hair in a bitterness and vexation from which it is impossible to withhold sympathy, in view of what these men had suffered uselessly and what they had done. The French then embarked, and at 9:30 steamed southward, the Faidherbe towing one oblong steel barge and one old steel boat, the other 3 boats sailing, all full of men. As the little flotilla passed the Egyptian camp, a guard of honour of the 11th Soudanese saluted them, and the band struck up their national anthem. The French acknowledged the compliment by dipping their flag, and in return the British and Egyptian flags were also lowered. The boats then continued their journey until they had rounded the bend of the river, when they came to land, and honour being duly satisfied, Marchand and his officers returned to breakfast with Colonel Jackson. The meeting was very friendly. Jackson and Germain exchanged most elaborate compliments, and the commandant, in the name of the 11th Soudanese, presented the expedition with the banner of the Emir who had attacked them, which had been captured at Reng. Marchand shook hands all around, and the British officers bade their gallant opponents a final farewell. Once again the 8 Frenchmen, who had come so far and accomplished so much, set out upon their travels, to make a safe though tedious journey through Abyssinia to the coast, and thence home to the country they had served faithfully and well, and which was not unmindful of their services. Let us settle the international aspect of the reconquest of the Soudan while we are in the way with it. The disputes between France and England about the valley of the Upper Nile were terminated, as far as material cause was concerned, by an agreement, signed in London on the 21st of March, 1899, by Lord Salisbury and Monsieur Cambon. The declaration limiting the respective spheres of influence of the two powers took the form of an addition to the fourth article of the Niger Convention, concluded in the previous year. Its practical effect is to reserve the whole drainage system of the Nile to England and Egypt, and to engage that France shall have a free hand, so far as those powers are concerned, in the rest of northern Africa west of the Nile Valley not yet occupied by Europeans. This stupendous partition of half a continent by two European powers could scarcely be expected to excite the enthusiasm of the rest. Germany was, however, soothed by the promise of the observance of the open door policy upon the Upper Nile. Italy, protesting meekly, followed Germany. Russia had no interests in this quarter. France and England were agreed. The rest were not consulted, and the declaration may thus be said to have been recognized by the world in general. It is perhaps early to attempt to pronounce with which of the contracting powers the advantage lies. France has acquired at a single stroke, without any serious military operations, the recognition of rights which may enable her ultimately to annex a vast African territory. At present what she has gained may be described as a recognized sphere of aspiration. The future may convert this into a sphere of influence, and the distant future may witness the entire subjugation of the whole region. There are many difficulties to be overcome. The powerful influence of the Senussi has yet to be overthrown. The independent kingdom of Wadai must be conquered. Many smaller potentates will resist desperately. Altogether France has enough to occupy her in Central Africa for some time to come, and even when the long task is finished, the conquered regions are not likely to be of great value. They include the desert of the Great Sahara and wide expanses of equally profitless scrub or marsh. Only one important river, the Shari, flows through them, and never reaches the sea. And even Lake Chad, into which the Shari flows, appears to be leaking through some subterranean exit, and is rapidly changing from a lake into an immense swamp. Great Britain and Egypt, upon the other hand, have secured a territory which, though smaller, is nevertheless of enormous extent, more fertile, comparatively easy of access, practically conquered, and containing the waterway of the Nile. France will be able to paint a great deal of the map of Africa blue, and the aspect of the continent upon paper may please the patriotic eye, but it is already possible to predict that before she can develop her property, can convert aspiration into influence, and influence into occupation, she will have to work harder, pay more, and wait longer for a return than will the more modest owners of the Nile Valley. And even when that return is obtained, it is unlikely that it will be of so much value. It only remains to discuss the settlement made between the conquerors of the Sudan. Great Britain and Egypt have moved hand in hand up the great river, sharing, though unequally, the cost of the war in men and money. The prize belonged to both. The direct annexation of the Sudan by Great Britain would have been an injustice to Egypt. Moreover, the claim of the conquerors to Fashoda and other territories rested solely on the former rights of Egypt. On the other hand, if the Sudan became Egyptian again, it must wear the fetters of that imprisoned country. The capitulations would apply to the Upper Nile regions as to the Delta. Mixed tribunals, Ottoman suzerainty, and other vexatious burdens would be added to the difficulties of Sudan administration. To free the new country from the curse of internationalism was a paramount object. The Sudan Agreement by Great Britain and Egypt, published on the 7th of March, 1899, achieves this. Like most of the best work done in Egypt by the British Agency, the agreement was slipped through without attracting much notice. Under its authority, a state has been created in the Nile Valley which is neither British nor Ottoman, nor anything else so far known to the law of Europe. International jurists are confronted with an entirely new political status. A diplomatic fourth dimension has been discovered. Great Britain and Egypt rule the country together. The Allied conquerors have become the joint possessors. What does this Soudan agreement mean? The Austrian consul general asked Lord Cromer, and the British agent, whom 22 years' acquaintance with Egyptian affairs had accustomed to anomalies, replied, "It means simply this," and handed him the inexplicable document under which the conquered country may some day march to peace and plenty. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The River War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The River War by Winston Churchill. Chapter 18 On the Blue Nile. The authority of the Khalifa and the strength of his army were forever broken on the 2nd of September, and the Battle of Omdurman is the natural climax of this tale of war. To those who fought, and still more to those who fell, in the subsequent actions the climax came somewhat later. After the victory the public interest was no longer centred in the Soudan. The last British battalion had been carried north of Assuan, the last press correspondent had hurried back to Cairo or London, but the military operations were by no means over. The enemy had been defeated. It remained to reconquer the territory. The dervishes of the provincial garrisons still preserved their allegiance to the Khalifa. Several strong Arab forces kept the field. Distant Kordofan and even more distant Darfur were as quite yet unaffected by the great battle at the confluence of the Niles. There were rumours of Europeans in the far south. The unquestioned command of the waterways which the Sirdar enjoyed enabled the greater part of the Egyptian Soudan to be at once formally reoccupied. All towns or stations on the main rivers and their tributaries were at the mercy of the gunboats. It was only necessary to send troops to occupy them and to hoist the British and Egyptian flags. 2 expeditions were forthwith sent up the White and Blue Niles to establish garrisons, and as far as possible to subdue the country. The first, under the personal command of the Sirdar, left Omdurman on the 8th of September and steamed up the White Nile towards Fashoda. The events which followed that momentous journey have already been related. The second expedition consisted of the gunboats Sheikh and Hafir, together with 2 companies and the brass band of the 10th Soudanese and a Maxim battery, all under the command of General Hunter. Leaving Omdurman on the 19th of September, they started up the Blue Nile to Abu Haraz. The rest of the 10th Battalion followed as soon as other steamers were set free from the business of taking the British division to the Atbara and bringing supplies to Omdurman. The progress of the expedition up the river resembled a triumphal procession. The people of the riparian villages assembled on the banks, and partly from satisfaction at being relieved from the oppression of the Khalifa and the scourge of war, partly from fear, and partly from wonder, gave vent to loud and long-continued cheers. As the gunboats advanced, the inhabitants escorted them along the bank, the men dancing and waving their swords, and the women uttering shrill cries of welcome. The reception of the expedition when places of importance were passed, and the crowd amounted to several thousands, is described as very stirring, and, we are told, such was the enthusiasm of the natives that they even broke up their houses to supply the gunboats with wood for fuel. Whether this be true or not I cannot tell, but it is in any case certain that the vessels were duly supplied, and that the expedition in its progress was well received by the Negroid tribes, who had long resented the tyranny of the Arabs. On the 22nd of September a considerable part of the army of Osman Digna, which had not been present at the Battle of Omdurman, was found encamped on the Gezira, a few miles north of Rafayeh. The sheikhs and emirs, on being summoned by General Hunter, surrendered, and a force of about 2,000 men laid down their arms. Musa Digna, a nephew of Osman and the commander of his forces, was put in irons and held prisoner. The rest, who were mostly from the Suakin district, were given a safe conduct and told to return to their homes, an order they lost no time in obeying. The next day the general arrived at Wad Medina, where the Dervish garrison, 1,000 strong, had already surrendered to the gunboat Sheikh. These men, who were regular Dervishes, were transported in sailing boats to Omdurman, and augmented the number of prisoners of war already collected. On the 29th of September General Hunter reached Rosaires, 400 miles south of Khartoum, and the extreme limit of steam navigation on the Blue Nile. By the 3rd of October he had established garrisons of the 10th Soudanese in Rosaires, at Karkoj, at Sennar, the old seat of the government of the province, and at Wad Medina. Having also arranged for gunboat patrolling, he returned to Omdurman. But there was one Dervish force which had no intention of surrendering to the invaders, and whose dispersal was not accomplished until 3 fierce and critical actions had been fought. Ahmed Fedil, a zealous and devoted adherent of the Khalifa, had been sent, after the defeat on the Atbara, to collect all the Dervishes who could be spared from the Gedaref and Gallabat provinces, and bring them to join the growing army at Omdurman. The Emir had faithfully discharged his duty, and he was hurrying to his master's assistance with a strong and well-disciplined force of no fewer than 8,000 men when, while yet 60 miles from the city, he received the news of the stricken field. He immediately halted, and sought to hide the disaster from his soldiers by announcing that the Khalifa had been victorious and no longer needed their assistance. He even explained the appearance of gunboats upon the river by saying that these had run past the batteries at Omdurman, and that the others were destroyed. The truth was not, however, long concealed, for a few days later 2 emissaries dispatched by Slatin arrived at the Dervish camp and announced the destruction of the Omdurman army, the flight of the Khalifa, and the fall of the city. The messengers were authorized to offer Ahmed terms, but that implacable Dervish flew into a rage, and having shot one, sent the other, covered with insults and stripes, to tell the Turks that he would fight to the bitter end. He then struck his camp and marched back along the east bank of the Blue Nile, with the intention of crossing the river near its confluence with the Rahad, and so joining the Khalifa in Kordofan. His Dervishes, however, did not view this project with satisfaction. Their families and women had been left with large stores of grain and ammunition in Gedaref under a strong garrison of 3,000 men. They urged their commander to return and collect these possessions. Ahmed at first refused, but when on arriving at the place of passage he found himself confronted with a gunboat, he resolved to make a virtue of necessity, and set out leisurely for Gedaref. On the 5th of September Colonel Parsons, in command of the forces at Kassala, heard through the Italian governor of Eritrea of the victory at Omdurman. The next day official news arrived from England, and in conformity with previous instructions he set out on the 7th for Gedaref. It was known that Ahmed Fedil had marched towards Omdurman. It was believed that Gedaref was only weakly held, and the opportunity of cutting the most powerful remaining Dervish army from its base was too precious to be neglected. But the venture was desperate. The whole available strength of the Kassala garrison was mustered. With these 1,350 motley soldiers, untried, little disciplined, worn with waiting and wasted by disease, without cavalry, artillery, or machine guns, and with only 7 British officers, including the doctor, Gedaref was taken, and having been taken, was held. After 2 long marches Colonel Parsons and his force arrived at El Fasher, on the right bank of the Atbara. Their advance, which had hitherto led them through a waterless desert, was now checked by a raging torrent. The river was in full flood, and a channel of deep water, broader than the Thames below London Bridge and racing along at 7 miles an hour, formed a serious obstacle. Since there were no boats, the soldiers began forthwith to construct rafts from barrels that had been brought for the purpose. As soon as the first of these was completed, it was sent on a trial trip. The result was not encouraging. The raft supported 10 men, occupied 5 hours in the passage, was carried 10 miles downstream, and came back for its second journey on the afternoon of the next day. It was evident that this means of transport was out of the question. The only chance of success, indeed of safety, lay in the force reaching and taking Gedaref before the return of Ahmed Fedil. All depended upon speed. Yet here was a hopeless delay. After prolonged discussion it was resolved to act on the suggestion of an Egyptian officer and endeavour to build boats. The work proved easier than was anticipated. The elastic wood of the mimosa scrub supplied the frames. Some tarpaulins, fortunately available, formed the outer covering. The Egyptian soldiers, who delighted in the work, succeeded in making daily from such materials one boat capable of carrying 2 tons, and in these ingenious contrivances the whole force crossed to the further bank. The camels, mules, and horses of the transport, their heads supported with inflated waterskins tied under their jowls, were made to swim across the river by the local Shukriya Arabs. Such was the skill of these tribesmen that only 1 camel and 1 mule were drowned during the operation. The passage was completed on the 16th, and the next day the advance was resumed along the west bank of the Atbara. At midday on the 18th Mugatta was reached, and at dawn on the 20th the little force, having filled their waterskins, tightened their belts, and invoked the assistance of the various gods they worshipped, started off and marched all day in single file through the thick bush which lies between the Atbara and Gedaref. The column retired to rest peacefully during the night of the 21st, although within 12 miles of Gedaref. But at midnight startling news arrived. A deserter from the Dervishes made his way into the camp and informed Colonel Parsons that the Emir Saadallah awaited him with 3,500 men 2 miles before the town. The situation was grave. A retreat through the broken country and thick bush in the face of a powerful and triumphant enemy seemed impossible. There was no alternative but to attack. Very early on the morning of the 22nd, the same day on which General Hunter on the Blue Nile was compelling Musa Digna and his followers to surrender, Colonel Parsons and the Kassala column set forth to march into Gedaref, and to fight whatever force it might contain. For the first 2 hours the road lay through doura plantations and high grass which rose above the heads even of men mounted on camels. But as the town was approached, the doura ceased, and the troops emerged from the jungle on to an undulating moorland with occasional patches of rushes and withered grass. At 7:30, and about 3 miles from Gedaref, the enemy's scouts were encountered. A few shots were fired. The soldiers pressed their march, and at 8 o'clock had reached a small knoll, from the top of which an extensive view was obtainable. The column halted, and Colonel Parsons and his officers ascended the eminence to reconnoitre. A most menacing spectacle confronted them. Scarcely a mile away a strong force of Dervishes was rapidly advancing to meet the invaders. 4 lines of white figures rising out of the grass showed by their length the number, and by their regularity the discipline, of the enemy. The officers computed the strength of their antagonists at not fewer than 4,000. Subsequent investigation has shown that the Emir Saadallah marched out of Gedaref with 1,700 riflemen, 1,600 spearmen, and 300 horse. The swiftness of the Dervish advance and the short space that intervened between the forces made it evident that a collision would take place within half an hour. The valley was rocky and overgrown with grass and reeds, but to the right of the track there rose a high saddleback hill, the surface of which looked more open, and which appeared to command the approaches from Gedaref. The troops knew nothing of the country. The Dervishes understood it thoroughly. The high ground gave at least advantage of view. Colonel Parsons resolved to occupy it. Time was, however, very scanty. The order was given, and the column began to double across the valley towards the saddleback. The Dervishes, perceiving the nature of the movement, hurried their advance in the hope of catching the troops on the move, and perhaps of even seizing the hill itself. But they were too late. Colonel Parsons and his force reached the saddleback safely, and with a few minutes to spare climbed up and advanced along it in column in the direction of Gedaref, the Arab battalion leading, the 16th Egyptians next, and last of all the irregulars. The Dervishes, seeing that the troops had already reached the hill and were moving along it towards the town, swung to their left and advanced to the attack. Thereupon, at 8:30, the column wheeled into line to meet them, and standing in the long grass, which even on the summit of the hill was nearly breast high, opened a heavy and destructive fire. The enemy, although suffering severe loss, continued to struggle bravely onward, replying vigorously to the musketry of the soldiers. At 9 o'clock, while the frontal attack was still undecided, Colonel Parsons became aware that a strong force of Dervishes had moved round the left rear and were about to attack the hospital and transport. He at once sent to warn Captain Fleming, R.A.M.C., who combined the duties of medical officer and commander of the baggage column, of the impending assault, and directed him to close up the camels and meet it. The Arab sheikhs, who in the absence of officers were acting as orderlies, had scarcely brought the news to Fleming when the Dervish attack developed. The enemy, some 300 strong, rushed with great determination upon the baggage, and the escort of 120 Arab irregulars at once broke and fled. The situation became desperate, but Ruthven with 34 Supply Department camelmen hastened to meet the exultant enemy and protect the baggage column, and the transport was stubbornly defended. In spite of all their efforts, the rear of the baggage column was broken and cut up. The survivors escaped along the saddleback. The British officers, with their small following, fell back towards the main body, hotly pressed by the enemy. At this moment Captain Ruthven observed one of his native officers lying wounded on the ground, about to fall into the hands of the Dervishes and perish miserably. He immediately went back and, being a man of great physical strength, carried the body off in his arms. The enemy were, however, so close that he was 3 times compelled to set his burden down and defend himself with his revolver. Meanwhile, the retirement towards the main body continued and accelerated. Colonel Parsons and his force were now between 2 fires. The frontal attack was within 200 yards. The rear attack, flushed with success, were hurrying impetuously forward. The defeat and consequent total destruction of the Kassala column appeared certain. But in the nick of time the Dervish frontal attack, which had been suffering heavily from the fire of the troops, wavered, and when the Arab battalion and the 16th Egyptians advanced upon them to complete their discomfiture, they broke and fled. Colonel Parsons at once endeavoured to meet the rear attack. The Arab battalion, whose valour was more admirable than their discipline, continued to pursue the beaten enemy down the hill, but the 16th Egyptians, on being called upon by their commanding officer, Captain McCarroll, faced steadily about and turned to encounter the fresh attack. The heavy fire of the regular battalion checked the Dervish advance, and Captain Fleming, the rest of the dismounted camelmen, and Ruthven still carrying his native officer, found safety in their ranks. For his gallantry on this occasion Captain Ruthven has since received the Victoria Cross. A short, fierce musketry combat followed at a range of less than 100 yards, at the end of which the assailants of the baggage convoy were completely repulsed. The action was now practically over, and success was won. The Arab battalion, and those of the irregulars that had rallied, advanced and drove the enemy before them towards Gedaref, until at 10 o'clock, both their front and rear ranks having failed, the Dervishes abandoned all resistance and a general rout ensued. No cavalry or artillery being available, further pursuit was impossible. The town of Gedaref surrendered at noon. The Dervish Emir, Nur Angara, who with 200 black riflemen and 2 brass guns had been left in command of the garrison, made haste to submit. The remainder of the Dervishes, continuing their flight under the Emir Sa'adallah, hurried to tell the tale of defeat to Ahmed Fedil. The casualties suffered by the Kassala column in the action were severe in proportion to their numbers and the duration of the fight. The 7 British officers escaped untouched, but of the 1,400 soldiers and irregulars engaged, 51 were killed and 80 wounded, a total of 131. The Dervishes left 500 dead on the field, including 4 emirs of rank. The victory had been won, the enemy were routed, and the town was taken. It had now to be defended. Colonel Parsons took possession of the principal buildings, and began immediately to put them in a state of defence. This was fortunately an easy matter. The position was good and adaptable. It consisted of 3 large enclosures, capable of holding the entire force situated in echelon so as to protect each other by their fire, and with strong brick walls 6 feet high. All were at once set to work to clear the approaches, to level the mud houses without, and to build ramparts or banquettes within the walls. The 3 enclosures thus became 3 forts, and in the principal work the 2 captured brass guns were mounted, in small bastions thrown out from the north and west corners. While the infantry were thus engaged, Ruthven and his camel-men made daily reconnaissances of the surrounding country, and eagerly looked for the first appearance of Ahmed Fedil. By great good fortune a convoy of ammunition from Mugatta reached Gedaref on the afternoon of the 27th. At dawn the next day Ruthven reported that the advance guard of Ahmed Fedil was approaching the town. The attack began at 8:30. The Dervishes, who fought with their customary gallantry, simultaneously assaulted the north, south, and west faces of the defences. Creeping forward through the high Doura, they were able to get within 300 yards of the enclosures. But the intervening space had been carefully cleared of cover, and was swept by the musketry of the defenders. All attempts to cross this ground, even the most determined rushes, proved vain. While some made hopeless charges towards the walls, others crowded into a few straw shelters and mud huts which the troops had not found opportunity to remove, and thence maintained a ragged fire. After an hour's heavy fusillade, the attack weakened, and presently ceased altogether. At 10 o'clock, however, strong reinforcements having come up, the Dervishes made a second attempt. They were again repulsed, and at 11:15, after losing more than 500 men in killed and wounded, Ahmed Fedil admitted his defeat and retired to a clump of palm trees 2 miles to the west of the town. The casualties among the defenders were 5 men killed, 1 British officer, Captain Dwyer, and 13 men wounded. The Dervishes remained for 2 days in the palm grove, and their leader repeatedly endeavoured to induce them to renew the attack. But although they closely surrounded the enclosures and maintained a dropping fire, they refused to knock their heads against brick walls a 3rd time, and on the 1st of October Ahmed Fedil was forced to retire to a more convenient camp 8 miles to the southward. Here for the next 3 weeks he remained, savage and sulky, and the Kassala column were content to keep to their defences. A few convoys from Mugatta made their way into the forts under the cover of darkness, but for all practical purposes the blockade of the garrison was complete. Their losses in action had reduced their strength. They were not abundantly supplied with ammunition. The smell of the putrefying corpses which lay around the walls and in the Doura crop, together with the unhealthy climate and the filth of the town, was a fertile source of disease. A painful and racking fever afflicted all ranks, and at one time as many as 270 of the 400 regular soldiers were prostrated. The recurring night alarms added to the fatigues of the troops and the anxieties of the 7 officers. The situation was indeed so unsatisfactory that Colonel Parsons was compelled to ask for assistance. Major General Rundle, who in the Sirdar's absence held the chief command, immediately organised a relief expedition. The 9th, 12th, and half of the 13th Soudanese, with 3 companies of the Camel Corps, under Colonel Collinson, were at once sent from Omdurman to the mouth of the Rahad River. The infantry were conveyed in steamers. The Camel Corps marched along the bank, completing the whole distance of 130 miles in 56 hours. The Blue Nile garrisons, with the exception of the post at Rosaires, were also concentrated. By the 8th of October, the whole force was collected at Abu Haraz. 500 camels, which had marched from Omdurman, and every available local beast of burden joined the transport of the column. On the 9th, the 12th Soudanese started up the Rahad River for Ain el Owega. From this point the road leaves the river and strikes across the desert to Gedaref, a distance of 100 miles. and in the whole distance water is only found at the wells of El Cow. Owing to the scarcity of water, it was necessary to carry a supply with the troops. The transport being insufficient to provide for the whole force, the march had to be made in 2 columns. The Camel Corps and the 12th Soudanese, about 1,200 strong, set forth under Colonel Collinson from Ain el Owega on the 17th, and reached Gedaref safely on the 22nd. Warned of their arrival, Ahmed Fedil, having made a feeble night attack, which was repulsed by the garrison with a loss to themselves of 2 Soudanese wounded, realized that he had now no chance of recapturing the town. Preparations were indeed made to attack him, but on the 23rd of October, when a reconnaissance was made in the direction of his camp, the Dervish force was seen moving off in a southerly direction, their retreat covered by a strong rearguard, which was intended to perform the double duty of protecting the retirement and preventing desertion. The operations conducted by Colonel Parsons thus ended in complete success. Great difficulties were overcome, great perils were encountered, great results were obtained. But while we applaud the skill of the commander and the devotion of his subordinates, it is impossible not to criticize the rash and over-confident policy which sent such a weak and ill-equipped force on so hazardous an enterprise. The action of Gedaref, as has been shown, was, through no fault of the officers or men of the expedition, within an ace of being a disaster. But there were other critical occasions when only the extraordinary good fortune which attended the force saved it from destruction. First, the column was not discovered until it reached Mugata. Secondly, it was not attacked in the thick bush. Thirdly, the Dervishes gave battle in the open instead of remaining within their walls, whence the troops could not have driven them without artillery. And fourthly, the reserve ammunition arrived before the attack of Ahmed Fedil. After his defeat before Gedaref, Ahmed Fedil reverted to his intention of joining the Khalifa in Kordofan, and he withdrew southwards towards the Dinder River with a following that still numbered more than 5,000. To pass the Nile in the face of the gunboats appeared impossible. He did not, however, believe that steamers could navigate the higher reaches of the rivers, and in the hopes of finding a safe crossing place, he directed his march so as to strike the Blue Nile south of Karkoj. Moving leisurely, and with frequent delays to pillage the inhabitants, he arrived on the Dinder, 25 miles to the east of Karkoj, on the 7th of November. Here he halted to reconnoitre. He had trusted in the Karkoj-Rosaires reach being too shallow for the gunboats, but he found 2 powerful vessels already patrolling it. Again frustrated, he turned southwards, meaning to cross above the Rosaires cataract, which was without doubt impassable to steamers. On the 22nd of October, Colonel Lewis, with 2 companies of the Camel Corps and 3 squadrons of cavalry, started from Omdurman with the object of marching through the centre of the Gezira and of re-establishing the Egyptian authority. His progress was in every way successful. The inhabitants were submissive, and resigned themselves with scarcely a regret to orderly government. Very little lawlessness had followed the defeat of the Khalifa, and whatever plundering there had been was chiefly the work of the disbanded irregulars who had fought at Omdurman under Major Wortley's command on the east bank of the Nile. In every village sheikhs were appointed in the name of the Khedive, and the officers of the cavalry column concerned themselves with many difficult disputes about land, crops, and women, all of which they settled to their satisfaction. Marching through Amwamra, Halusan, and Mesalamia, Colonel Lewis reached Karkoj on the 7th of November, almost at the same time that Ahmed Fedil arrived on the Dinder. For the next 6 weeks, the movements of the 2 forces resembled a game of hide and seek. Ahmed Fedil, concealed in the dense forest and jungle of the east bank, raided the surrounding villages and worked his way gradually towards the Rosaires cataract. Colonel Lewis, perplexed by false and vague information, remained halted at Karkoj, dispatched vain reconnaissances in the hopes of obtaining reliable news, revolved deep schemes to cut off the raiding parties, or patrolled the river in the gunboats. And meanwhile sickness fell upon his force. The malarial fever, which is everywhere prevalent on the Blue Nile in the autumn, was now at its height. More than 30% of every garrison and every post were affected. The company holding Rosaires were stricken to a man, and only the 2 British officers remained fit for duty. The cavalry force which had marched through the Ghezira suffered the most severely. One after another every British officer was stricken down and lay burning but helpless beneath the palm-leaf shelters, or tottered on to the friendly steamers that bore the worst cases north. Of the 460 men who composed the force, 10 had died, and 420 were reported unfit for duty within a month of their arrival at Karkoj. During the end of November the Sheikh Bakir, who had deserted the Dervishes after their retreat from Gedaref, arrived at Karkoj with 350 irregulars. He claimed to have defeated his former chief many times, and produced a sack of heads as evidence of his success. His loyalty being thus placed beyond doubt, he was sent to keep contact with the Dervishes, and encouraged to the greatest efforts by the permission to appropriate whatever spoils of war he could capture. Meanwhile Ahmed Fadil was working his way slowly southward along a deep khor which runs almost parallel to the Blue Nile, and is perhaps 20 miles from it. As soon as the position of the Dervish Emir was definitely known, Colonel Lewis moved his force, which had been strengthened by detachments of the 10th Soudanese, from Karkoj to Rosaires. Here he remained for several days, with but little hope of obstructing the enemy's passage of the river. On the 20th of December, however, full, though, as was afterwards found, not very accurate, information was received. It was reported that on the 18th Ahmed Fadil had reached the village of Dakhila, about 20 miles south of the Rosaires post, that he himself had immediately crossed with his advance guard, and was busily passing the women and children across the river on rafts. On the 22nd, therefore, Colonel Lewis hurried the Sheikh Bakir up the west bank to cut off their flocks and harass the Dervishes who had already crossed the river. The irregulars accordingly departed, and on the next day news was brought that the Dervish force was almost equally divided by the Blue Nile, half being on one bank and half on the other. At midday on the 24th, the gunboats Malik and Dal arrived from Omdurman with a detachment of 200 more men of the 10th Soudanese under Major Ferguson, and 30 men of the 9th Soudanese under Captain Sir Henry Hill. With this addition, the force at Colonel Lewis's disposal consisted of half the 10th Soudanese, a small detachment of the 9th Soudanese, 2 Maxim guns, and a doctor. Besides the regular troops, there were also the band of irregulars under the Sheikh Bakir, numbering 380 men, 100 men under the Sheikh of Rosaires, and a few other unclassified scallywags. Colonel Lewis determined to attack what part of Ahmed Fadil's force still remained on the east bank of the river, and on Christmas Day, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he marched with every man he could muster in the direction of Dakhila. Moving in single file along a track which led through a dense forest of thorny trees, the column reached Adu Zakoli, a village thought to be half, but really not 1/3, of the way to Dakhila, at 11 o'clock on Christmas night. Here they bivouacked until 3 a.m. on the 26th, when the march was resumed in the same straggling order through the same tangled scrub. Daylight found them still several miles from the Dervish position, and it was not until 8 o'clock that the enemy's outposts were discovered. After a few shots the Arab picket fell back, and the advance guard, hurrying after them, emerged from the forest upon the open ground of the river bank, broken only by palms and patches of high grass. Into this space the whole column gradually debouched. Before them the Blue Nile, shining in the early sunlight like a silver band, flowed swiftly, and beyond its nearest waters rose a long, bare, gravel island crowned with clumps of sandhills, to the shelter of which several hundred Dervishes, surprised by the sudden arrival of the troops, were scampering. Beyond the island, on the tall tree-clad cliff of the further bank, other minute figures moved and bustled. The discordant sound of horns and drums floating across the waters, and the unfurling of many bright flags, proclaimed the presence and the intention of the hostile force. The Dervish position was well chosen and of great defensive strength. A little to the north of Dakhila the Blue Nile bifurcates, one rapid but shallow stream flowing fairly straight under the east bank, another very deep stream running in a wide curve under the west bank, cutting into it so that it is precipitous. These two branches of the river enclose an island a mile and a quarter long by 1,400 yards wide, and on this island, surrounded by a natural moat of swiftly flowing water, was the Dervish Dem. The western side of the island rose into a line of low sandhills covered with scrub and grass, with a steep reverse slope towards the foreshore of the river bank, and here, in this excellent cover, what eventually proved to be 3/4 of the force of Ahmed Fedil were drawn up. Backed against the deep arm of the river, they had no choice, nor indeed any other wish, but to fight. Before them stretched a bare slope of heavy shingle, 1,000 yards wide, over which their enemies must advance to the attack. Behind them the high precipitous west bank of the river, which rose in some places to a height of 50 feet, was lined with the 300 riflemen who had already crossed, and from this secure position Ahmed Fedil and 4 of his Emirs were able to watch, assist, and direct the defence of the island. The force on the island was under the sole command of the Emir Sa'adallah, of Gedaref repute, but, besides his own followers, most of the men of the 4 other Emirs were concentrated there. The prospect was uninviting. Colonel Lewis discovered that he had absurdly underrated the strength and discipline of the Dervish force. It had been continually reported that the defeats at Gedaref had demoralised them, and that their numbers did not exceed 2,000 men. Moreover, he had marched to the attack in the belief that they were equally divided on both sides of the river. Retreat was, however, impossible. Strong as was the position of the enemy, formidable as was their strength, the direct assault was actually safer than a retirement through the 19 miles of gloomy forest which lay between the adventurous column and Rosaires. The British officer immediately determined to engage. At 9 o'clock the 2 Maxims, which represented the artillery of the little force, came into action in good positions, while the 10th Soudanese and most of the irregulars lined the east bank. Musketry and Maxim fire was now opened at long range. The Dervishes replied, and as the smoke of their rifles gradually revealed their position and their numbers, it soon became evident that no long-range fire could dislodge them, and Colonel Lewis resolved, in spite of the great disparity of force and disadvantage of ground, to attack them with the bayonet. Some time was spent in finding fords across the interposing arm of the river, and it was not until past 10 o'clock that Bakir's men crossed on to the island, and, supported by a company of the 10th Soudanese, advanced toward the enemy's right and took up a position at about 800 yards from their line, to cover the rest of the passage. Colonel Lewis now determined to turn the enemy's left from the north, attack them in flank, and roll them into the deep part of the river. With the 10th Soudanese, under Colonel Nason and Major Ferguson, he marched southwards along the river's edge, sheltering as far as possible under the curve of the bank from the fire, which now began to cause casualties. Having reached the position from which it was determined to deliver the attack, the battalion deployed into line, and changing front half left, advanced obliquely by alternate companies across the bare shingle towards the sandhills. As they advanced, a galling fire was opened upon the left flank by 200 Dervishes admirably placed on a knoll. Major Ferguson was detached with 1 company to dislodge them. The remaining 4 companies continued the attack. The Dervish musketry now became intense. The whole front of the island position was lined with smoke, and behind it, on the high cliff of the west bank, a long half-circle of riflemen directed a second tier of converging bullets upon the 400 charging men. The shingle jumped and stirred in all directions as it was struck. A hideous whistling filled the air. The Soudanese began to drop on all sides, just like the Dervishes at Omdurman, and the ground was soon dotted with the bodies of the killed and wounded. "We did not," said an officer, "dare to look back." But undaunted by fire and crossfire, the heroic black soldiers, demons who would not be denied, pressed forward without the slightest check or hesitation, and, increasing their pace to a swift run in their eagerness to close with the enemy, reached the first sandhills and found cover beneath them. A quarter of the battalion had already fallen and lay strewn on the shingle. The rapidity of their advance had exhausted the Soudanese, and Lewis ordered Nason to halt under cover of the sandhills for a few minutes, so that the soldiers might get their breath before the final effort. Thereupon the Dervishes, seeing that the troops were no longer advancing, and believing that the attack was repulsed, resolved to clinch the matter. Ahmed Fedil from the west bank sounded the charge on drum and bugle, and with loud shouts of triumph and enthusiasm the whole force on the island rose from among the upper sandhills, and, waving their banners, advanced impetuously in counter-attack. But the 10th Soudanese, panting yet unconquerable, responded to the call of their 2 white officers, and, crowning the little dunes behind which they had sheltered, met the exultant enemy with a withering fire and a responding shout. The range was short and the fire effective. The astonished Arabs wavered and broke, and then the soldiers, nobly led, swept forward in a long scattered line and drove the enemy from one sandy ridge to another, drove them across the rolling and uneven ground, every fold of which contained Dervishes, drove them steadily back over the sandhills, until all who were not killed or wounded were penned at the extreme southern end of the island, with the deep, unfordable arm of the river behind them, and the fierce black soldiers, roused to fury by their losses, in front. The Sheikh Bakir, with his men and the rest of the irregulars, joined the victorious Soudanese, and from the cover of the sandhills, now in the hands of the troops, a terrible fire was opened upon the Dervishes crowded together on the bare and narrow promontory and on the foreshore. Some tried to swim across the rushing river to their friends on the west bank. Many were drowned, among them Sa'adallah, who sank horse and man beneath the flood. Others took refuge from the fire by standing up to their necks in the stream. The greater part, however, escaped to a smaller island, a little further up the river. But the cover was bad, the deep water prevented further flight, and after being exposed for an hour and a half to the musketry of 2 companies, the survivors, 300 strong, surrendered. By 11:30 the whole island was in the possession of the troops. It was, however, still swept and commanded by the fire from the west bank. The company which had been detached to subdue the Dervish riflemen were themselves pinned behind their scanty cover. Major Ferguson was severely wounded, and a third of his men were hit. To withdraw this company and the wounded was a matter of great difficulty, and it was necessary to carry the Maxims across the river and bring them into action at 400 yards. Firing ceased at last at 3 o'clock, and the victors were left to measure their losses and their achievement. There was neither time nor opportunity to count the enemy's dead, but it is certain that at least 500 Arabs were killed on the island. 2,127 fighting men and several hundred women and children surrendered. 576 rifles, large quantities of ammunition, and a huge pile of spears and swords were captured. Ahmed Fedil, indeed, escaped with a numerous following across the Ghezira, but so disheartened were the Dervishes by this crushing defeat that the whole force surrendered to the gunboat Metema at Reng, on the White Nile, on the 22nd of January, and their leader was content to fly with scarcely a dozen followers to join the Khalifa. The casualties among the troops in the action amounted to 41 killed and 145 wounded, including Major Ferguson, and the 10th Soudanese, on whom the brunt of the fighting fell, suffered a loss of 25 non-commissioned officers and men killed, 1 British officer, 6 native officers, and 117 non-commissioned officers and men wounded, out of a total strength of 511. The rest of the loss was among the irregulars, 495 of whom took part in the engagement. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of The River War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The River War by Winston Churchill. Chapter 19, the final chapter excepting the appendix, called The End of the Khalifa. By the operations described in the last chapter, the whole of the regions bordering on the Niles were cleared of hostile forces, dotted with military posts, and brought back to Egyptian authority. The Khalifa, however, still remained in Kordofan. After he had made good his escape from the battlefield of Omdurman, Abdullah had hurried in the direction of El Obeid, moving by the wells of Shat and Zeregia, which at that season of the year were full of water after the rains. At Abu Sharai, having shaken off the pursuit of the friendlies, he halted, encamped, and busily set to work to reorganize his shattered forces. How far he succeeded in this will presently be apparent. In the beginning of November, the general drying up of the country turned the wells at Abu Sharai into pools of mud, and the Khalifa moved westward to Agela. Here he was joined by the Emir El Katem with the El Obeid garrison. This chief and his followers had never been engaged with the Turks, and were consequently fresh and valiant. Their arrival greatly encouraged the force which the Khalifa had rallied. A large dem was formed at Agela, and here, since the water was plentiful during December, Abdullah abode quietly, sending his raiding parties far afield to collect grain and other supplies. As soon as the Sirdar, who had returned from England, received the news of the success at Rosaires, he determined to make an attempt to capture the Khalifa, and on the 29th of December sent for Colonel Kitchener, to whom as the senior available officer he had decided to entrust this honourable enterprise. The colonel was directed to take a small mixed force into Kordofan and to reconnoitre the enemy's position. If possible, he was to attack and capture Abdullah, whose followers were believed not to exceed 1,000 ill-armed men. The Kordofan Field Force, as its officers called it, was formed as follows: Commanding, Colonel Kitchener. Assistant Adjutant General, Lieutenant Colonel Mitford. Deputy Assistant Adjutant General, Major Williams. The troops were composed of 2 squadrons of Egyptian cavalry, the 2nd Egyptians, the 14th Sudanese, 2 galloping Maxims, 2 mule guns, and 1 company of the Camel Corps. Camel transport was drawn from the Atbara and from the Blue Nile. The troops were conveyed by steamer to Duem and concentrated there during the first week in 1899. The camels were collected at Kawa, and, although several of the convoys had to march as much as 400 miles, the whole number had arrived by the 10th of January. The prime difficulty of the operation was the want of water. The Khalifa's position was nearly 125 miles from the river. The intervening country is, in the wet season, dotted with shallow lakes, but by January these are reduced to mud puddles and only occasional pools remain. All the water needed by the men, horses, and mules of the column must therefore be carried. The camels must go thirsty until one of the rare pools, the likely places for which were known to the native guides, might be found. Now, the capacity of a camel for endurance without drinking is famous, but it has its limits. If he start, having filled himself with water, he can march for 5 days without refreshment. If he then have another long drink, he can continue for 5 days more. But this strains his power to the extreme. He suffers acutely during the journey, and probably dies at its end. In war, however, the miseries of animals cannot be considered. Their capacity for work alone concerns the commander. It was thought that, partly by the water carried in skins, partly by the drying up pools, and partly by the camel's power of endurance, it might be just possible for a force of about 1,200 men
to strike out 125 miles into the desert, to have 3 days to do their business in, and to come back to the Nile. This operation, which has been called the Shirkela Reconnaissance, occupied the Kordofan Field Force. The report of the route from Kohi was considered encouraging. At Gedid the old wells promised sufficient water to refill the skins, and within 7 miles of the wells were 2 large pools at which the camels could be watered. The column therefore prepared for the journey. Nothing was neglected which could increase the water carried or diminish the number of drinkers. Only 12 cavalry were taken. The horses of the Maxim guns and the mules of the battery were reduced to the lowest possible number. Every person, animal, or thing not vitally necessary was remorselessly excluded. In order to lighten the loads and make room for more water, even the ammunition was limited to 100 rounds per rifle. The daily consumption of water was restricted to 1 pint for men, 6 gallons for horses, and 5 for mules. To lessen the thirst caused by the heat, Colonel Kitchener decided to march by night. An advance depot was formed at Gedid, and food for 2 days accumulated there. Besides this, each unit carried 10, and the column transport 7 days' rations. Thus the force was supplied with food up till the 9th of February, and their radius of action, except as restricted by water, was 19 days. This was further extended 5 days by the arrangement of a convoy which was to set out on the 30th of January to meet them as they returned. The column, numbering 1,604 officers and men, and 1,624 camels and other beasts of burden, started from Kohi at 3 p.m. on the 23rd of January, having sent on a small advance party to the wells of Gedid 12 hours before. The country through which their route lay was of barren and miserable aspect. They had embarked on a sandy ocean with waves of thorny scrub and withered grass. From the occasional rocky ridges, which allowed a more extended view, this sterile jungle could be seen stretching indefinitely on all sides. 10 miles from the river all vestiges of animal life disappeared. The land was a desert, not the open desert of the northern Sudan, but one vast, unprofitable thicket, whose interlacing thorn bushes, unable to yield the slightest nourishment to living creatures, could yet obstruct their path. Through this the straggling column, headed in the daylight by the red Egyptian flag, and at night by a lantern on a pole, wound its weary way, the advance guard cutting a path with axes and marking the track with strips of calico, the rear guard driving on the laggard camels and picking up the numerous loads which were cast. 3 long marches brought them on the 25th to Gedid. The first detachment had already arrived and had opened up the wells. None gave much water. All emitted a foul stench, and one was occupied by a poisonous serpent 8 feet long, the sole inhabitant. The camels were sent to drink at the pool 7 miles away, and it was hoped that some of the water-skins could be refilled, but, after all, the green slime was thought unfit for human consumption, and they had to come back empty. The march was resumed on the 26th. The trees were now larger, the scrub became a forest, the sandy soil changed to a dark red colour, but otherwise the character of the country was unaltered. The column rested at Abu Rakhba. A few starving inhabitants who occupied the huts pointed out the grave of the Khalifa's father and the little straw house in which Abdullah was wont to pray during his visits. Lately, they said, he had retired from Egela to Shirkela, but even from this latter place he had made frequent pilgrimages. At the end of the next march, which was made by day, the guides, whose memories had been refreshed by flogging, discovered a large pool of good water, and all drank deeply in thankful joy. A small but strong zeriba was built near this precious pool, and the reserve food and a few sick men were left with a small garrison under an Egyptian officer. The column resumed their journey. On the 29th they reached Agela, and here, with feelings of astonishment scarcely less than Robinson Crusoe experienced at seeing the footprint in the sand, they came upon the Khalifa's abandoned camp. A wide space had been cleared of bush, and the trees, stripped of their smaller branches, presented an uncanny appearance. Beyond stood the encampment, a great multitude of yellow spear-grass dwellings, perfectly clean, neatly arranged in streets and squares, and stretching for miles. The aspect of this strange deserted town, rising, silent as a cemetery, out of the awful scrub, chilled everyone who saw it. Its size might indeed concern their leader. At the very lowest computation it had contained 20,000 people. How many of these were fighting men? Certainly not fewer than 8,000 or 9,000. Yet the expedition had been sent on the assumption that there were scarcely 1,000 warriors with the Khalifa. Observing every precaution of war, the column crawled forward, and the cavalry and Camel Corps, who covered the advance, soon came in contact with the enemy's scouts. Shots were exchanged, and the Arabs retreated. The column halted 3 miles to the east of this position and, forming a strong zeriba, passed the night in expectation of an attack. Nothing, however, happened, and at dawn Mitford was sent out with some mounted friendlies to reconnoitre. At 10 o'clock he returned, and his report confirmed the conclusions which had been drawn from the size of the Agela camp. Creeping forward to a good point of view, the officer had seen the Dervish flags lining the crest of the hill. From their number, the breadth of front covered, and the numerous figures of men moving about them, he estimated not fewer than 2,000 Arab riflemen in the front line. How many more were in reserve it was impossible to say. The position was, moreover, of great strength, being surrounded by deep ravines and pools of water. The news was startling. The small force were 125 miles from their base, behind them lay an almost waterless country, and in front was a powerful enemy. An informal council of war was held. The Sirdar had distinctly ordered that, whatever happened, there was to be no waiting. The troops were either to attack or retire. Colonel Kitchener decided to retire. The decision having been taken, the next step was to get beyond the enemy's reach as quickly as possible, and the force began their retreat on the same night. The homeward march was not less long and trying than the advance, and neither hopes of distinction nor glamour of excitement cheered the weary soldiers. As they toiled gloomily back towards the Nile, the horror of the accursed land grew upon all. Hideous spectacles of human misery were added to the desolation of the hot, thorny scrub and stinking pools of mud. The starving inhabitants had been lured from their holes and corners by the outward passage of the troops, and hoped to snatch some food from the field of battle. Disappointed, they now approached the camps at night in twos and threes, making piteous entreaties for any kind of nourishment. Their appeals were perforce unregarded. Not an ounce of spare food remained. Towards the end of the journey the camels, terribly strained by their privation of water, began to die, and it was evident that the force would have no time to spare. One young camel, though not apparently exhausted, refused to proceed, and even when a fire was lighted round him, remained stubborn and motionless, so that, after being terribly scorched, he had to be shot. Others fell and died all along the route. Their deaths brought some relief to the starving inhabitants, for as each animal was left behind, the officers, looking back, might see first one, then another furtive figure emerge from the bush and pounce on the body like a vulture. And in many cases before life was extinct, the famished natives were devouring the flesh. On the 5th of February the column reached Kohi, and the Kordofan field force, having overcome many difficulties and suffered many hardships, was broken up, unsuccessful through no fault of its commander, its officers, or its men. For nearly a year no further operations were undertaken against the Khalifa, and he remained all through the spring and summer of 1899 supreme in Kordofan, reorganising his adherents and plundering the country, a chronic danger to the new government, a curse to the local inhabitants, and a most serious element of unrest. The barren and almost waterless regions into which he had withdrawn
presented very difficult obstacles to any military expedition, and although powerful forces were still concentrated at Khartoum, the dry season and the uncertain whereabouts of the enemy prevented action. But towards the end of August trustworthy information was received by the Intelligence Department through the agency of friendly tribesmen that the Khalifa, with all his army, was encamped at Jebel Gedir, that same mountain in southern Kordofan to which nearly 20 years before he and the Mahdi had retreated after the flight from Abba Island. Here among old memories, which his presence revived, he became at once a centre of fanaticism. Night after night he slept upon the Mahdi's stone, and day after day tales of his dreams were carried by secret emissaries not only throughout the western Soudan, but into the Gezira and even to Khartoum. And now, his position being definite and his action highly dangerous, it was decided to move against him. On the 13th of October, the 1st Sudanese Battalion was dispatched in steamers from Khartoum, and by the 19th a force of some 7,000 men, well equipped with camel transport, was concentrated at Kaka, a village on the White Nile not far north of Fashoda. The distance from here to Jebel Gedir was about 80 miles, and as for the first 50 no water existed, the whole supply had to be carried in tanks. Sir Reginald Wingate, who was in command of the infantry, reached Fungor, 30 miles from the enemy's position, with the two leading battalions, the 9th and 10th Sudanese, on the 23rd of October, only to find news that the Khalifa had left his camp at Jebel Gedir on the 18th and had receded indefinitely into the desert. The cast having failed, and further progress involving a multiplication of difficulties, Lord Kitchener, who was at Kaka, stopped the operations, and the whole of the troops returned to Khartoum, which they reached in much vexation and disappointment on the 1st of November. It was at first universally believed that the Khalifa's intention was to retire to an almost inaccessible distance, to El Obeid or southern Darfur, and the officers of the Egyptian army passed an unhappy fortnight reading the Ladysmith telegrams and accusing their evil fortune which kept them so far from the scene of action. But soon strange rumours began to run about the bazaars of Omdurman of buried weapons and whispers of revolt. For a few days a vague feeling of unrest pervaded the native city, and then suddenly on the 12th of November came precise and surprising news. The Khalifa was not retreating to the south or to the west, but advancing northward with Omdurman, not El Obeid, as his object. Emboldened by the spectacle of two successive expeditions retreating abortive, and by who shall say what wild exaggerated tales of disasters to the Turks far beyond the limits of the Soudan, Abdullah had resolved to stake all that yet remained to him in one last desperate attempt to recapture his former capital. And so, upon the 12th of November, his advance guard, under the Emir Ahmed Fedil, struck the Nile opposite Abba Island and audaciously fired volleys of musketry at the gunboat Sultan which was patrolling the river. The name of Abba Island may perhaps carry the reader back to the very beginning of this story. Here, 18 years before, the Mahdi had lived and prayed after his quarrel with the haughty Sheikh. Here Abdullah had joined him. Here the flag of the revolt had been set up, and the first defeat had been inflicted upon the Egyptian troops. And here, too, still dwells, indeed, to this day, one of those same brothers who had pursued through all the vicissitudes and convulsions which had shaken the Soudan his humble industry of building wooden boats. It is surely a curious instance of the occasional symmetry of history that final destruction should have befallen the last remains of the Mahdist movement so close to the scene of its origin. The news which had reached Khartoum set all wheels in motion. The 9th and 13th Sudanese battalions were mobilised on the 13th of November and dispatched at once to Abba Island under Colonel Lewis. Kitchener hurried south from Cairo and arrived in Khartoum on the 18th. A field force of some 2,300 troops, one troop of cavalry, the 2nd Field Battery, the 1st Maxim Battery, the Camel Corps, 9th Sudanese, 13th Sudanese, and one company the 2nd Egyptians, was immediately formed, and the command entrusted to Sir Reginald Wingate. There were besides some 900 Arab riflemen and a few irregular mounted scouts. On the 20th these troops were concentrated at Fashishoya, whence Colonel Lewis had obliged Ahmed Fedil to withdraw, and at 3:30 on the afternoon of the 21st the expedition started in a southwesterly direction upon the track of the enemy. The troops bivouacked some 10 miles southwest of Fashishoya, and then marched in bright moonlight to Nefisa, encountering only a Dervish patrol of about 10 men. At Nefisa was found the evacuated camp of Ahmed Fedil, containing a quantity of grain which he had collected from the riveraine district, and, what was of more value, a sick but intelligent Dervish who stated that the Emir had just moved to Abu A'adel, 5 miles further on. This information was soon confirmed by Mahmud Hussein, an Egyptian officer, who with an irregular patrol advanced boldly in reconnaissance. The infantry needed a short rest to eat a little food, and Sir Reginald Wingate ordered Colonel Mahon to press on immediately with the whole of the mounted troops and engage the enemy, so as to prevent him retreating before an action could be forced. Accordingly cavalry, Camel Corps, Maxims, and irregulars, whose fleetness of foot enabled them, though not mounted, to keep pace with the rest, set off at their best pace, and after them at 9:15 hurried the infantry, refreshed by a drink at the water tanks and a hasty meal. As they advanced the scrub became denser, and all were in broken and obstructed ground when, at about 10 o'clock, the sound of Maxim firing and the patter of musketry proclaimed that Mahon had come into contact. The firing soon became more rapid, and as the infantry approached it was evident that the mounted troops were briskly engaged. The position which they occupied was a low ridge which rose a little above the level of the plain, and was comparatively bare of scrub. From this it was possible at a distance of 800 yards to overlook the Dervish encampment huddled around the water pools. It was immediately evident that the infantry and the battery were arriving none too soon. The Dervishes, who had hitherto contented themselves with maintaining a ragged and desultory fire from the scrub, now sallied forth into the open and delivered a most bold and determined charge upon the guns. The intervening space was little more than 200 yards, and for a moment the attack looked as if it might succeed. But upon the instant the 9th and 13th Soudanese, who had been doubled steadily for upwards of 2 miles, came into line, filling the gap between Mahon's guns and dismounted Camel Corps and the irregular riflemen, and so the converging fire of the whole force was brought to bear upon the enemy, now completely beaten and demoralized. 2 Dervishes, brothers, bound together hand and foot, perished in valiant comradeship 95 paces from the line of guns. Many were slain, and the remainder fled. The whole Egyptian line now advanced upon the encampment, hard upon the tracks of the retreating enemy, who were seen emerging from the scrub onto a grassy plain more than a mile away, across which, and further for a distance of 5 miles, they were pursued by the cavalry and the Camel Corps. 320 corpses were counted, and at least an equal number must have been wounded. Ahmed Fedil and 1 or 2 of his principal Emirs escaped to the southward and to the Khalifa. The Egyptian loss amounted to 5 men wounded. The troops bivouacked in square formation at about 4 o'clock near the scene of action. A question of considerable difficulty and some anxiety now arose. It was learned from the prisoners that the Khalifa, with about 5,000 fighting men, was moving northwards towards the wells of Gedid, of which we have already heard in the Shirkela reconnaissance, and which were some 25 miles from the scene of the fight. The troops were already fatigued by their severe exertions. The water pool was so foul that even the thirsty camels refused to drink of it, and moreover scarcely any water remained in the tanks. It was therefore of vital importance to reach the wells of Gedid. But supposing exhausted troops famishing for water reached them only to be confronted by a powerful Dervish force already in possession? Sir Reginald Wingate decided, however, to face the risk, and at a few minutes before midnight the column set out again on its road. The ground was broken, the night was sultry, and as the hours passed by the sufferings of the infantry began to be most acute. Many piteous appeals were made for water. All had perforce to be refused by the commander, who dared not diminish by a mouthful his slender store until he knew the true situation at Gedid. In these circumstances the infantry, in spite of their admirable patience, became very restive. Many men fell exhausted to the ground, and it was with a feeling of immense relief that at 9 o'clock on the morning of the 24th news was received from the cavalry that the wells had been occupied by them without opposition. All the water in the tanks was at once distributed, and thus refreshed the infantry struggled on and settled down at midday around a fine pool of comparatively pure water. At Gedid, as at Nafisa, a single Dervish, and this time a sullen fellow, was captured, and from him it was learned that the Khalifa's army was encamped 7 miles to the southeast. It was now clear that his position was strategically most unfavourable. His route to the north was barred, his retreat to the south lay through waterless and densely wooded districts, and as the seizure of the grain supplies which had resulted from Fedil's foraging excursions rendered his advance or retirement a matter of difficulty, it seemed probable he would stand. Wingate therefore decided to attack him at dawn. Leaving the transport under guard by the water, with instructions to follow at 4 o'clock, the troops moved off at midnight, screened in front at a distance of half a mile by the cavalry and their flanks protected by the Camel Corps. The road was in places so thickly wooded that a path had to be cut by the infantry pioneers and the artillery. At 3 o'clock, when about 3 miles from the enemy's position, the force was deployed into fighting formation. The irregular riflemen covered the front, behind them the 13th and 9th Soudanese, and behind these, again, the Maxims and the artillery were disposed. Cautiously and silently the advance was resumed, and now in the distance the beating of war drums and the long booming note of the Khalifa's horn broke on the stillness, proclaiming that the enemy were not unprepared. At a few minutes before 4 o'clock another low ridge, also comparatively bare of scrub, was reached and occupied as a position. The cavalry were now withdrawn from the front, a few infantry pickets were thrown out, and the rest of the force lay down in the long grass of the little ridge and waited for daylight. After about an hour the sky to the eastward began to grow paler with the promise of the morning, and in the indistinct light the pickets could be seen creeping gradually in, while behind them along the line of the trees faint white figures, barely distinguishable, began to accumulate. Sir Reginald Wingate, fearing lest a sudden rush should be made upon him, now ordered the whole force to stand up and open fire, and forthwith, in sudden contrast to the silence and obscurity, a loud crackling fusillade began. It was immediately answered. The enemy's fire flickered along a wide half-circle and developed continually with greater vigour opposite the Egyptian left, which was consequently reinforced. As the light improved, large bodies of shouting Dervishes were seen advancing, but the fire was too hot, and their emirs were unable to lead them far beyond the edge of the wood. So soon as this was perceived, Wingate ordered a general advance, and the whole force, moving at a rapid pace down the gentle slope, drove the enemy through the trees into the camp about 1.5 miles away. Here, huddled together under their straw shelters, 6,000 women and children were collected, all of whom, with many unwounded combatants, made signals of surrender and appeals for mercy. The ceasefire was sounded at 6:30. Then, and not till then, was it discovered how severe the loss of the Dervishes had been. It seemed to the officers that, short as was the range, the effect of rifle fire under such unsatisfactory conditions of light could not have been very great. But the bodies thickly scattered in the scrub were convincing evidences. In one space not much more than a score of yards square lay all the most famous emirs of the once far-reaching Dervish domination. The Khalifa Abdullah, pierced by several balls, was stretched dead on his sheepskin. On his right lay Ali Wad Helu, on his left Ahmed Fedil. Before them was a line of lifeless bodyguards.
behind them a score of less important chiefs, and behind these, again, a litter of killed and wounded horses. Such was the grim spectacle which in the first light of the morning met the eyes of the British officers, to some of whom it meant the conclusion of a perilous task prolonged over many years. And while they looked in astonishment not unmingled with awe, there scrambled unhurt from under a heap of bodies the little Emir Yunis of Dongola, who added the few links necessary to complete the chain. At Omdurman Abdullah had remained mounted behind the hill of Surgham, but in this his last fight he had set himself in the forefront of the battle. Almost at the first discharge his son Osman, the Sheikh ed Din, was wounded, and as he was carried away he urged the Khalifa to save himself by flight; but the latter, with a dramatic dignity sometimes denied to more civilized warriors, refused. Dismounting from his horse, and ordering his Emirs to imitate him, he seated himself on his sheepskin, and there determined to await the worst of fortune. And so it came to pass that in this last scene in the struggle with Mahdism the stage was cleared of all its striking characters, and Osman Digna alone purchased by flight a brief ignoble liberty, soon to be followed by a long ignoble servitude. 29 Emirs, 3,000 fighting men, 6,000 women and children surrendered themselves prisoners. The Egyptian losses were 3 killed and 23 wounded. The long story now approaches its conclusion. The River War is over. In its varied course, which extended over 14 years and involved the untimely destruction of perhaps 300,000 lives, many extremes and contrasts have been displayed. There have been battles which were massacres, and others that were mere parades. There have been occasions of shocking cowardice and surprising heroism, of plans conceived in haste and emergency, of schemes laid with slow deliberation, of wild extravagance and cruel waste, of economies scarcely less barbarous, of wisdom and incompetence. But the result is at length achieved, and the flags of England and Egypt wave unchallenged over the valley of the Nile. At what cost were such advantages obtained? The reader must judge for himself of the loss in men, yet while he deplores the deaths of brave officers and soldiers, and no less the appalling destruction of the valiant Arabs, he should remember that such slaughter is inseparable from war, and that, if the war be justified, the loss of life cannot be accused. But I write of the cost in money, and the economy of the campaigns cannot be better displayed than by the table below. Railway, 1,181,372 Egyptian pounds. Telegraph, 21,825 Egyptian pounds. Gunboats, 154,934 Egyptian pounds. Military expenditure, 996,223 Egyptian pounds, for total expenditure of 2,354,354 Egyptian pounds, and 1 Egyptian pound equals £1 sterling 6 pence. For something less than 2.5 millions sterling, active military operations were carried on for nearly 3 years, involving the employment, far from its base, of an army of 25,000 disciplined troops, including an expensive British contingent of 8,000 men, and ending in the utter defeat of an enemy whose armed forces numbered at the beginning of the war upwards of 80,000 soldiers, and the reconquest and reoccupation of a territory measuring 1,600 miles from north to south and 1,200 from east to west, from Lieutenant Colonel Stewart's report of Egypt, No. 11, 1883, which at one time supported at least 20 millions of inhabitants. But this is not all. Of the total 2,354,354 Egyptian pounds, only 996,223 Egyptian pounds can be accounted as a military expenditure. For the remaining 1,358,131 Egyptian pounds, Egypt possesses 500 miles of railway, 900 miles of telegraph, and a flotilla of steamers. The railway will not, indeed, pay a great return upon the capital invested, but it will immediately pay something, and may ultimately pay much. The telegraph is as necessary as the railway to the development of the country. It costs far less, and when the Egyptian system is connected with the South African, it will be a sure source of revenue. Lastly, there are the gunboats. The reader cannot have any doubts as to the value of these vessels during the war. Never was money better spent on military plant. Now that the river operations are over, the gunboats discharge the duties of ordinary steamers, and although they are, of course, expensive machines for goods and passenger traffic, they are by no means inefficient. The movement of the troops, their extra pay, the supplies at the end of a long line of communications, the ammunition, the loss by wear and tear of uniforms and accoutrements, the correspondence, the rewards, all cost together less than £1,000,000 sterling, and for that million Egypt has recovered the Soudan. The whole £2,354,354 Egyptian pounds had, however, to be paid during the campaigns. Towards this sum Great Britain advanced, as has been related, £800,000 sterling as a loan, and this was subsequently converted into a gift. The cost to the British taxpayer of the recovery and part acquisition of the Soudan, of the military prestige, and of the indulgence of the sentiment known as the Avenging of Gordon, has therefore been £800,000 sterling, and it may be stated in all seriousness that English history does not record any instance of so great a national satisfaction being more cheaply obtained. The rest of the money had been provided by Egypt, and this strange country, seeming to resemble the camel, on which so much of her wealth depends, has, in default of the usual sources of supply, drawn upon some fifth stomach for nourishment, and, to the perplexity even of those best acquainted with her amazing financial constitution, has stood the strain. The extraordinary expenditure in connection with the Soudan campaign, wrote Mr. J. L. Gorst, the financial adviser to the Khedive, in his note of December 20, 1898, note by the financial adviser on the budget of 1899 in Egypt No. 3, 1899, has been charged to the Special Reserves Fund. At the present moment this fund shows a deficit of 336,000 Egyptian pounds, and there are outstanding charges on account of the expedition amounting to 330,000 Egyptian pounds, making a total deficit of 666,000 Egyptian pounds. On the other hand, the fund will be increased, when the accounts of the year are made up, by a sum of 382,000 Egyptian pounds, being the balance of the share of the Government in the surplus of 1898, after deduction of the excess administrative expenditure in that year, and by a sum of 90,000 Egyptian pounds, being part of the proceeds of the sale of the Khedivial postal steamers. The net deficit will, therefore, be 194,000 Egyptian pounds, and if the year 1899 is as prosperous as the present year, it may be hoped that the deficit will disappear when the accounts of 1899 are closed. A great, though perhaps academic, issue remains. Was the war justified by wisdom and by right? If the reader will look at a map of the Nile system, he cannot fail to be struck by its resemblance to a palm tree. At the top, the green and fertile area of the delta spreads like the graceful leaves and foliage. The stem is perhaps a little twisted, for the Nile makes a vast bend in flowing through the desert. South of Khartoum the likeness is again perfect, and the roots of the tree begin to stretch deeply into the Soudan. I can imagine no better illustration of the intimate and sympathetic connection between Egypt and the southern provinces. The water, the life of the delta, is drawn from the Soudan, and passes along the channel of the Nile, as the sap passes up the stem of the tree, to produce a fine crop of fruit above. The benefit to Egypt is obvious, but Egypt does not benefit alone. The advantages of the connection are mutual, for if the Soudan is thus naturally and geographically an integral part of Egypt, Egypt is no less essential to the development of the Soudan. Of what use would the roots in the rich soil be, if the stem were severed, by which alone their vital essence may find expression in the upper air? Here, then, is a plain and honest reason for the River War. To unite territories that could not indefinitely have continued divided. To combine peoples whose future welfare is inseparably intermingled. To collect energies which, concentrated, may promote a common interest. To join together what could not improve apart. These are the objects which, history will pronounce, have justified the enterprise. The advantage to Great Britain is no less clear to those who believe that our connection with Egypt, as with India, is in itself a source of strength. The grasp of England upon Egypt has been strengthened twofold by the events of the war. The joint action and ownership of the two countries in the basin of the Upper Nile form an additional bond between them. The command of the vital river is an irresistible weapon. The influence of France over the native mind in Egypt has been completely destroyed by the result of the Fashoda negotiations, and although she still retains the legal power to meddle in and obstruct all financial arrangements, that power, unsupported by real influence, is like a body whence the soul has fled, which may indeed be an offensive encumbrance, but must ultimately decompose and crumble into dust. But, apart from any connection with Egypt, Britain has gained a vast territory which, although it would be easy to exaggerate its value, is nevertheless coveted by every great power in Europe. The policy of acquiring large waterways, which has been pursued deliberately or unconsciously by British statesmen for 3 centuries, has been carried one step further, and in the valley of the Nile England may develop a trade which, passing up and down the river, and its complement the railway, shall exchange the manufactures of the temperate zone for the products of the Tropic of Cancer, and may use the north wind to drive civilization and prosperity to the south, and the stream of the Nile to bear wealth and commerce to the sea. This is the end of the 19th chapter, the final chapter, of the River War. What remains is a file containing the text of the Sudan Agreement, and also the declaration relative to the British and French spheres of influence in Central Africa, which were important political documents signed as a result of the war. If you choose to go no further, then thank you for listening.
Appendix 2, The River War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The River War by Winston Churchill. The Appendix. Text of the Sudan Agreement of the 19th of January, 1899, and of the Declaration of the 21st of March, 1899. Agreement between Her Britannic Majesty's Government and the Government of His Highness the Khedive of Egypt relative to the future administration of the Sudan. Whereas certain provinces in the Sudan which were in rebellion against the authority of His Highness the Khedive have now been reconquered by the joint military and financial efforts of Her Britannic Majesty's Government and the Government of His Highness the Khedive, and whereas it has become necessary to decide upon a system for the administration of and for the making of laws for the said reconquered provinces, under which due allowance may be made for the backward and unsettled condition of large portions thereof, and for the varying requirements of different localities. And whereas it is desired to give effect to the claims which have accrued to Her Britannic Majesty's Government, by right of conquest, to share in the present settlement and future working and development of the said system of administration and legislation, and whereas it is conceived that for many purposes Wady Halfa and Suakin may be most effectively administered in conjunction with the reconquered provinces to which they are respectively adjacent. Now it is hereby agreed and declared by and between the undersigned, duly authorized for that purpose, as follows. Article 1. The word Sudan in this agreement means all the territories south of the 22nd parallel of latitude, which 1. Have never been evacuated by Egyptian troops since the year 1882,
or 2. Which having before the late rebellion in the Soudan been administered by the government of His Highness the Khedive, were temporarily lost to Egypt, and have been reconquered by Her Majesty's Government and the Egyptian Government, acting in concert, or 3. Which may hereafter be reconquered by the two governments acting in concert. Article 2. The British and Egyptian flags shall be used together, both on land and water, throughout the Soudan, except in the town of Suakin, in which locality the Egyptian flag alone shall be used. Article 3. The supreme military and civil command in the Soudan shall be vested in one officer, termed the Governor-General of the Soudan. He shall be appointed by Khedivial decree on the recommendation of Her Britannic Majesty's Government, and shall be removed only by Khedivial decree, with the consent of Her Britannic Majesty's Government. Article 4. Laws, as also orders and regulations with the full force of law, for the good government of the Soudan, and for regulating the holding, disposal, and devolution of property of every kind therein situate, may from time to time be made, altered, or abrogated by proclamation of the Governor-General. Such laws, orders, and regulations may apply to the whole or any named part of the Soudan, and may, either explicitly or by necessary implication, alter or abrogate any existing law or regulation. All such proclamations shall be forthwith notified to Her Britannic Majesty's Agent and Consul General in Cairo, and to the President of the Council of Ministers of His Highness the Khedive. Article 5. No Egyptian law, decree, ministerial arrete, or other enactment hereafter to be made or promulgated shall apply to the Soudan or any part thereof, save in so far as the same shall be applied by proclamation of the Governor-General in manner hereinbefore provided. Article 6. In the definition by proclamation of the conditions under which Europeans, of whatever nationality, shall be at liberty to trade with or reside in the Soudan, or to hold property within its limits, no special privileges shall be accorded to the subjects of any one or more power. Article 7. Import duties on entering the Soudan shall not be payable on goods coming from Egyptian territory. Such duties may, however, be levied on goods coming from elsewhere than Egyptian territory, but in the case of goods entering the Soudan at Suakin, or any other port on the Red Sea littoral, they shall not exceed the corresponding duties for the time being leviable on goods entering Egypt from abroad. Duties may be levied on goods leaving the Soudan, at such rates as may from time to time be prescribed by proclamation. Article 8. The jurisdiction of the mixed tribunals shall not extend, nor be recognized for any purpose whatsoever, in any part of the Soudan except in the town of Suakin. Article 9. Until, and save so far as shall be otherwise determined by proclamation, the Soudan, with the exception of the town of Suakin, shall be and remain under martial law. Article 10. No consuls, vice-consuls, or consular agents shall be accredited in respect of, nor allowed to reside in the Soudan, without the previous consent of Her Britannic Majesty's Government. Article 11. The importation of slaves into the Soudan, as also their exportation, is absolutely prohibited. Provision shall be made by proclamation for the enforcement of this regulation. Article 12. It is agreed between the two governments that special attention shall be paid to the enforcement of the Brussels Act of the 2nd of July, 1890, in respect to the import, sale, and manufacture of firearms and their munitions, and distilled or spirituous liquors. Done in Cairo, the 19th of January, 1899. Signed, Boutros Ghali Cromer. Declaration relative to the British and French spheres of influence in Central Africa. Signed at London, March 21, 1899. The undersigned, duly authorized by their governments, have signed the following declaration. The fourth article of the Convention of the 14th of June, 1898, shall be completed by the following provisions, which shall be considered as forming an integral part of it. 1. Her Britannic Majesty's Government engages not to acquire either territory or political influence to the west of the line of frontier defined in the following paragraph, and the Government of the French Republic engages not to acquire either territory or political influence to the east of the same line. 2. The line of frontier shall start from the point where the boundary between the Congo Free State and French territory meets the water parting between the watershed of the Nile and that of the Congo and its affluents. It shall follow in principle that water parting up to its intersection with the 11th parallel of north latitude. From this point it shall be drawn as far as the 15th parallel in such manner as to separate, in principle, the kingdom of Wadai from what constituted in 1882 the province of Darfur, but it shall in no case be so drawn as to pass to the west beyond the 21st degree of longitude east of Greenwich, 18 degrees 40 minutes east of Paris, or to the east beyond the 23rd degree of longitude east of Greenwich, 20 degrees 40 minutes east of Paris. 3. It is understood in principle that to the north of the 15th parallel the French zone shall be limited to the northeast and east by a line which shall start from the point of intersection of the Tropic of Cancer with the 16th degree of longitude east of Greenwich, 18 degree 40 minute east of Paris, shall run thence to the southeast until it meets the 24th degree of longitude east of Greenwich, 21 degrees 40 minutes east of Paris, and shall then follow the 24th degree until it meets, to the north of the 15th parallel of latitude, the frontier of Darfur as it shall eventually be fixed. 4. The two governments engage to appoint commissioners who shall be charged to delimit on the spot a frontier line in accordance with the indications given in paragraph 2 of this declaration. The result of their work shall be submitted for the approbation of their respective governments. It is agreed that the provisions of Article 9 of the Convention of the 14th of June, 1898, shall apply equally to the territories situated to the south of the 14 degree 20 minute parallel of north latitude, and to the north of the 5th parallel of north latitude, between the 14 degree 20 minute meridian of longitude east of Greenwich, the 12th degree east of Paris, and the course of the Upper Nile. Done at London, the 21st of March, 1899. Signatures by Salisbury and Paul Cambon. That is the end of The River War by Winston Churchill. Thank you for listening.